Chapter 1. Whale Song Warnings. Chapter Separator. The Leviathans were not supposed to be seen this close to the reef walls. Not this soon. Not like this. Their massive bodies breached the blue in long, slow arcs, their backs inked with sigils older than breath, older than blood memory. Some bore ancient brands, seared into barnacle-crusted skin by empires that no longer had names, while others were marked only by the scarring of age, bone-deep and sacred. They moved in a westward line, solemn and mournful, as if dragged by grief itself. Each song they released carried through the current like a cracked bell, and Kaya felt every vibration against her ribs. She pressed her hands to the reef spine, coral still living and warm, and tried to listen deeper, beneath the hum, for what the Leviathans did not say aloud. The elders had gathered 3 days before, pulled from their scattered shells and prayer chambers by the first low bellows. They didn't argue, didn't speak above whispers. Some carried driftwood relics carved with reef script. Others bore chains of saltstone beads meant to weigh down worry. The sea treaty, they said, had been breached. Not broken, not yet, but tampered with in ways too precise to be accidental. And when Leviathans shifted migration, especially this early in the season, it meant the abyss was stirring. Treaties were ancient law. Leviathans did not move without cause. That they moved now meant the world below was rebalancing or unraveling. Kaya had not been summoned to the meeting, but she listened from the passage just above the council shell. The voices down there echoed too clean, their words carrying like bone whistles through the water tunnels. Ose had joined them, silent at first, hands folded over his ribs where rift scars shimmered beneath translucent skin. When he did speak, the coral dimmed, as though embarrassed to hold the sound. He said the maw was waking, and Leviathans always knew before the rest of them. He didn't use Kaya's name, but she felt it under every syllable. Felt it in the weight the elders carried in their eyes when they climbed back into the city's living hallways, watched by water-veiled statues of tide-bound queens. Now, Kaya sat on the coral edge of the trench bloom, fingers trailing threads of current that braided like silk between ruins. Whale song pulsed again, and she let it fill her skull, humming into the seams of memory. Not just music, warning, grief, and something stranger. Beneath it all was rhythm, fractured but familiar. Not from the deep archives of the wave song or the lullabies passed down by tide-born mothers, but older. She heard breaks in the cadence that mirrored the boy's glyph-marked breathing, as if the sea was singing to him now, not her. She hadn't seen him since the last night of Book 1's ending, when they had walked the reef spine together. Salt blood tangled and truth stung bare. The Vatican seal on his back had begun to pulse then, not in pain, but in heat. He said it didn't hurt. He said it never did. That it only sang when something was wrong. And now, the whole sea seemed to be answering it. Kaya stood slowly, the reef reluctant to release her ankles. The water didn't shimmer like before. It trembled. A kind of pre-storm stillness that made the coral tighten its colors and the memory fish school tight in stone ring sanctuaries. Even the whispering shells, the ones that held the last words of drowned cities, had quieted. She knew what this meant, or at least she was beginning to know. The boy's body was an artifact now, a scroll the sea was reading aloud. And if the Leviathans were moving west, they weren't just running. They were making room. Something older than the maw had begun to shift, and it was no longer bound to the trench walls. A shell horn sounded from the north reef, a signal not used since the last time the sea tree cracked. Kaya felt it before she heard it, the call resonating through her collarbone, ringing inside her jaw. It meant a delegation was approaching, and not from their waters. She turned, already swimming, the reef weaving open around her like muscle memory. If outsiders were coming, they would have to pass through Glenmire's teeth, and no one crossed that threshold without consequence. The wreckage of black towns, flooded and stripped by war, lined those gates like broken teeth. That was where the boy had been found, half drowned and changed. That was where the truth had first cut loose. Kaya didn't know yet what the sea wanted her to do, but she could feel its gaze settling now, watching her through currents and ruins and the weight of stories never told aloud. The Leviathans were only the first verse. The real song hadn't begun. Kaya didn't know what she feared more, the sound of the Leviathans or the silence they left behind. The southern tide wall, once a glittering expanse of light-bent coral and shifting moongleam, now wore the hush of watching eyes. Everything watched in the deep. Reef spires that breathed slow as lungs, schools of fish that scattered like startled rowers, even the kelp forests that coiled tighter as if to hold their secrets close. She drifted just beyond the prayer shelf of Mazu's spine, half hidden by kelp roots and lion's fang coral, watching the horizon. The deep blue had thinned this season, paling with a kind of grief. She swore she could see where the whales had passed, folds in the current, disturbed salt, the faint shimmer of morn ink left in their wake. Elders called it blood-weeping water, what the sea did when old pacts were cracked open like spoiled shells. Kaya pressed her fingers to her markings, the spirals that had once burned bright and defiant. Now they shimmered faintly, as if they too weren't sure whether to vanish or flare. "You're late," came the voice behind her. She didn't turn. She knew that voice, brash and bitter, familiar in the way that nettles could become a second skin. "Lear." Kaya exhaled. "I wasn't coming, and yet here you are." He circled into view, his wedge hands hooked on his belt, eyes darker than kelp ink, watching her with that same irritating steadiness. "The treaty's broken," he said, tone clipped. "Elder Marin said the river walkers dredged into the bounded currents. Again." "I know. They pulled up bones this time, Kaya." That made her turn. Lear's expression cracked for a breath, enough to let something softer slip through. "Bones, Kaya. Salted and ancient, the kind that glow before they rot." "Do you think it was on purpose?" she asked. Lear tilted his head. "No," he said. "But I also don't think it matters anymore." Later, in the Court of Wakes, the sea felt colder. The chamber was carved from whalebone and basalt, a dome of tide-stained history. Elders swam slow loops above the gathered, and the coral lamps burned low and violet. Kaya sat among the last row, a ghost among whispers, listening to stories she already knew. Stories etched on the marrow of her mother's voice. Stories that made her blood quicken and her hands curl tight against her thighs. "The riverkin have long forgotten the cost," said Elder Marin, her voice a salt-laced rumble. "They dredge where bones should sleep. They speak trade, but take only treasure. They chant peace, but wake monsters." "They forget," murmured Elder Foss, a thin echo from the east shell. "But the sea does not." Kaya felt the old anger curling again in her ribs, not just for the riverfolk, for the elders too, for their peace talks, their patience, for the way they bent instead of rising. She remembered the stories her mother told at night, before the salt took her, stories of a time when the sea kings rode storms and the crown still bled gold. She remembered, too, the story she'd only heard once, the night her mother said, "You were born of a drowned line, Kaya." A line not meant to resurface, and yet, here she was. Later still, under the lull of eel lanterns and the hum of seagrass, Kaya found herself whispering to the waves. "Do you remember?" she asked. Not to the elders, not to the sky either, to the ocean, the part that had always known her, the part that had taken her mother, but left her breath, the part that still sang in her blood when she stood still enough. She pressed her ear to the seafloor and listened. There was something there, Not words, not yet, but movement, pressure, the shift of something vast and ancient turning. Kaya knew that sound. War, but also awakening. Kaya woke to the sound of the sea coughing secrets through the kelp walls of her shelter. It wasn't the usual kind of current mutter or dream echo. It was something stranger, tired, thunderous, like the seabed itself was holding its breath. She rose, salt clinging to her skin like prayer beads, and reached for the coral drift cloak she kept near her side. The morning light, if it could be called that, was an eerie green, soft and unnatural, as though the sun had forgotten how to filter properly through morning water, out past the trench border where the coral stacks gave way to open gloom. The whales had begun to sing, but not the long, honey-thick tones of leviathans in peace. These songs were broken, halting. Some notes sounded backwards, others strained with a sharpness that cut through the bones. The elders called it morning song. Others said it was a call to migration. But Kaya could feel the truth of it in her sternum. This was warning. The sea did not sing idly. It sang with purpose, with memory, and it remembered far better than the land ever could. The sea glass lanterns lining the outpost corridors flickered as she walked. A few other tideborns stirred, mostly the coral sentinels and a pair of water weavers who bowed their heads as she passed. She didn't feel like a sovereign. Not really. Not yet. The salt crown had not been claimed. Her wave song still stammered at times, catching in the back of her throat when ghosts whispered too loudly. But they looked to her anyway, maybe because she listened, maybe because she never stopped. A small chamber at the edge of Glenmire's Teeth had been turned into a listening hall. Its walls were threaded with deep coral reeds and ritual shellwork, amplifiers tuned to the vibrations of the deep. Elders knelt in half circles around the centerpiece, an ancient bone harp once played by drowned queens. Kaya knelt too as the sounds flooded in, leviathan phrases carried on fault-line currents, thick with grief and clicked with urgency. "They move west," Elder Nozu whispered, running fingers down a reed etched in tide marks. "Away from the rift." "Not out of fear," said Elder Mahani, eyes closed. "They are not fleeing. They are gathering. The old pact stirs." Kaya tilted her head, letting the song wind comb through her thoughts. Something was wrong with the ocean's breath. The tide pulse came out of rhythm, faster, then slower, then not at all. Something ancient had shifted, a silence where there should have been depth, a void where there had once been echo. "What does it mean?" she asked softly. "It means," Mahani said, opening eyes clouded with glyphlight, "that the sea treaty is broken, and that which we bound in salt will no longer be still." Kaya clenched her jaw. The treaty, signed long before she was born, long before even the drowning, had kept the balance between Leviathan and human memory. It wasn't written on paper. It was sung, etched in the bones of whales, marked by the sacrifice of the last sovereign choir. If it had fractured, then all the borders of the abyss would loosen. There were whispers now, even among the reef watchers, that something had moved under Maafa's depth. Not just myth-eaters or ghosts, something worse, something without name. Kaya thought of the boy, the one who'd fallen twice, still sleeping in the tide cell beneath their keep. His Vatican brand had started to glow faintly, even without sunlight, as though the sea itself had begun reading him like scripture. Later that same day, she went to him. The tide cell was a shallow, brine-flooded chamber cut into the rock shelf behind the garden of kelp mirrors. Kaya stepped in quietly, light following her like obedient plankton. The boy stirred, blinked slowly. His voice had not returned, not entirely. But when he saw her, he pressed his palm to the sigil burned on his chest. "It hurts," he rasped. "It should," she said gently. "It's remembering." He tilted his head. "The sea remembers?" "Everything," she said. "Even the lies people tell it." He nodded. Then, very softly, "It's calling me." "Who?" He looked up, eyes glassy. "The deep ones. The ones who weren't buried." Kaya felt the chill race her spine. There were stories, passed between salt midwives and trench walkers, about those who had drowned unclaimed. Their names weren't offered, their bones never sung over. They didn't rise, they didn't fade, they became something else. "They say," he whispered, "there are crowns beneath the mud, still warm." Later, she met with her war table, not because she planned to raise arms, but because even peace needed teeth now. "The treaty is broken," she said plainly. "The leviathans migrate. The maw grows restless. The boy hears the drowned ones. I want every tide score outpost on alert. No current unchecked." Jorah, one of her most trusted scouts, frowned. "You think the Vatican will come again?" "They never left," Kaya muttered. "They just changed the shape of their ghosts." By nightfall, the sea was red with bloom. Coral spores drifted like sparks across the outer reef. And Kaya sang, not to comfort, not to command, but to warn. Her wave song braided sorrow with defiance. It curled into the trench like a memory long withheld. In the dark, something answered, not with song, but with breath. Slow, heavy, ancient, and rising. The sea doesn't need permission to change. By morning, the color of the current had shifted. Subtle, but telling. Green-blue became slate-gray, like a bruise blooming across a face. Kaya stood at the edge of Glenmire's teeth, bare feet on the coral ledge, watching as the tidal markers wavered. She hadn't slept, not truly. Her dreams were fractured, full of glassy eyes and whalebone songs too slow to make sense. Below her, the trench sighed. Not even the fish moved, not even the light. She could feel the pressure now, not just from the weight of water, but the way the old tides tugged at her name, as if to say, "You were born for this, girl. Don't pretend the sea didn't mark you first." Behind her, the council gathered. "Ma'afa's depth is stirring," Jorah said without waiting to be invited. He held a shard of deep glass, a recent dive relic, humming with static. "Our seers say the bones are restless." "The bones have always been restless," snapped Elder Barrett, who wore her widowhood in the salt-woven shawl over her shoulders. "That does not mean the crown must respond." "No," Kaya said flatly, "but I will." The room quieted. This was the new thing about her, the sovereign they hadn't expected. Young, stubborn, and irreverent towards silence. Kaya didn't like waiting, especially not when the waves were trying so hard to speak. "I'm assembling a tide party," she continued. "We'll travel west, toward the whale grave, and then past it. I want eyes on what the Leviathans see. If something has uncoiled beneath the rift, I need to greet it before it grows teeth." "You mean to enter the rift line?" Mahani's voice was low. "That place is forbidden." Kaya raised a brow. So was singing to the drowned? And yet here we are. Jorah hid a grin. Barrett folded her arms. "You risk unsealing what was bound. You risk the salt crown, Kaya." She stepped forward. "The salt crown isn't real unless we test it." That silenced even the most stubborn of them. Later, Kaya stood at the tide shore, where the water shimmered over fossilized scales and the surf pulsed with whale song rhythms. Her gear was minimal: sea iron daggers, coral-bound charts, a handful of bones that whispered only to her. She looked toward the horizon. The water there was darker than it should have been. 3 others joined her. Jorah, of course, tall and lean with his harpoon staff slung across his back like a spine. Mera, a bone scribe whose fingers held memory as easily as ink. And Tal, the boy from the tide cell, still pale, still half silent, but steadier now. Something in him had realigned, like a compass shifting toward a submerged truth. He didn't need to be invited. He came with the sea's permission. They slipped beneath the waves, just as the moon folded behind the clouds. The ocean changed after the first trench, not just in pressure or temperature, but in tone. The further west they went, the quieter it became. Not peaceful, just emptied. Even the fish turned back. Schools dispersed, colors dulled. It was Tal who noticed it first. "They're not avoiding us," he said, his voice thinned by breath masks and pressure. "They're avoiding something else." Kaya adjusted her lenses, peering into the blue fog distance. "Like what?" Tal blinked slowly. "Like the old songs are listening again." It was Mera who pointed toward the trench's base. There, barely visible beneath a haze of disturbed silt, rose a spire. Coral once, but now fused with something else, metallic and rust-veined, and etched with glyphs, ancient ones, the kind only sung in times of salt rebellion. Kaya swam closer. The glyphs pulsed faintly. Not Vatican, not anything she recognized from the treaty archive. These were older. Before treaties, before cities, before memory had been sanctioned and rewritten. Tapped the hilt of his harpoon. "You feel that?" Kaya nodded. The water around the spire thrummed with a low frequency, like a drumbeat inside the bones, a rhythm of awakening, of doors that had slept too long. "We need to map this," Mera whispered, her hands already sketching the sigils onto her sea slate. "No," Kaya said. "We need to remember it." She placed her palm against the glyph. It burned. Not fire, something deeper. Memory fire. Ancestral. Saltborn. Images rushed in. Drowned queens with songs in their teeth. Whale eyes, watching from beneath storms. A boy made for ruin. A girl made from him. And behind it all, a throne, suspended in the currents of Ma'afa's depth. Not just a crown, a reckoning. She pulled her hand back, gasping. The spire trembled. "Something's coming," Jorah hissed. "We need to leave." But the water had already gone still. Too still. Then, motion. Fast. From the deep left of their formation, a blur of movement. Then another. Mera screamed through the mask as a shadow collided with her. Kaya drew her blade, its edge singing low, and slashed through the water as a creature lunged. Not a shark, not a leviathan. Something between. All cartilage and speed and war-born hunger. Its eyes were human. Its teeth were not. "Trench spawn," Jorah yelled, his harpoon cracking through its side. Kaya spun, her song rising, slicing another from behind. Blood plumed like ink. Tal reached out, his glyph glowing. The water froze around them for a second, solid as glass, and the creatures buckled, howling in frequencies meant for other ears. Kaya didn't ask how. She just kept moving. By the time it ended, the trench was red, and Mera was gone. Only her slate remained, floating slowly upward, her half-finished sketches ghosting across its surface, like lost thoughts. They didn't speak as they ascended. The ocean had chosen its message. Back at Glenmire, the sky was already stormlit. Kaya didn't wait to be summoned. She strode into the council hall, blood in her hair, her voice raw. "The crown sleeps at Ma'afa's depth," she said, "and it dreams of war." Silence. Then Barrett, quietly. "You've seen the glyph spire?" Kaya nodded. "And the trench spawn?" "Yes." The room shifted. Old lines redrawn. Old loyalties tested. "What do we do now?" Jorah asked. Kaya looked out toward the horizon, where the leviathans were still singing. "We remember," she said. "We retake what the salt kept hidden. We gather the sovereign songs. We wake the old thrones." "And the Vatican?" Mahani asked. Kaya smiled, sharp, weary. "They can drown." Evening peeled back the clouds like skin from fruit, unveiling a black sky bruised with indigo. The whales had not stopped their song. No, they sang louder now, closer, like the sea itself had lungs, and each blowhole expulsion was a warning carried on shared breath. The elders said their movement west meant the treaty was unraveling. Kaya wasn't sure a treaty had ever been honored, at least not by those it was meant to bind. She'd grown up under waves that knew how to keep secrets, whose depths swelled with names not written in any scroll, but carved in kelp, reef, and ruin. The Leviathans weren't just migrating, they were remembering. From the rise of Coralum's edge, Kaya watched them surface one by one like slow tectonic plates. Their backs gleamed like inked scars in moonlight, each barnacle a syllable in an unspoken sentence too long for air. Some bore markings, ancient sigils burned into their hides long ago by sea scribes. She couldn't decipher them all, but one repeated like a pulse. The broken spiral, a symbol of undone covenants. They never surface this close, Ose murmured behind her. His voice carried the hush of someone speaking near a shrine. The boy who once bore the Vatican brand across his back now walked free among the tidebound. His skin no longer marked by their fire, but lined with salt's forgiveness. Beside him, Noma held her coral staff tighter, her eyes scanning the water as if the sea might speak clearer if she stared hard enough. "They're calling us," Noma said, "but not with welcome." "War drums don't always sound like drums," Kaya replied. Her hand rested on the curved hilt of her relic blade, not for violence, but memory. The steel had tasted the blood of those who silenced the sovereigns. It hummed, quietly, as if stirred by the same current that moved the whales. Behind them, Coralum stirred to wakefulness. The tide-bound citadel had grown since their return, reforged by survivors, recolored by ritual. Markets were woven from sea thread and stonefish hides. Cliffs bloomed across dome ceilings where only mold once lived. New children played beside fossilized arches their great-grandmothers had drowned under. But nothing had prepared them for this omen. Kaya turned from the sea. "Sound the spires." Noma hesitated. "You're certain? If they're warning us, we need to warn the others. The treaty's breath is thinning." The coral spires rose like ribs from the reef edge, polished smooth by decades of tide. When struck, they echoed across the trenchways like bone bells, the sound traveling through water and flesh alike. A low thrum followed Noma's strike. The sea absorbed it, amplified it, sent it spiraling. Far below, in the ink of the trench, something ancient stirred. The council convened within the coralum, a dome grown from living coral, hollowed by song. No one sat in chairs. That was a surface habit. Instead, they floated, suspended by neutral buoyancy thread. The elders formed a ring with Kaya at its eye. Her hair drifted like dark kelp, braided with bones of her mother's lineage. "The treaty has not held," said Elder Sura, the last surviving voice of the Western Shell. Her tongue, once removed for treason, had been regrown through coral grafting, a painful sign of her restored rank. "The Leviathans do not migrate west unless summoned. Someone has broken the sea. Or," Kaya said, "someone is trying to fix what was never mended." "You think this is rebellion?" asked Elder Jiwa, whose robes were etched with barnacle ash. "Again? Not rebellion, memory. The whales remember who they once served, and they mourn." The circle fell silent. Ose floated near the outer ring, not yet granted full seat, but watched closely. He spoke without waiting for permission. "When I was still in the Vatican labs, they told us stories of a current that reached into the abyss, pulling creatures older than time itself. They said it was the ocean's last truth. They called it the Rift Maw." Gasps. One elder clutched their chest. "That's myth," Jiwa snapped. "Old fear." "It's not myth if the whales believe it," Kaya replied. "They move like they're returning to a wound. Noma floated forward. We need to send scouts beyond the threshold. If the rift maw wakes, if the currents bleed again, then everything we built here is salt on a tongue already dying. Kaya's hand drifted to her necklace. 5 teeth, carved from the mouth of a drowned sovereign. Her legacy, her weapon. Then we go east, she said, to the trench beyond Glenmire's teeth, to where the treaty was born and broken. You'd risk the maw? I'd risk forgetting. The council stared, some in awe, some in fear. But none denied her right to speak. Kaya's voice dropped. Tell the Leviathans we remember them too. The journey east was silent at first. Even the water felt reluctant to carry them. They traveled in a pod of 7. Kaya, Ose, Noma, 2 scouts with bone-mapped eyes, and 2 songbinders sworn to silence until war called their tongues back. They moved between ruins like fish between old nets, weaving through crumbled cathedrals and rusted coral palaces that still bore the sigils of the drowned kings. Some walls wept ink, some whispered names no throat had spoken in decades. Ose kept close to Kaya. What do you think they'll find in the maw? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she let her hand trail along a wall, her fingers brushing a glyph etched in blood kelp. Truth, she said finally. Or something worse. They reached Glenmire's teeth at dusk, a jagged wall of rock and bone that tore through current like a wound. Beyond it, the trench fell for miles. It was here the sea treaty had once been carved, signed not in ink, but Leviathan breath and sovereign blood. And it was here, Kaya felt it. The pull, the call, a song, not wave song, not quite. It was lower, deeper, older. It came from below, and it was singing her name. The trench had no bottom Kaya could see, only darkness that moved, slow and alive. Light refused to sink past a certain depth, curling back like it was afraid. Even Noma's kelp lanterns dimmed the closer they floated to the maw's lip. The sound wasn't a melody. It was bone hollow and uneven, like a church bell dropped into the ocean long ago, still tolling once every few moments. Yet beneath the groan of the sea's throat, Kaya heard her name again. Barely, as though someone had carved it into the current. Kaya. She jerked her head toward Ose. Did you hear that? He looked unnerved, but shook his head. Noma tilted her ear downward. It's not wave song, too fractured. I didn't say it was. Kaya's voice was sharper than she intended. She pushed closer to the edge of the trench, the water colder now. Old cold, coffin cold. Below them, something moved. A shape, vast and slow, but not a leviathan. It shimmered like heat in the dark, warping light around it. Kaya's breath caught. She'd seen something like that, once in a memory dream. Something her grandmother swore came from the days before flood, when gods still drowned willingly. Ose whispered, "That's not a whale." "No," Kaya breathed. "That's a revenant." The trench stirred. The edges cracked. A current swirled up, one that carried taste, salt, blood, and something burnt. One of the scouts, a small woman named Ayane, drew her bone bow and notched a shard-fletched arrow. "It's seen us." Kaya nodded. "Let it." "You want it to attack?" Noma asked. "I want it to remember." The current tightened around them like a throat, and then it stopped. The darkness receded. The shape sank. The sound vanished. But something had changed. The songbinders gasped. One gripped his head, as if stabbed by silence. Then, without warning, a voice echoed through the water. Not physical, not real, but in them. A voice old enough to be hunger. "Sovereign's blood has touched the maw again. The treaty is undone. The reckoning begins." Screamed. Literally screamed. Kaya dropped her blade, hands clutching her ears. But the scream came from inside. Ose howled. Ione vomited brine. Noma's lanterns burst. Then, just as suddenly, the water stilled. The sea hushed. Kaya's eyes stung. Her limbs shook, but her heartbeat remained steady, like it had grown used to drowning. What was that? Noma wheezed, gripping a reef spike for balance. A message, Kaya said, voice hollow, and a warning. Ose swam closer. Do you think it was part of the sea treaty? Kaya looked down into the trench. Now quiet and closed, as if it hadn't just screamed at them. No, she said softly. I think it was what the treaty was meant to keep asleep. The return to Karalam was different. The currents were sharper, more direct. The sea didn't resist them anymore. It carried them, pushed them even, as if it wanted them to move quickly. The leviathans were gone by the time they reached the outskirts. The waters were thick with kelp debris and scent markers. Something had passed through, a hunting pod, maybe, or worse. Kaya didn't speak until they reached the gate reef. Close the outer spiral, she ordered the guards, and wake the maw-keepers. Maw-keepers? One of the guards stammered. They haven't been called since the drowning of Aurelis. They're called now. Inside Karalam, people gathered like nervous schools of fish. Children clutched carved sigils and hummed ancestral lullabies. Traders wrapped their wares in bone cloth. A silence, heavier than pressure, lay over the city. Inside the Karalam, the council convened without ceremony. Kaya stood before them, still soaked from trench salt, and let silence build before she spoke. You were right, she said to Sura. The Leviathans were not migrating. They were fleeing. Gasps rippled. We reached the Glenmire Maw. It spoke. You lie, hissed Jiwa. The Maw is a dead current. No, Kaya's voice hardened. It's dreaming, and we woke it. She recounted the vision, the shape, the scream, the voice, the declaration of a broken treaty, the return of something older than sovereigns. It's not rebellion, she finished. It's reckoning. Silence, thick as ink. Then, Sura closed her eyes. We must send word to the surface cities. They won't believe us, Noma warned. They still think their empires matter. Then let them drown surprised, said Ose. Kaya looked around. The question isn't what we tell the surface. The question is, what do we do? Jiwa's mouth twisted. What would you suggest, Wave Speaker? Kaya stared into him. We prepare. We remember. We ready the sovereign's right. Several elders gasped aloud. Even Sura flinched. That right was forbidden after the cataclysm, she said. It nearly split the ocean in half. Then let it split again, Kaya said, because the Maw remembers what we tried to forget. That night, she couldn't sleep. Even in her coral bed, the hum of the sea sounded different. Her mother's sigils pulsed faintly from the walls, like they too had heard the scream. Ose sat outside her chamber, quiet. Kaya joined him. He didn't look at her. Do you think we can stop it? No, he nodded. Me neither. They sat in silence. Kaya tilted her head. But we might remember enough to survive it. And if we don't, then let the salt take us loud. She reached out and took his hand, not as a gesture of love, but lineage. Two threads pulled together, the heirs of drowned lines. Below, the sea groaned again. Not a scream this time, a breath, as if something had just woken up and remembered its name. Beneath the reef-stone floor, the city's memory engines hummed, old, strange machines built into the bones of the drowned empires. Most coral folk forgot they were even down there, but Kaya felt them when she sat still long enough. They pulsed like sleeping hearts, thump, 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 only ever waking during war or coronation. Tonight, they stirred. Do you feel that? Kaya asked softly. Ose looked over his shoulder, unease flickering in his eyes. Like a ticking? She nodded. Or like something holding its breath. The next day brought wind through the sea. ragged currents that disrupted migratory drift and drove jelly clouds off course. A group of younger learners at the outer caves reported hearing stone voices echo through the kelp stacks. Others claimed the reef glass in their homes had begun to reflect things behind them that weren't there. Kaya spent the morning walking the spiral archives, letting her fingertips trace the ridges of glyphs etched into ancient coral slabs. The older the writing, the warmer it felt beneath her skin. At one point, a word pulsed like a heartbeat. Veranos. She frowned. "What is it?" asked Sura, who joined her in the quiet. "That word, its old veiled tongue, pre-flood." Sura leaned in. "Does it mean anything?" Kaya hesitated. "It's hard to translate, but it's close to blood owed to the sea. Is that a debt? Or a promise?" The corridor darkened slightly. One of the water lights flickered out. Kaya turned her face upward. "The sea wants something back." Sura touched her forearm. Maybe it never gave it away. By nightfall, the signs multiplied. A leviathan carcass drifted near the southern border reef, half-eaten from within. Its eye sockets hollowed. A group of traveling glyphsmiths from the far trenches arrived early and refused to speak aloud. They wore their teeth carved with mourning runes. A sand oracle was found dead in her shell cave, fingers outstretched and burnt with Vatican fire. Kaya stood before the council again. "This is more than a broken treaty," she said. "Something deeper is stirring. It's in the currents now. In the bones." Jiwa snorted. "You mean fear. I mean awakening." Another silence stretched, taut and uncomfortable. Then a voice, soft, ancient, spoke from the chamber's rear. "If the sea is remembering, we must remember with it." Heads turned. An old man entered, walking with a staff carved from leviathan rib. Kaya stiffened. Grandfather, Elias, her mother's father, the last of the Maugard, the man who hadn't left the lower caverns in a decade. His voice was cracked poral and current-worn. "You've all forgotten how the sea bleeds, but it hasn't forgotten you." Jiwa bowed. Sura looked reverent. Kaya just stared. "You left," she said flatly. "When she died, you vanished." He nodded once. "Because I knew this would return." Kaya's jaw clenched. "Why now?" "Because the reckoning always comes back. It's tidal." He stepped forward, holding out something wrapped in black kelp. Kaya took it, unwrapped it. A bone flute, carved with sigils she didn't recognize, slick with memory salt. "This was hers," Elias said. "Your mother's. From the last sovereign's right." Kaya swallowed hard. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because you're the one the Maw remembered." Later that night, Kaya sat alone at the Marrowstone Shrine, the place where tide prayers were whispered when bloodlines ended. She held the flute in her lap, unsure whether to play it. Osei found her there. "She loved this place," he said gently. "She hated it," Kaya said it felt like a lie, honoring the dead while forgetting their names. She wasn't wrong. Kaya held up the flute. "He thinks this is my inheritance. And you don't? I don't want to be the inheritance." Osei sat beside her. "You might not get to choose." The sea shimmered far off, unusual for this tide. Then something breached. But not a whale, not a fish. A ship, a wreck. Its mast still bore a Vatican crest. Kaya stood. "No," she whispered. "That ship went down decades ago." "Looks like it came back," Osei muttered. Kaya gripped the flute. "If the Maw opened it, we need to seal it, or learn why it unsealed." She turned toward the horizon. "Either way, we go at first light." Kaya didn't sleep. She walked the inner gardens until the kelp began to turn silver with morning light. Noma met her at the outer reef, already armored and holding a small case of spell ink and drift glass. "You're serious," Noma said. "I'm always serious." Noma grinned. "Yeah, that's the problem." Together they formed a small crew, Kaya, Osei, Noma, and a blood scribe named Veer, who refused to wear shoes underwater. They swam fast, riding the current's spine toward the wreck. When they reached it, they saw glyphs along the hull glowing faintly. Not Vatican glyphs, coral-born, older than the flood. Kaya ran her fingers over them. This ship was sunk on purpose, or sacrificed, Veer murmured. Noma tilted her head. Why would our ancestors mark a Vatican ship with our own blood glyphs? Because, Kaya said slowly, this wasn't an enemy ship. The hull cracked. The sound of it wasn't wood splintering. It was flesh groaning. Then the ship opened. Not like a door, like a mouth. The crew reeled back as seawater surged out, thick with black kelp and silver bones, and from the wreckage floated a girl, alive, unconscious, and glowing faintly with a glyph carved into her chest. Kaya swam forward, heart pounding. The glyph was a match to her own, but inverted, as if someone had rewritten her soul from the other side of the sea. She reached for the girl's wrist, still warm, still dreaming. She's tidebound, Kaya said, but not like us. Osei whispered. Then what is she? Kaya looked toward the maw in the distance. I think she's what the sea remembered, when it forgot everything else. Chapter 2. Burnt Wings of the Wobblies. Chapter Separator. The girl from the wreck wouldn't wake, not at first. She floated between dream and death, her mouth sometimes moving as though singing something no one else could hear. Her skin bore fine ridges, salt-etched, like those of the drowned royal bloodlines, but her glyph was inverted, not broken. Not Vatican forged, just mirrored and pulsing. Kaya sat beside her in the archive ward's shallow chamber, where the water was warmer, memory stilled. The girl's hair drifted like seaweed. Occasionally the lights flickered, as if her body was drawing power from them. She's not just tidebound, Noma said, examining the ridges again. She's singed. Saltburn, said Osei, who had spent the better part of the night whispering to the sea around the wreckage. But not natural, not even curse-bound. These are resistant scars. Kaya blinked. You mean wobblies? Osei gave a slow nod. The wobblies were ghost story rebels, coral-born who once aligned with the black labor unions on the surface before defecting back to the sea, half myth, half warning. According to the old chants, they'd tried to raise both the sea and the land, but were betrayed, turned inside out by salt deals gone wrong. Their memories were said to rot from the outside in, burnt from within by broken promises. Then she shouldn't be alive, Kaya whispered. Noma pressed a salt-root poultice to the girl's palm. None of them were supposed to be. They called her Ione. She woke on the third tide, eyes milky with brine, lips already chapped from salt withdrawal. But when she spoke, her voice held no tremor. Y'all forgot the debt. Kaya leaned forward. What debt? All of it. Ione looked past her. The unions, the pact with the labor tide, the flood price, the fire ships, everything. Kaya traded a glance with Osei, whose shoulders had tensed. You're saying you were with the Wobblies? Ione gave a tired laugh. I am the Wobblies. Impossible, said Noma. They vanished over 40 years ago. Not vanished, Ione said. We walked out. We set ourselves ablaze and walked into the sea. And survived? Kaya asked. No. Ione's mouth twisted into something between a smile and a snarl. We just didn't finish dying. She led them to the place she washed up from. Not the wreck, something deeper. A trench. Old, split coral. A shelf once used for deep salt mining. Your ancestors buried us here, Ione said, running her hands along the edges of the rocks. Not in hatred, in fear. Kaya's voice softened. Of what? Ione looked up. Of what we remembered. A single tunnel opened before them. Osei lit a kelp flare and handed it to Ione. Go first, he said. She didn't flinch. Inside, the walls were scrawled with slogans. The tide works when the people do. No kings beneath the floodline. Burn wage salt. Kaya touched a word half scrubbed away. You kept language alive down here. We kept rage alive, Ione corrected. The language just held it. In the trench's heart, they found the bones. Not bodies, bones working, hammering, shoveling, still miming the labor of their last rebellion. They were spectral, half-glimpsed, flickering like wet firelight in the shadows. Ose dropped his torch. Noma cursed under her breath. Kaya stepped forward. Don't speak, Ione warned. If they hear you, they'll think you're here to organize. What happens if they do? They'll make you clock in. Kaya's heartbeat pulsed in her throat. She wasn't afraid of death, but to be swallowed into someone else's forgotten revolution, that was another kind of burial. Why are you showing us this? Kaya asked. Because you think your war hasn't already started. They made it back to the upper reef by dusk. The coral was whispering. News had spread. 2 more leviathans had been found ashore, ripped open, their songs missing. Worse, a memory vault in the sovereign crypt had been raided. Someone stole bloodline sigils, ancient ones, untouched for centuries. Kaya sat cross-legged on the reef bed, watching Ione repair a wobbly pendant made of rusted chain and fishbone. It glinted strangely under the moon-salted water. You could have stayed hidden. Ione shrugged. You ever been on fire that didn't kill you? Makes you a little unwilling to hide. Kaya smiled despite herself. You talk like you're already dead. I am, just out on break. Kaya picked up the pendant and held it close to her ear. It whispered, not a voice, a chant. Union in marrow, sovereign in ash. I want to know everything, Kaya said. The wobblies, the lost unions, the salt-burnt seals. Ione smiled faintly. Then come see the rest. The path Ione took them down was one the elders never spoke of, and Kaya could see why. It wasn't just forgotten, it had been shunned. Coral didn't grow along these walls. The salt was wrong here, bitter, chalky. It stung in her lungs and clung to her skin like judgment. You sure we should be here? Ose asked, voice low. Ione didn't answer. She just pulled aside a veil of eelgrass and revealed the gate. It wasn't a door in the traditional sense. It was a barricade of protest signs, riot shields, broken oxygen tanks, and the skeleton of a rusted-out train car. Burned words curled across the metal. We demand breath. Kaya stepped closer, fingertips brushing the fractured iron. What was this? Our crossing point, Ione said. Where we walked out of the surface and into the sea. Noma whistled. You carried a train car into the ocean? No, Ione said. We drowned a train car into the ocean. Inside the barricade was a city. Not like the polished reef cities or the grand archipelagos of old tide-bound kings. This one was carved straight into the saltstone. Brutalist, bare, built to last long enough to make a point and die trying. The walls bore graffiti, painted over and scratched again, layer after layer of history arguing with itself. Everywhere Kaya looked, there were names. Tova, Khalid, Mixbrine, Wrenchmouth, Ashake, Malachi VI, all signed in red salt. This was the Saltfire Collective, Ione said, voice thick now. The Wobblies who didn't want to forget where we came from, even after the world called us extinct. Kaya couldn't tell if she was moved or just tired. Ose paused by an underwater forge where slag still steamed in lazy clouds. You had blacksmiths down here? We had everything, Ione snapped. We weren't cast-offs. We were engineers, divers, fighters, poets. Kaya stepped through what must have once been a school. Murals on the walls showed fish with fists and sea dragons reading manifestos. A rusted bell hung from the rafters, and behind it, a message carved deep. If the surface forgot us, the sea had better remember. The chambers deeper down were colder. Ione moved slower now, like she didn't want to wake the city's ghosts. "This is the Hall of Breached Promises," she said, and her hand trembled just slightly as she touched the archway. Inside were relics, torn uniforms from defunct union chapters, protest banners sealed in coral glass, even a mural half-eaten by the tide. It showed the last march, men, women, children, black as the night sea, walking with flames in their hands and their breath caught in jars. "Why the jars?" Kaya asked. "So they wouldn't owe the sea even their last breath," Ione replied. "It was protest. If we had to drown, we'd do it on our terms." There was reverence in her tone. But something else too. Shame. Kaya turned. "Why do I feel like you're not telling us something?" Ione stared straight ahead. "Because you're not stupid." They found the council room next. Empty chairs, all different sizes, like they'd been carved for real people, not nobles or showpieces. Each one had a nameplate etched with both pronouns and trade titles. Kaya knelt by one. Mixlani, Crackjaw, Fevereer. They, them. Salt tanker, quartermaster, bone flute maker. "This is where the Wobblies declared sovereignty," Ione said. "Independent of land or sea." "And how did that go?" Noma asked. Ione's smile was bitter. "Depends on if you ask the living or the ghosts." They sat in silence for a while. The kelp above swayed like ceiling fans in a room gone still too long. Finally, Ione said, "We weren't perfect. We stole. We burned. We betrayed people who trusted us. But we remembered." Kaya looked up. "Remembered what?" "That survival is not the same as living." They returned to the surface of the trench just before the next moonrise. Something had changed. The air tasted different. Electric. The wind shifted, Osei muttered. "No wind down here," Noma said. "Only pressure." They climbed onto a small reef shelf and scanned the horizon. That's when they saw the sails. Black sails, tattered, dragged low across the water like mourning veils. "Saltcasters," Ione said grimly, "back from the exile zones." "Those are illegal," Kaya said, "only to people who still believe in laws." One of the sails caught the light, revealing a sigil. It was the Vatican seal, but flipped upside down, the serpent coiled around an empty cross. Osei hissed, "That's apostate." Kaya's jaw clenched. "It's a war flag." They hid in the kelp beds that night, watching the ships dock at a reef base Kaya had never seen before. The men aboard weren't wobblies. They weren't tide-bound. They weren't even memory-marked. They were clean. Too clean. Unscarred. Bare. Cliffless. "Surface children," Ione whispered. "Born after the last flood. Raised without memory. Recruited by Vatican echoes." "But why come here?" Kaya asked. Ione's mouth tightened. "Because they want to harvest what we forgot." "And what's that?" Ione stared into the dark, and for the first time, Kaya saw fear in her. Salt blood. They waited until the boats had settled. Then Kaya crept forward, Ione beside her, Osei and Noma keeping watch from behind. The reef base had once been a tide-bound observatory. Now it had been converted, barricaded, weaponized. Salt scars lined the coral where glyph burners had been used. The memory tanks had been drained. But worse, far worse, Kaya saw something floating in a capsule. A child, still alive, barely, and branded. "No," she whispered. "Salt lure," Ione said. "They use them to bait leviathans. The young ones sing when they're in pain." Kaya felt her stomach pitch. She turned to Ione. "We're stopping this." Ione shook her head. "No, you're stopping it. We already burned." "Then light me up," Kaya said, "because I'm not letting this keep happening." They attacked at dawn. It wasn't elegant, it wasn't clean, but it was loud. Kaya tore through the reef with her spear, glyph blazing blue under the water. Noma laid salt mines, while Ose sealed the exits with blood-thorn coral. Ione took the high reef and called the dead. The Vatican recruits didn't scream. They just short-circuited, like someone had never taught them pain was a language. But Kaya was fluent in it. She freed the salt lure child first, carrying them through the chaos with one hand and stabbing with the other. The capsule cracked. The child screamed, and a leviathan rose. It sang in rage, and the sea sang back. A shiver passed through the trench, more felt than seen, like the reef itself had exhaled. Kaya didn't move at first. She was still crouched behind the coral, cradling the half-conscious child who had screamed that leviathan into rising. The salt in the water had thickened, metallic, almost oily, and the light from above had gone thin and green, the kind of light that happened just before blood was spilled. The leviathan was still singing. Not a song with notes, not one Kaya could hum, but a rhythm that struck the ribs, deep and steady, like a heartbeat that belonged to something ancient, something that still remembered the original contract between sea and soul. Ione stared up at the great shadow undulating just above them, reverent and exhausted. "It's mourner class," she whispered. "Firstborn of the 9th flood." "That's not possible," Noma said. "The 9th flood leviathans never came this far west." "They didn't," Ione answered, mouth dry, "until someone called them." Kaya looked down at the glyph-branded child in her arms. Their tiny hands twitched. Salt crystals had started forming around their eyes, like a crown that didn't belong. "They branded them with leviathan marks," Ose said quietly. Like they were summoning bones. Kaya stood, salt-crusted and shaking. They turned a child into a sigil. The leviathan's tail lashed the seafloor, miles off. It didn't even touch the reef, and still the base shuddered. Vatican ships had already begun retreating, trying to cut loose their anchors, failing, choking on the water like it was turning against them. Kaya passed the child off to Ose. "Get them to the Wobblies. Tell them to hide them deep." Ose nodded and didn't argue. He took off fast, tail flashing silver behind him. She turned to Ione. "Can you get me in?" "Past the barricades?" Ione's eyes narrowed. "You're not thinking of mercy. I'm thinking of memory," Kaya said. "And fire." Noma slapped a charge to the coral wall. "I'll breach the gate. You break the bones." They moved. Inside the compound, Vatican soldiers were already abandoning positions. These weren't like the glyph burners she'd fought before. These were rookies, surface-raised, theology-trained, sharp as razors and soft as spoiled fruit. They weren't ready for war beneath the waves. Kaya ducked behind a column, spotted one of them fumbling with a cruciform cannon. He never even saw her coming. She wrapped her tail around his neck and brought her elbow down hard. One crack. He sank. She didn't stop to look at his face. This wasn't personal. It was prophecy. The main sanctum of the reef base was designed like a drowned cathedral, spiraling halls, vaulted bone walls. Stained glass, made of compressed fish scales and LED-lit glyph sigils. Kaya hated how beautiful it was. "It's a tomb dressed like heaven," Noma whispered as they entered, "designed to make death look divine." At the center of the sanctum was the reliquary. Glass coffins full of things they weren't supposed to have. Old tide-bound heirlooms, blood-inked memory scrolls, even the shattered ribs of a leviathan. Kaya's rage lit her veins. "These don't belong to them," she said. "They never did." She reached for one scroll, touched the edge, and 1,000 voices whispered in her ear. "I carried salt to the altar. I gave breath to the ocean. I named my grief, and no one listened." Kaya tore the scroll from its case, then another, and another, and as she shattered the glass, one relic at a time, the water began to shudder with resonance, with remembrance. Outside, The Leviathan's song shifted. It no longer sounded like mourning. It sounded like revenge. Kaya could feel it responding to her rage, like it knew, like it agreed. "They feel what we burn," Ione said, watching her. "That's what the old prophets meant by salt resonance. That's why the Vatican hunted the hymn keepers." Kaya kept smashing. "This was our god's marrow," she said, "and they stored it like a relic." The water around her began to crystallize, salt fractals forming on her fingers. But she didn't stop. She stepped to the center of the reliquary, placed her hand on the altar of bones, and screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a summoning. The walls cracked, and the sea answered. When the Leviathan came, it wasn't elegant. It didn't come with ceremony. It came like a flood that remembered where it used to live. The roof of the sanctum ripped apart as its eye pressed into the space like a second sun. Its breath alone caused 3 Vatican guards to convulse and drown. Kaya stood below it, arms wide. "I remember," she whispered. "I remember." And the Leviathan responded. It didn't speak in words, but she understood. It was asking, testing, "Do you want my wrath?" Kaya nodded once, yes. The eye blinked once, and then the salt began to burn. Outside the compound, Osei watched from the kelp line as Vatican sails ignited one by one. No fire, just salt, blooming like wounds across the cloth. Ships sagged, screams echoed. He held the child close. The baby's salt crystal crown had faded, but their eyes still hummed. They weren't crying anymore. They were singing, low and broken, but singing. A hymn of the drowned, of the betrayed, of the memory-bound who never got their last names said aloud. And Osei knew this wasn't just vengeance, it was a signal. By the time Kaya emerged from the sanctum, covered in salt ash and Leviathan residue, the reef base was no more. Noma helped her onto a floating drift plate. "You all right?" Kaya coughed. "Define all right." "You look like a high priest of salt." Kaya grinned. "Good." Ione joined them, eyes glistening. "That thing you called, you know what it was, don't you?" Kaya nodded. "I think it's mine now." That night, they gathered what was left of the relics. They wrapped the stolen bones in kelp weave. They folded the scrolls with eel skin reverence. And they sent them back down the trench with memory bearers trained in silence. No songs, no laments, just purpose. "We can't let the Vatican think this was a fluke," Ione said. "They'll come back stronger." "Then we won't wait," Kaya said. "We'll go to them first." Noma raised an eyebrow. "You're planning to march on a surface city?" "No," Kaya said. "I'm planning to wake them up." She pointed to the horizon. Every salt blood left sleeping in the world. They returned to the wobbly archive the next morning, and this time it wasn't silent. People had gathered, some young, barely past childhood, marked only by curiosity. Others were old, too tired to swim, but unwilling to be buried without cause. And in the center of it all, a bonfire of memory, scrolls being copied, relics being cataloged, old hymns being sung without shame, and at the far end, a mural being painted in live coral. The Leviathan, its eye open, its ribs exposed, and below it, Kaya, holding the salt-branded child. A new covenant. Kaya stood beside the fire, head bowed. Ione approached her with a nod. "You're leading something, whether you want to or not." Kaya didn't answer right away. Then, "What do we call this?" The Wobblies called it resistance. Kaya shook her head. "Feels deeper than that now." She looked at the salt patterns left in the sand. "I think we're building a salt accord." And in the water behind her, the Leviathan sang again. This time, it sounded like hope. Kaya sat with her back against a driftstone wall in the wobbly archive, one hand submerged in a tide pool, carved into the coral floor. The water trembled slightly around her fingertips, echoing with fragments of the Leviathan's last breath. Not quite language, not quite instinct, but something ancient trying to speak. She didn't try to control it. She listened. Around her, the newly arrived rebels had begun carving stories into salt bricks, diary entries, family names, battle cries. The salt didn't resist the blade. It welcomed every scratch like it had been waiting centuries to remember. Do you hear that? Ione sat beside her, rubbing salt from her palms. Kaya nodded. Yeah, they're starting to believe again. In us, in themselves. Kaya looked up toward the warped moonlight, breaking through the kelp curtain above. I used to think we were the drowned, but maybe we're the tide. Ose approached. Still holding the child, wrapped now in kelp and inked with fresh protection glyphs. They slept calmly, no longer twitching or glowing. They're stable, he said, but different. They were always different, Kaya said. Different can be dangerous. I'm counting on it. A flicker of concern crossed Ose's face, but he didn't argue. Not tonight. Instead, he crouched beside Kaya and whispered, "We've got a message." From who? One of the deep stream couriers. Says a surface radio station started transmitting an old, wobbly hymn. On loop, 5 days ago. Kaya blinked. A signal? Could be bait, could be real. What's the hymn? Ose looked her dead in the eye. We built the railroads with our grief. We laced the salt with prayer. Our gods still walk in chains, but not forever. Kaya's breath caught. That hymn was banned before she was born. She stood. Where's the station? Detroit depths, near the break line. Kaya nodded. We leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Noma asked from behind, half buried in scroll work. You heard me. You sure it's not a trap? Kaya smiled grimly. Of course it's a trap, but it's our trap now. She turned to the gathered rebels, old wobblies, lost hymn keepers, glyph-burned survivors. I don't know what waits on the surface, but I know what waits if we stay silent. The silence that followed wasn't hesitation. It was consent. A salt-deep, soul-heavy consent. That night, Kaya stood alone on the edge of the reef, watching bioluminescent fish spell forgotten prayers into the dark. The sea whispered again, "Come with teeth, come with memory, come with names." And Kaya, who once only sang to survive, now hummed a war song her ancestors never got to finish. In the early hush of false dawn, before the reef light flared or the water currents shifted direction, Kaya returned to the salt yard where the wobblies carved names. The salt bricks glowed faintly beneath their hands. Some of the elder wobblies worked with silent urgency. Others mumbled incantations under their breath. Half spells, half memories. This wasn't just preservation. It was a refusal, a reckoning. Each name carved into the salt wall was a name stolen once and now returned. Your hands steady, murmured a voice behind her. It was Noma. She looked exhausted. No one had slept more than a few hours since the surface hymn had reached them. The promise of forgotten signals lit a fire that even the cold trench couldn't snuff out. Kaya didn't look away from the name she was inscribing. Whose was this one? Jules Haygood, Union diver, vanished during the Georgia Coral Uprising. The Vatican said he drowned, but someone saw his glyph in a black site off the Mississippi sink. Kaya's hand paused. She exhaled slowly, then resumed. The boy who fell twice sat in a far corner, near the kelp-framed archive entrance, rolling a small shark's tooth between his fingers. He'd been quiet for hours, but the glow under his Vatican scar had dimmed. Whether it was healing or hiding, no one could say. Kaya walked over and crouched beside him. You good? He looked up with wide eyes. Still dark as tide glass, but no longer hollow. I dreamed of a place where my name wasn't a danger. Kaya hesitated. Did you see what it was? He nodded. Eza. Just Eza? He shook his head. Eza Ven. I think I was born with it. Kaya smiled softly. Then that's what we'll call you. Eza blinked. You believe me? I've had Salt talk to me, Eza. A name is easy. That night, the Wobblies built a pyre, not of flame, but of inked kelp and saltwood. At its center sat an offering, the last badge of a surface foreman, rusted and heavy with betrayal. They passed it hand to hand, then set it atop the pyre. One elder, a woman called Sybil Ash, raised her voice in a chant older than any cathedral hymn. Ash to reef, grief to name, let no chain remember our shame. Eza whispered the words under his breath. Kaya closed her eyes and let the vibrations settle into her bones. They were beginning to remember, together. The next morning, as they prepared to swim toward Detroit depths, a scout returned, rattled and bleeding Salt. Surveillance drone, he gasped. Vatican, marked with the Saint's brand. Everyone stilled. Kaya stepped forward. Where? Canyon mouth, still circling. They've got eyes. She didn't flinch. Then let them see. They moved in formation, Kaya at the front, Eza behind her, Ose and Sybil covering the flanks. The sea around them thickened as they neared the trench line. Temperature shifts, echo pulses, distant keens of whales in mourning. Then they saw it, a Vatican drone, sleek and silver like a knife blade. Hovered mid-current. Its lenses shimmered with glyph light, searching, scanning. Eza's scar flared the moment they approached. Back, Ose warned. It'll read you. But Kaya had already drawn her hook. The drone reacted, pivoting, lenses flaring red. Before it could emit a pulse, Kaya launched herself toward it. She spun in the water, curling around its flank, and drove her hook into its center panel. Sparks, glyph light burst like ink and flame. It screamed. Not in sound, but in memory. Kaya staggered as waves of data bled into her mind. Flashes. A room of white fire. Screaming children. A coral crucible humming with stolen names. Initiate Project Sacrarium. The girl is singing again. And then darkness. Kaya surfaced into her own breath. The drone drifted in half, ruptured and sparking. Ose caught her before she sank. What did it show you? Kaya could barely speak. They're preparing a new seal. For what? She gritted her teeth. To close the sea. Back at the Reford camp, panic broke like a wave. Close the sea? Noma said. That's not a phrase. That's a myth. It's a plan now, Kaya replied, still shaking. They're working on a containment system, using stolen wavesong, glyph-encoded bloodlines, and Vatican relics. Sybil whispered. They'll flood the memories out. Kaya stood, fists clenched. Not if we flood them first. Eza approached her later, as the Wobblies argued over next moves. You saw something else, didn't you? Kaya nodded. A child, singing to a cracked mirror. It was you. Eza swallowed. I remember. They said I could silence the sea if I sang backwards. That's not power, Kaya said. That's theft. He looked up at her. Then teach me something that isn't stolen. Kaya reached into her pouch and pulled out a shard of coral. She pressed it into his palm. This holds a hymn, old one. My mother carved it in grief. Eza clutched it. What does it say? Kaya met his eyes. Even silence drowns eventually. He held it like a promise. Later, at the edge of their makeshift camp, Sybil sat with Kaya, braiding her hair with kelp cords. Do you know what the Wobblies called us back then? She asked. Reef traders, sea turncoats, mythmongers. Sybil smiled faintly. They called us the Salt's memory. Kaya looked up. Then why did they leave? Because memory hurts. Kaya touched her braid. But now they're back. And they're bleeding again, Sybil whispered. You've got to be ready for what that means. I am. Sybil didn't answer. Instead, she began singing low and slow, a song with no beginning, only echoes. Kaya joined her, and the reef hummed with ghosts. They reached the edge of the Detroit depths by nightfall, where trenches twisted like serpent tongues and rusted machines whispered in pieces. Above them, broken rail lines and glass bones marked where a surface city had once sunk during the burn years. A signal pinged, low and unsteady. They followed it. A ruined broadcast tower, still exhaling static, stood like a fossil against the seafloor. From its base, a recording looped on an old reel. "We built the railroads with our grief." Kaya stepped forward. The hymn wrapped around her, layered with old harmonies. Some wobblies dropped to their knees. Others screamed. Sybil touched the tower. "This was a safe house once, a station for runners. I thought it was destroyed." Kaya stepped inside. The reel sputtered. "Our gods still walk in chains." Suddenly the hymn cut off. Silence. Then, footsteps. From within the wreckage. Kaya froze. A man emerged, half covered in barnacles, with eyes like flint. "You're late," he said. "We've been waiting." "Who are you?" Kaya asked. He stepped closer. The barnacles shifted. "We're the ones who remember before the sea took us, and we've got a map to what comes next." Kaya stared. Isa whispered behind her, "Is that a wobbly?" The man smiled. "No," he said. "I'm what happens when a wobbly doesn't die." The man's name was Ashby Mar. Kaya didn't know whether to trust him, but the way the other wobblies reacted was louder than belief. Sybil Ash went pale. Ose muttered a string of protective glyphs. Noma took a step back and touched her salt-carved badge, the way a soldier touches a forgotten flag. "You should be dead," Sybil finally said, voice brittle as dried kelp. Ashby grinned, though the smile didn't reach the storm in his eyes. "I was, for 43 minutes. Long enough to see the afters. Not long enough to stop wanting vengeance." Kaya watched him carefully. His barnacle-covered chest bore the sigil of the old Surface Brotherhood, half melted and fused into his skin like it had been branded with iron salt. "You were there," she said, "when the treaty fell." Ashby nodded. "I helped break it." The silence that followed was immense. Kaya's mind swirled. The sea treaty, the ancient pact that held the surface and the deeps in fragile ceasefire, wasn't just broken. It was sabotaged by one of their own. Sybil stepped forward, hand trembling. "We thought the Vatican did it." "Oh, they tried," Ashby said, "but the seed was already rotting. We just snapped the stem." "You're a traitor," Ose muttered. Ashby raised an eyebrow. "Or a gardener. Depends who's telling the story." Kaya wasn't interested in sides yet. Not without reason. "What do you want from us?" Ashby turned and motioned toward the interior of the tower. "I want you to remember what the wobblies were before grief made us cowards. Before we buried our names in salt and pretended survival was the same as freedom." He stepped through a narrow threshold, where rusted metal gave way to coral-studded walls. The old broadcast tower had been repurposed, half shrine, half archive. Inside, string lights blinked with preserved memories. Photos etched onto film weed. Wax cylinders recording death chants. Diagrams of cities that never surfaced. Kaya ran her fingers over a glyph-covered wall. It burned faintly, recognizing something in her. Ashby saw. "You've got the old blood, tide-worn. There aren't many left with that kind of memory." Kaya didn't answer. Her mother had told her once, half sobbing, that their line was cursed with remembering. Ashby continued, lifting a section of wall and revealing a hidden shelf. Inside was a map woven from kelp fiber and bone, sealed in oilskin. He handed it to her. "What is it?" she asked. "The failed revolt. Every underwater union that rose. Every settlement that vanished after. Every Vatican site that still siphons our dead." Kaya unrolled the map. It crackled like it hadn't been touched in years. There were names written in black coral ink. cities lost in the flood, Maroon Gulf, Salis Trench, New Birmingham, Coraline Gate. She traced a circle near the edge of the page. A mark, shaped like a spiral sun drowning. "What's this?" Ashby's eyes darkened. "Where the next crucible will burn. The Vatican calls it Site 19. We called it Saltburth." Isa stepped closer, reading over Kaya's shoulder. "They're going to light it again?" he asked. Ashby nodded. "Only this time. It's not about memory. It's about silence. They're building a chamber that nullifies ancestral song. They call it a sanctum, the final forgetting." Kaya clenched her jaw. "Then we stop them." Ashby studied her like he wasn't sure whether to laugh or kneel. "You don't even know what you are yet." "I know what they took." "And you think that's enough?" Kaya folded the map carefully. "I think it has to be." That night, as Isa and the others rested in the carved hollows of the tower's sleeping chambers, Kaya couldn't sleep. She wandered back into the map room, where the memory cylinders whispered like tired ghosts. Ashby stood there, staring at an old photograph nailed into the coral. It showed a woman with storm-gray eyes, holding a trident made of salt glass. "She led the last rebellion," he said, not turning around. "Her name was Lyra Ven." Kaya inhaled sharply. "Ven? She's Isa's." Ashby nodded. "Great-grandmother. He doesn't know yet." Kaya stepped beside him. "She died in the flood?" "No," Ashby said. "She was buried alive in the Crucible's first version, sang until the reef cracked. They turned her voice into a weapon, a hymn that eats memory." Kaya stared at the photo. "They're going to use it again." Ashby nodded grimly. "Unless you beat them to it." Kaya didn't speak. Instead, she leaned into the coral and listened. The sea answered softly, like a grandmother, humming an old battle lullaby. "You were born where the storm forgot its name. Let them try to bury you again." When Kaya returned to the sleeping hollows, Isa was sitting up, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. "I heard everything," he said. Kaya sat beside him. "Lyra was your blood." Isa nodded slowly. "I always felt haunted, like someone else was still singing through me." She was. Isa touched the coral shard Kaya had given him. "Then I won't let them silence her again." There was something sharper in his voice now. Less fear, more resolve. Kaya smiled. "Good, we'll need that." Isa looked at her. "When we win, what do you think happens?" Kaya stared at the hollow ceiling, where soft currents flickered with star reef light. "I think we remember without hurting." Isa lay back down. "That'd be nice." They left at high tide. The Wobblies formed a loose vanguard, flanked by Kaya and Ashby. Isa trailed slightly behind, whispering to himself in broken hymn codes. The map to Site 19 had been split into pieces, each carried by a different swimmer. If one was caught, the others would still hold the path. The water thickened the closer they got to the old St. Lawrence Chasm. Ghosts lived here, bonefish, relic eels, and whispers of old freighters sunken during the Vatican burn campaigns. As they passed over a graveyard of ships, Kaya paused. A girl's voice echoed up from below. "You cannot reclaim what you've never claimed." She turned. No one else heard it. Kaya closed her eyes and sang once, low and wordless. The ocean shimmered, and from the deep shadow of the shipwreck, something stirred. A leviathan's fin. She gasped. It didn't move, just floated massive and mournful. Sybil approached. "You saw it too?" Kaya nodded. "It was listening." "They always do," Sybil murmured. Kaya looked down again, but the fin was gone. They kept swimming. The waters ahead were turning red, not with blood, but with something stranger. Ashby tasted the current. Rust-tide, defensive seal. They know we're coming. Kaya readied her blade. "Then we don't wait." And together, with names sharp in their mouths and memory clenched in their fists, the Wobblies swam toward Saltburth, toward Site 19, toward the place where rebellion would either be buried or reborn. Chapter 3. The drowned sovereign's map. The church was little more than a skeleton. Its bell tower leaned like a snapped mast, its sea-stained ribs of coral and barnacled pews worn thin by centuries of current. Stone columns, once etched with scriptures, now bore reef life, crimson fronds, soft polyps, the glowing eyes of hidden eels. And at the center of the sanctuary, half buried in silt and shadow, rested the vault. Kaya hovered above it, heart drumming slow and uncertain. Her fingers brushed the edge of the hatch, wrought iron twisted with sea glass and old warding glyphs. When the boy who fell twice whispered behind her, "Are you sure?" No, she didn't look back. That's how I know it matters. She pressed her palm to the seal. It pulsed once beneath her touch, as if breathing, then groaned open. The water within the vault was heavier, stranger, denser than salt alone. It resisted her limbs, tugged at her skin like memory, like blood remembering its oldest oaths. They descended into it together, silence crowding their ears. The walls of the vault were inscribed with more of the sigils, the same as those from the obelisks near the Leviathan trenches, the ones the elders always ignored, always called cursed glyphs of the dissolved. But Kaya had always known better. She'd seen them in her dreams. At the center of the chamber, sealed in glass grown from volcanic black coral, a kelp scroll floated in stillness. Kaya swam toward it, hands shaking. "What is it?" the boy asked. She didn't answer. She didn't have to. When she reached the scroll, the coral split open like petals under her fingertips. The kelp unraveled, not brittle or decayed, but vivid, living, as if it had been waiting for her alone. Inked in bioluminescent dye, the map showed drowned towns, impossible cities stitched into the seafloor like memory. There were names she recognized: Whisper's Reach, Brinehold, and the old capital of Salt Harrow. But there were others she'd never seen on any sanctioned oceanic charts. Beneath each name, a sigil, a crest, the markings of sovereign rule. The boy drew closer, studying the glowing contours. They ruled themselves. They remembered what it meant, Kaya whispered. Before the sea treaty, before the dousing, the sea treaty, the unspoken pact between surface and sea. A truce born from bloodshed, maintained by fear. It had always been taught as salvation, but Kaya now saw it for what it truly was: a silencing. This map was proof. She turned it over, revealing a secondary layer, deeper runes, almost invisible in the low light. When she whispered her mother's name, the ink flared. The boy gasped. "It's keyed to your bloodline." Kaya blinked away tears. Then someone wanted me to find it. At the bottom of the map was a crest Kaya had only seen once, etched into a harp of bone, held in her grandmother's hands before she died. A crown submerged in waves, wrapped in flames, the mark of the drowned sovereign. Kaya clutched the scroll to her chest, and in that moment, everything shifted. The vault trembled. A sound like old thunder cracked through the stone. Then the current screamed. The boy grabbed her hand. "We have to go." But as they swam up, light died. Something was waiting above. The water thickened. The vault was no longer safe. They burst out of the church's ruins moments before it collapsed inward, swallowed by sand and silt. Debris churned behind them like a burial storm. Kaya clutched the map, the ink dimming as if to sleep. They didn't stop swimming until they reached a narrow canyon cut deep into the continental shelf, a place known to scavengers but avoided by the patrols. There, in the shadow of a wrecked freighter tangled in kelp and rust, they caught their breath, "What now?" the boy asked. Kaya unrolled the map again. Its lines began to shift, rearranging as if it were alive. "There's a route," she murmured, "one the sovereign left behind." "To where?" "To the Black Reefs." Her voice lowered. "To the memory of our kingdoms." The boy looked at her, fear and wonder mingling in his eyes. "You think they're still out there?" Kaya didn't answer right away. She remembered stories her grandmother had whispered, of sovereigns who refused to drown, of cities that swallowed salt but never shame, of bastions hidden from the treaty's reach, of black flags raised beneath the tides. "I think they're waiting for us," she said, "to remember." He reached out, brushed the edge of the scroll. "The elders won't let this stand." Kaya nodded. "That's why we won't ask their permission." They left the wreck behind and dove deeper, past territories mapped by tide-borne authority, into the forgotten trenches where only the exiled and the brave dared drift. As they swam, the sea grew darker, but not empty. Bioluminescent pulses flared along the ridges. Sigils lit up when Kaya passed, recognizing her blood, her purpose. The map throbbed with new light. They followed it to the first gate. It was built from bones, ribs of whales, jaws of long-dead sea beasts, skulls shaped into arches. The current quieted around it, as if afraid. Carvings of black faces, regal and wild, adorned the lintel. Scarred cheeks, crowned hair, eyes etched in coral. No two faces were the same. They were sovereigns. Kaya felt their judgment as she approached. The gate had no lock, no guards, just silence. She raised the scroll. It glowed, then dimmed. The gate parted. They swam through. Beyond the gate, a hollow opened, a submerged city fossilized in reef and glass. Its towers cracked but defiant. Banners of kelp fluttered where balconies once held song. Statues stood in silent circles, their arms outstretched as if in greeting or warning. At its center, a temple. Inside it, a mural. Kaya floated before it, breath caught. It showed the sea treaty's birth, not as salvation, but as betrayal. Armed surface dwellers storming salt courts, a queen torn from her throne. Children turned to foam, and at the mural's edge, a girl who looked like Kaya, watching it all. "I don't understand," the boy murmured. Kaya's voice was hollow. They rewrote everything. She reached toward the mural's center. Her fingers met a sigil, one she recognized from her grandmother's harp. The drowned sovereign's seal, light flared. A voice whispered through the current, "Come find me." Kaya's vision clouded. Memory pulled her down, past blood, past birth. She was falling again. No, sinking, to where salt became memory, to where drowned gods whispered. When she woke, she was still in the temple, but alone. The boy was gone. The scroll remained, its ink rearranged again. New locations pulsed along its edge. But so did something else. The drowned sovereign had left more than a map. They had left a warning. A storm was coming, one not made of wind or wave. But, reckoning, Kaya rose, and followed the current deeper still. Blinked hard against the haze that filtered through the algae glass windows. The sigils glowed faintly under the sediment-crusted vault. Sigils that no child of the trench had been taught to read. These weren't Sea King markings. They weren't even wobbly glyphs. This was older, pre-fall, pre-treaty, pre-everything she knew. She ran her fingers lightly over the braided kelp strands. Now petrified into something like glass, the map didn't feel like it had been made. It felt like it had grown into the stone itself, a fossilized echo of rebellion. "There," the boy whispered. His voice had shifted since they'd fled the last tide guard checkpoint. There was less tremble in it, more salt. He pointed at a glowing crescent among the sigils. Its edges burned gold like the mark on Kaya's collarbone. "Do you know what it is?" she asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped closer, water curling around his arms in strange spirals. "It's a sovereign seal. The last ones used it to chart safe cities, ones that hadn't yet sunk." "You mean like free dredge?" she asked. No. His eyes narrowed. Deeper. Places even the sea kings feared to drown. That thought pulled ice along Kaya's spine. The sea kings had long held dominion over the ruins, dragging down what little remained of surface sovereignty and twisting it into their coral-throned likeness. But something deeper than fear shimmered in the map's calligraphy, something the kings couldn't rewrite. A bell clanged in the distance, a sonar pulse meant to disrupt schools and signal search patrols. It meant they didn't have much time. The boy pulled a sliver of shark bone from his satchel and held it over the map. The sigils pulsed in response, not just glowing, but moving, reorienting like magnetic sediment. The kelp map shifted. A root bloomed like ink in water, starting from the drowned church and spiraling toward an enclave far beyond the veiled expanse. "What is that?" Kaya breathed. "Arkandale, one of the last sovereign redoubts. If it's still breathing, we'll find the truth there." She traced the arc of the path. "And if it isn't, then we'll bury it properly." They tore the map free from the vault wall, carefully rolling the fibrous length and wrapping it in the boy's wet skin shawl. Kaya knew this would be the most dangerous thing she'd ever carried. More dangerous than the silver ring dagger at her hip or the songs in her throat. She was carrying a question the Sea Kings had killed to silence. What if we were never lost, just hidden? The journey toward Arkandale was unlike anything Kaya had known. The trenchways turned strange beyond the map territories, where kelp forests grew upside down and fish blinked with mirror eyes. The sea felt more dream than depth here, haunted, humming, remembering. They passed the hull of an old freight cruiser, twisted with barnacle wires and sealed by coral thorns. Inside, Kaya glimpsed shadows, figures still strapped to rusted chairs, arms interwoven like a prayer unfinished. She didn't ask if the boy saw them too. At night, they tethered themselves to sleeping reefs and shared steam from crushed sea bark. The boy told her stories of the surface rebellions, how the Wobblies had carved tunnels beneath dams and walked into the sea singing, how their songs had built the first pressure-safe sanctuaries before the Sea Kings came. "Why did they stop fighting?" she asked one night, watching jelly fires drift overhead like sky lanterns. "They didn't," he said. "They just changed their names." She tilted her head. "To what?" "Ghosts, myths, whatever made the kings feel safest." Kaya held the kelp map close that night, folding herself around it like it was a child. She dreamed of hands pushing upward through mud, clay-stained fingers gripping old crowns, old names, old promises. By the fourth current, they reached the edge of the forgotten ridge known in whisper as the Sovereign Fold. The boy hesitated before entering. "Once we cross," he warned, "we're in legend, not law." Kaya smiled grimly. "Then let's trespass." The fold was marked by a massive gate of rusted buoys, chained together by rebar and reef vine. Its center bore a fractured emblem, a raised fist crowned with waves, the sigil of Arkandale. It matched one of the gold-lined glyphs on the kelp map exactly. Kaya pressed her palm to the symbol. The gate groaned, the water around it spiraling inward like breath drawn through teeth. And then it opened, not out or in, but apart, unraveling like kelp from a spool. They swam through, and everything changed. The light shifted first, no longer dim green, but luminous amber, like honey spilled in ocean. Structures rose from the seafloor, not ruins, but homes, preserved, breathing, towers coiled in obsidian barnacle, windows framed in abalone, and at the center, a dome of hammered glass, untouched by growth or ruin. "Still here," Kaya whispered. "Not drowned, not erased." The boy floated beside her, silent. They entered the dome's chamber and found it empty. No guards, no scribes, no sovereigns. Only one thing remained, a throne of driftwood and whale rib, split clean down the middle. And behind it, etched into the dome's inner wall, was a mural. It showed the last sovereign of Arkandale. She was dark as midnight kelp, her hair coiled like sea ropes, her crown made of coral and chain. One hand held a compass, the other, a child. The child wore the mark Kaya bore on her collarbone. Her breath caught. "That's—" "Yes," the boy said. "You." She stepped closer. The mural shimmered, not paint, but something deeper. Memory locked in pigment. The longer she stared, the more it changed. Flashing scenes of the sovereign leading escapes, calling storms, drowning slavers with wave song. Kaya reached out. The mural pulsed under her fingers. And then a voice filled the chamber. Low, layered, like a chorus rising from trenches. "To the heir of what was hidden, your blood is the tide. Take the map. Find the thrones unbroken. Let the drowned crowns rise." Kaya stumbled back. The boy caught her. "It's a sovereign summons. Arkandale wasn't a destination. It's a beginning." Kaya looked once more at the mural. The child in it was no longer still. It moved, blinking slowly, mouth forming the echo of a name. Her name. She knew then. The sea treaty hadn't just broken. It had never held here. The kings hadn't drowned all memory. Some of it had held, had waited. And now it had chosen her. She turned to the boy. "We gather them, all of them. Wobblies, deep dwellers, daughters of the coral saints, anyone who remembers." He nodded. The sea outside the dome began to stir, currents trembling like strings on a drum. Whale song echoed faintly in the distance, melancholy and resolute. Kaya breathed deep, raised her voice, and sang back. This time, the sea answered. Kaya's fingers hovered over the kelp map, breath held as if even a sigh might unweave the tendrils of truth it contained. The sea-slick sigils shimmered faintly, pulsing in rhythms that echoed the old migration songs, melodies only sovereign blood could decipher. Her pulse quickened. "These aren't just markings," she murmured, brushing aside barnacle-crusted seaweed with reverent care. "They're coordinates, stories." Beside her, the boy who fell twice, his name still unclaimed, watched with wary awe. "You said your people sang their histories into the sea. So these," he pointed to the spiral of glyphs near the map's bottom edge. "These are like stanzas?" "More like incantations," she replied, eyes flickering gold. "When the old ones fled the drowned towns, they hid more than relics. They sealed memory into current and kelp. This," she traced a half-broken line between the sigils. "This might be the path to the crownless citadel." "The what?" Kaya looked up, salt glistening like tears beneath her eyes. "The last sanctuary of the sovereign bloodlines, if it still breathes." For a moment, neither moved, just the soft creaking of coral and the echo of distant whale song through the tide. Then a tremor shook the seabed. "Did you feel that?" the boy asked, steadying himself. She nodded. "Leviathan echoes, far off, but waking." He swallowed. "They're not migrating, are they?" "No," Kaya whispered, standing. "They're hunting." They fled the coral-vaulted ruin, clutching the kelp map in a waterproof pouch sealed with waxed bone thread. Kaya's thoughts churned like storm-swollen waves. If the Sovereign's map had resurfaced, others would be looking for it. Sea marshals, moon-eyed myrmidons, even the saltborn scourge. And if the Wobblies had been branded salt scars for knowing too much, what punishment would the sea deal to a girl who remembered? Their journey carried them through abandoned storm tunnels, carved in ancient sea glass. Ghost pipes, once used by surface defectors to carry whispers and goods between safe havens. Every mile deeper into the salt path brought more relics. A half-buried megaphone scrawled with "Bread, not empires." A cracked helmet etched with the icon of a black mermaid, clenched fist. A rusted placard written in both Old Creole and wave sign. "We strike the tide, not each other." "They fought back," the boy muttered, kneeling beside the wreckage. "Not just ran." Kaya nodded. "The Wobblies didn't just escape. They resisted. The salt tried to burn them from the inside out. But they left behind more than scars. They left warnings. As they pressed forward, the pressure grew. Not just in the water, but in their bones." Ancestral memory tugged at Kaya's senses like undertow. She stopped short before a temple drowned in time, its pillars cracked but proud, cloaked in red algae. "Another map point?" the boy asked. "No," Kaya breathed. "This is a crossroads. The next route depends on memory, not direction." He raised a brow. "You mean we can't move forward unless you remember something that hasn't been taught?" "Yes." "How does that work?" She glanced back. "That's what they hoped we'd never figure out." Inside the temple, mosaics told of a crown shattered not by war, but betrayal. Sea-given monarchs whose blood could part oceans or drown cities had vanished, their names unspoken, their powers fractured across kin who no longer remembered they were sovereign. Kaya stepped to the center of the ruin. Sea light pierced through a collapsed dome, striking a circle of obsidian stones. She unslung her blade, not for battle, but for blood. "What are you doing?" the boy asked, calling what was lost. She pressed her palm to the blade's edge, let a line of blood weave into the sigils carved on the floor. The moment her blood touched stone, the obsidian ring ignited in blue flame. Sigils rose like mist, and then a voice, not hers, not his, but ancient, familiar. "Kaya of the broken wave, you remember. Therefore, you inherit." The boy fell to his knees. Kaya stood taller. The sovereign line was not erased, only rewritten. "You are ink on the pages they buried. Rise." The kelp map unrolled itself in the pouch. New lines formed, glowing faint gold, a path straight to the forgotten citadel. The vision shattered. Kaya staggered, breathing hard. "You okay?" the boy asked. "I saw her." "Who?" "My grandmother. I never met her, but her voice." The boy looked around. "You sure this isn't a trap?" "It is," Kaya said, "but it's our trap now." They left the temple faster than before, urgency stitching their movements. As they moved into darker depths, the world shifted. The fish grew silent. Currents no longer obeyed the rules. Kaya gripped the map tighter. Something was hunting the old sigils. And then they saw it. A shape in the distance, colossal, shifting, draped in nets woven from chains. A harvester. The surface had returned. Deep-sea dredge machine, operated by surface pirates, scavengers who trafficked in memory, relics, and song salt. They called themselves the Chainmouth Syndicate, and their favorite currency was truth, stripped from drowned resistance. Kaya pulled the boy back into shadow. "They'll destroy this map. Can we outrun them?" "No." "Then what?" Kaya gritted her teeth. "We mislead them." She reached into her satchel, pulling a shard of whalebone etched with decoy runes. Whispering an old wave spell, she set it adrift, letting the currents carry it just far enough to spark the syndicate's greed. Moments later, the dredge shifted course. "Won't last long," the boy said. "We don't need long," she replied. "We need head start enough to find the crownless citadel." They dove downward, through kelp forests that shimmered with echo light. The sigils pulsed brighter, leading them toward the skeletal frame of a drowned city. There, buried beneath a plaza once called Jubilee Square, they found a sealed gate. No keyhole, no runes, just a phrase etched in old-tide Creole. only the drowned may reign again. Kaya reached out. Her hand passed through. A memory wrapped around her, warm and sharp like salt on an old wound. Her grandmother's voice again, child of salt and broken tides. They cannot erase what remembers its name. Kaya stepped through. The boy followed. Inside, light bloomed, and before them, rising from coral-crusted throne and riddled with shipbone, was a monument. The drowned sovereign herself, a black queen with scales like obsidian glass, eyes glowing with the sorrow of sunken empires. She was not alive, not quite dead. A memory that waited for a name to echo hers. Kaya knelt and whispered, "I remember you." Kaya drifted lower into the dim recesses of the vault, the kelp map clutched tightly in her hand. With every flick of her fins, the silence grew deeper, less like a hush and more like the heavy weight of memory. Not her memory, but the reefs, the salt-slick walls of the church, seemed to hum with things not spoken aloud in centuries. A prayer caught in stone, a hymn drowned before the first note could rise. She traced the next sigil on the map, one shaped like a crescent cradling an arrow. The glyph pulsed softly under her touch. She recognized it not from any lesson the elders had taught, but from the fragmented oral histories, the drowned tongues whispered by the tide-born. It was called Ilo Canoe, the cradle of tides, a town built in the shadow of a collapsed oil rig, turned into a black utopia, lost in a hurricane that never made the surface news. And here it was, etched beside names she'd heard only in mourning songs. The Black Belt Abyss, Greenwood Deep, the Bitter Delta, proof, not just of survival, but of rebellion, of self-governance beneath imperial silence. The boy swam close, his voice low. This was never just about keeping us alive down here, was it? No, Kaya said, brushing her fingers across the sigils again. They didn't bring us to the sea to save us. They brought us here to bury what we were building. He was silent for a long time. Then, and now we unbury it. The vault moaned faintly, as if the church heard and agreed. From one of the wall niches, a crab emerged, its shell carved with the same sigils. It clattered toward them with purpose, dragging something wrapped in kelp strands behind it. Kaya leaned down and peeled it open. Inside was a spine. Not bone, but bound pages, a book, waterproofed by time and sea alchemy. It was a ledger of resistance, a record. She opened to the first page. To those who remember the surface, we write so we are not erased. We draw maps in the language they tried to strip from our tongues. If you hold this, you are the next chapter. You must continue. Kaya felt something stir in her chest, like heat, but not fire, like memory, but older. We have to copy this, she whispered, before the currents shift again. The boy nodded, and together they began transcribing, word for word, sigil for sigil. By the time they emerged from the sunken church, the world above had changed. The sky was darker. The leviathans had stopped moving. Kaya looked up to find them looming in stillness, hundreds of them, massive silhouettes, suspended like sorrowful saints, each one facing the same direction, inland. They've chosen a path, the boy said. Kaya nodded. They're waiting. For what? She looked down at the kelp map and then to the currents ahead. For us. They followed the Leviathan's gaze. What they saw next was not sky. It was a shape rising from the horizon, vast and uneven, like a continent being born in reverse. A floating island, made of broken war machines, oil drums, and scaffolding. A refugee city above the waves. And from its heart came smoke. Not just fire smoke, but the kind that followed gunpowder. Resistance. They're surfacers, the boy said. That city wasn't on any map. Kaya's fingers tightened on the kelp scroll. It wasn't supposed to be. But the map we found, it shows passageways to places like that. Hidden reefs, caverns that lead under their hulls. The Leviathan stirred slightly. Kaya raised the scroll high, the kelp writhing like a living banner. If this city exists, then more might. And they'll need help. ... Then we give it, she said. They followed the coordinates deeper into the map's sigil path, eventually reaching a trench Kaya had only heard of in ghost tales, the Marrow Rift, said to be a scar in the seabed where empires once sank their gods. The currents here spun counter to the rest of the ocean, rebellious by nature. Floating at the trench's edge were beacons, rusted lanterns lit with saltfire. Each burned with a different color. As they passed through, the water shifted, thickening with memory. Suddenly, their minds were not their own. Kaya saw flashes, visions, men and women with molten hands rebuilding towns underwater. Children learning ancestral scripts in shipwrecked schoolhouses. Fighters armed with coral blades. Flags stitched from seaweed and the skin of empires' dead machines. Each image was a proof. Each face a warning. Then came the final vision. Kaya stood atop a throne, carved from the rib of a god whale. Around her, a people knelt, not out of fear, but reverence. And at her feet, the map glowed, unfolded fully. But then came the flames. A betrayal, a voice, the boy, bound in chains not of metal, but of silence. She gasped. "Did you see?" she asked. He nodded grimly. "I think we just saw what happens if we fail." Kaya tucked the map close. "Then we don't." As they surfaced once more near the rebel city, a siren sounded. Not from the sea, but above it. A call made by trumpet shells. Air forced through conch in mourning. The surfacers had seen them. A boat approached, jury-rigged with bones and solar panels. Its figurehead was carved like a Yoruba mask. A woman stood at its bow, skin like onyx, her eyes glowing faintly green. "Kaya of the Flooded Crown," she said, "you carry the sovereign's map." Kaya hesitated. "How do you know who I am?" The woman smiled. "Because I was sent to wait for you, by someone who remembered the surface, by someone who once taught under Greenwood Deep." Kaya stared. "You were a wobbly?" The woman nodded. "We all were, the first defectors. We fled not because we gave up, but because we wanted to build elsewhere. Now it is time to reunite what was scattered." She held out her hand. Behind her, the floating city stirred, banners rising, voices singing. Kaya took the hand, and as they were lifted aboard, the map in her arms began to burn. Softly, not in destruction, but in transformation. New sigils formed. Paths yet walked, cities yet recovered, and in Kaya's chest the drowned sovereign stirred. Not dead, not gone, only waiting. Chapter 4, Choral Psalms Chapter Separator. The choral hummed at first. Not a melody, not exactly, but a resonance that lived in the marrow, not the ear. When Kaya pressed her palm to the spiraled rib of a red horn reef, she swore it pulsed with something older than light, older than sound. Elders called it the psalm water, memory fused into the reef bones of drowned sanctuaries. It didn't whisper, it remembered. Training others to hear the choral psalms was never her plan. She had barely managed to survive her own first listening, thrown into the bone-deep grief of 1,000 mothers who had lost sons to salt debt and war tides. Their sorrow still clung to her skin like a veil of kelp. She didn't want others to carry what she carried. But the sea did not ask. "I can feel something," whispered Lannis, her youngest apprentice. His fingers hovered inches above the reef's jagged lip, trembling. "It's humming, but behind my teeth, in my throat. Is that normal?" "There's no normal," Kaya murmured. "Only survival. Let it in, but only as far as you're ready." The boy beside him, Eris, did not wait. He plunged both hands into the coral's crook and inhaled deep, the way one might drink fire. His spine arched back in a violent jolt. Then came the scream. Not his, but something through him. A woman's voice, hollow and keening, howling the name of a child long taken by the flood patrol. Kaya was there in 2 beats, slicing through the water with her tail in a tight flick. "Let go," she ordered. "Release it." But Eris's body had gone stiff. His eyes rolled back. From his lips, not a breath, but bubbles filled with sobs and broken hymns. Fragments of old prayers, stuttered in Ebo, Yoruba, Gullah. Kaya snapped her fingers thrice in a spiral, a counter-psalm, learned from the last Amun priestess, who remembered how to bind grieving spirits to silence. The choral shuddered. Eris collapsed. Blood threaded from his nose. He gasped. "Did she have a son?" he whispered. "A boy who sang the sun into glass?" Kaya knelt beside him. She had 3. They were all taken to build the glass mines in Carolina Deep. None returned. Eris wept. Not for himself, for her. He had passed the first trial. Not all did. There were rules to memory magic. The choral accepted grief, yes, but it did not give back without cost. Every song it held had once belonged to someone broken enough to gift it. And breaking, Kaya had learned, was not a reversible process. She sat later that night beneath the cathedral ribs of the reef tower, watching the others rest. Lannis snored softly, arms curled around his satchel of bone charms. Aras lay curled in a spiral, thumb pressed against a makeshift sigil Kaya had painted on his palm to ward off dream echoes. "Too young," murmured Brother Sal, the elder archivist of the Psalm Reef. His beard trailed like silver tendrils into the glow-water. Kaya didn't look at him. So were the children who built the undersea mines. So were the ones drowned in the breach nets. Age isn't armor. You're raising a choir, not an army. She met his eyes. "What if we need both?" Brother Sal said nothing. The next trial came sooner than Kaya liked. Atop a reef altar, scarred by years of war current, Kaya gathered the choir in training. 12 of them now. Each held a choral shard that pulsed with dormant echoes. She taught them how to listen, not with ears, but with memory. She had them place the choral against their temples, their hearts, their throats, the body's gates of knowing. "Call with breath, not voice," she said. "Grief speaks in exhale, not scream." Most obeyed. One did not. Her name was Tira, older than the others, from a trench-lined village where salt rites were forbidden and every elder had their tongue severed at birth to prevent rebellion songs. She had no patience for gentle calling. She demanded memory, and memory struck back. The choral shard she pressed to her heart glowed briefly, then ignited with a phosphorescent burst. Tira convulsed, thrown back into the silt wall. When Kaya rushed to her, her eyes were wide, but empty. Not dead. Worse. Gone. "She's trapped in the psalm," Sal whispered. "The choral fed her too much, too fast. Can we bring her back?" "She must want to return." Tira's body drifted, humming a lullaby in a language no one recognized. A child's language, perhaps, or a god's. They built her a shell chamber that night, surrounded by sigils of salt and silence. Her body remained, but her spirit wandered. Kaya stood vigil, hands clasped. She knew the others were watching. They all had questions. Some wanted to leave, but most stayed. Fear and purpose, it turned out, grew well in the sane reef bed. 3 days later, Kaya called a full chorus. She stood at the apex of the singing vault, the deepest chamber in the reef, where memory pooled like sap from cracked trees. The choral there was black and gold, etched with psalms from the lost cities, Calafia, Black Eden, New Yamaya. "Listen," she said. The psalms began. First a tide, then a thrum. Then a chorus of broken-lunged ancestors crying out the names of things stolen. Each song was different. Each voice rang through the bones of the listeners, carving new names into their hearts. Aras fell to his knees, I see her, he whispered. The sovereign, crown made of sea glass and fish bones. She's pointing. Lannis clutched his chest. There's a boy, singing. His voice is tearing the ocean open. Another girl sobbed. I hear drums. Kaya stood at the center, arms wide. She heard nothing. Not a voice, not a rhythm, not even grief. Only the silence where her mother's voice should have been. She swallowed hard. The sea was teaching her something new, that the choir might carry memory, but some silences could not be filled, not even with choral. That night, a storm trembled above the reef line. Surface winds whipped through the higher currents, stirring ancient wreckage from the drowned cities. Among the flotsam came a shard of stained glass etched with a royal insignia. Kaya retrieved it. It bore a crown, cracked in two, surrounded by flame. Sal studied it for hours. Not just any crown, he said at last. The mark of the drowned sovereign. She who ruled before the treaty, before the merfolk bent knee. Kaya turned the shard in her hand. Why now? She's remembering herself. Kaya stared into the stormlit waves. So must they. They buried the first listener in a salt cradle carved from reef bone. Her body folded like a sleeping gull, lips still parted in song. The others watched from the tide-churned alcove where they trained, solemn and breathless, as the current carried her into the trench. Her name had been Suli, a fisher's daughter, 16, maybe. Hair full of brittle green threads, eyes that had once sparkled when Kaya told stories of the echoing deep. Now, those same eyes stared back, only through the memory Kaya had conjured. The choral had sung too loud for her. Or maybe she'd sung back with too much grief, and the sea had mistaken it for a hymn. Kaya wasn't sure anymore if the psalms pulled grief out or offered it more room to grow. We must be gentler, she said, her voice barely rising over the hum of the reef. Memory is a blade. Some hold it by the hilt, others by the edge. Malin, the eldest among the listeners, frowned. Suli knew what she was risking. You didn't force her. No, Kaya replied, but I asked her to hear. I didn't yet know how dangerous it would be. Around them, the choral formation pulsed like a living cathedral, echoing with unspoken fragments, cries, lullabies, curses that looped like ribbons through the current. The choral was not a neutral choir. It remembered everything, including things best left unremembered. Kaya stepped barefoot into the basin. The tide had filled it during the night, as it always did before the psalms began. She let her feet sink into the soft silt and gestured to the others. Again, they hesitated. 5 of them remained in this cohort. She had trained over 24 since arriving at the trench fortress of Namara, and only 10 had stayed. Of those, some now wandered the map paths Kaya had restored, seeking others who remembered, or once dared to. Still, they stepped forward. One by one, Kaya chanted the opening verse of the choral psalm, a series of hums that mimicked whale song, but ended on a sharp, keening note that cracked like old bone. The basin glowed blue, then violet, then deep crimson. The choral responded instantly. You do not listen with ears, she reminded them. Listen with your spine, your blood. That is where memory lives. As the current curled around them, the listeners sank into trance. The water shimmered with flickering images, flooded homes, elders weaving sea baskets out of sorrow, children learning to breathe salt through gills carved by stolen magic. One of the listeners, little Etka, began to weep. She was only 12. Kaya almost stopped the ritual. Almost. But the girl's tears sharpened into resolve. Her spine straightened. Her breathing slowed. She was ready. Etka spoke first. The man in my vision wore a crown of rusted railroad spikes, she whispered. He named a kingdom that no longer floats. but he remembered it still. Kaya froze. That name had not surfaced since the vault map in the drowned cathedral. That crown had belonged to the drowned sovereign, a title whispered in sea shadow tales and buried under centuries of colonial erasure. "You saw him?" "I think he saw me," Edka said, blinking. And he smiled. He said, "You're late." Kaya's heart skipped a beat. This was it. The Psalms weren't just a means to remember. They were a summons. And the drowned sovereign was answering. She dismissed the session with a cut of her hand. The coral dimmed, sighing as it retreated. Water swirled into silence. "Etka, you'll come with me." "To where?" the girl asked, wiping her eyes. "To follow that smile." They left Namara by nightfall. Kaya took only her staff, a few woven offerings of sharkskin and bone pearl, and the tide compass, shaped like a spiraled jawbone. Etka wore a cloak too big for her and clutched a jar of lullaby sand, meant to soothe sea spirits. The currents whispered warnings as they traveled, eddies that stung like nettles, water too warm in pockets, an abandoned marrow net fluttering with barnacle tags, a warning from surface slavers. But Kaya pressed on, following the echoes in Etka's memory like a tide line. They came to the seawall rupture by dawn, a crack in the underdeep, jagged and vast, where the continental shelf collapsed centuries ago. No one dared dive too far into it. Too many who did never returned. But the corals sang loudest here. Etka trembled. "I hear them. All of them." Kaya placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Just one voice, this time. "Find him." The girl closed her eyes and began to sing. The psalm that emerged was not one Kaya had taught her. It was older, deeper. It rose in a warbling chant that bent the current around them. The coral on the trench walls bloomed in crimson flowers. Out of the depths, something stirred, a shape. Not quite human, not quite beast. Limbs tangled in kelp, eyes like barnacled gold. He emerged slowly, rising from the dark as if carried by the bones of drowned cities. Etka's eyes flew open. "That's him." Kaya stepped forward. "Sovereign." The creature bowed. "Kaya of the Saltborn, listener of memory, heir of nothing and all." She flinched at the names. "You know me? I remember you," he said. "I was carved to. The coral told me long before your mother sang you into the waves." Kaya took a breath. "Why did you call us here?" "I didn't," he replied. "You called me, with your grief, with her death." "Suli." The sovereign nodded. "The Psalms open more than memory. They open doors, and now you've let something else out." "What do you mean?" He turned his head slowly toward the rupture. "The ones who made the sea treaty burn now. Their bones scream. Something is stirring beneath them, and you must decide. Do you want to remember what they drowned, or do you want to raise it?" Kaya stared into the dark, and the dark looked back. Kaya paced the tide-worn corridors of the coral sanctum, arms folded and voice tight with worry. Across the open nave, 13 initiates had gathered in a crescent shape around the coral basin. Above them, glowing filaments of reef thread pulsed a dull violet. The choral psalm was about to begin again. Their faces were uncertain, some hopeful, some pale with the memory of pain. The spell thread of the reef had seared its lessons into them the last time. One girl had bled from the ears. A boy with golden brown locks had screamed until his voice cracked. And still they returned. "Are you sure they're ready?" Kaya whispered to Imani, who stood beside her, draped in silver kelp robes, her hands still damp from healing. "Ready?" Imani's laugh was low and bitter. "The question isn't readiness, Kaya. It's necessity. These children will inherit a war." Kaya bit her lip, nodding. Her hand drifted toward her satchel, fingers brushing the edges of the kelp map, now rolled and wrapped in sharkskin. Its sigils glowed faintly at her touch, as if aware they were about to delve deeper into the sea's memory. "All right," she said aloud, stepping to the center of the crescent. "Begin the psalm." Imani knelt beside the basin and sang a single note. It was not loud, not forceful, but it cut the air like a bone blade through flesh. The coral threads twined upward, responding instantly, braiding themselves into glowing strands that hovered above the water. One by one, the initiates lowered their hands into the basin. The first to convulse was Ao, the boy with the cracked voice. His back arched as if lightning had struck him, but he did not cry out this time. Instead, a low hum issued from his throat, a harmony Kaya recognized. He had remembered the sea hymn of the marooned choir. Next, two girls clasped hands as they entered the memory spell. Their minds linked, their pain halved. They saw fields of seagrass shaped like the sugar plantations their ancestors once fled. A line of black women walking into the surf, heads held high, robes fluttering like sails, and behind them, the enslavers' fires, dimming to ash. The choral pulsed brighter. The psalm was deepening. Kaya knelt beside them, listening to the echoes in the reef. She had not yet sung her part. Not fully. Something within her resisted. Something vast and unclaimed. Not fear, not doubt, but a grief too immense for shape. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the spell. Nuru, the youngest of the group, had fallen back. His hand was still in the basin, but his eyes had gone wide, unfocused, mouth gaping, as if drowning in dry air. Kaya was on him instantly, pulling his hand free, pressing her palm to his chest. "Breathe, little tide. Breathe." Nuru's gaze snapped back. He gasped, eyes welling with tears. I saw the salt mothers, but they were dying, they were burning." Kaya's breath caught. That memory was sealed. The coral shouldn't have reached that deep. Not unless. "They're changing," Imani murmured. "The coral remembers more than we give it. You've opened something, Kaya." Kaya stared into the basin. The water was still glowing, but not violet. Now it shone gold, and beneath the surface, faint and flickering, was the outline of something that had not been seen in generations. A black crown, broken, drifting in silence. That night, Kaya sat alone at the reef's edge, her feet dangling just above the surface, the sea calm around her. The moonlight made patterns on the waves, silver labyrinths, like prayers folded into salt. Her coral shard pulsed faintly on the strand around her neck. It had begun doing that more often, responding not just to danger or memory, but to her thinking. The sea treaty was weakening, and with it, the old protections. She held Nuru's tiny hand in hers earlier that day, soothing him with seaberry tea and song. He'd clung to her like a tide-pulled net, afraid to sleep again. But he had seen something true. The salt mothers, those mermaid queens who once sang against the slave ships, had been slain. Kaya didn't know how or when. The coral didn't lie, but it had never shown that before. Behind her, footsteps. "You're brooding," came a soft voice. It was the boy who fell twice. He sat beside her, tossing a pebble into the sea. "That's how you know you're becoming a leader." Kaya chuckled dryly. "If I'm a leader, the sea is doomed." "No, if you're a leader, then we might actually have a chance." She turned to face him. His eyes, dark, storm-shadowed, had that look again, the one that said he remembered another life. One with fire, one with smoke. "They're ready for more," he said. "The others." Kaya nodded slowly. "And we must go deeper. The coral won't yield the rest willingly. The drowned towns, the sovereign cities beneath the silt, they're locked beneath layers of grief. And who holds the key?" "You know who." He went quiet. "Then we go to her," he said. Kaya hesitated. You sure? She's not. She'll speak to you. You carry the bloodline. I just carry the shadow. A moment passed. Kaya reached for her satchel, drew out the kelp map. Its gold thread shimmered like lightning scars across a battlefield. The boy leaned in, breath catching. There, he whispered. That glyph, it's her sigil. The sovereign queen who drowned herself rather than sign the treaty. Kaya's fingers brushed the mark. It seared with a heat she hadn't felt before. A direction, a summons. She's waiting, Kaya whispered. No, the boy said. She's remembering, and she wants you to remember too. Behind them, the coral hummed its aching lullaby, and in the sea's depths, something ancient stirred. The tide was different the next morning, not in color or temperature, but in presence, heavy with something unsaid. It carried no foam, only stillness, as if even the water had begun to listen. Kaya stepped barefoot onto the listening stone again, the coral around its rim humming low and grave. 12 gathered around her this time. Most were young, a few older. One child, no more than 7, another girl with scars across her brow, like someone had tried to erase her with a blade and failed. She recognized the look in their eyes. They were hungry, not for food, but for meaning. And meaning was a hard thing to swallow. Kaya knelt and placed her palms to the coral bed, which was warm now, not molten, but human. It pulsed once beneath her skin, and then began to murmur. The Psalms. Not words, never words, but song, memory in rhythm, grief turned harmonic. This one, she said softly, is for the ones who burned trying to breathe. A boy flinched, as if the sea had just spat smoke. The coral glowed from within, and a thread of sound unspooled like an old cassette tape being wound backward. It was raw and jagged, a scream not screamed, just remembered. Kaya let it move through her lungs, shaping her exhale. She didn't sing, not exactly. She translated. The others sat in the spiral, backs straight, hands joined. One girl began to weep, not loudly, the kind of crying that comes from hearing yourself for the first time. Kaya remembered how it had felt the first time she touched the Psalms alone. She had collapsed under their weight, had nearly drowned above water. These songs were not lullabies. They were not safe. They did not ask for belief. They demanded recognition. An elder named Shuri clutched her chest and doubled forward. Kaya moved quickly, lifting the woman's fingers from the coral. Too long, she whispered. We listen in moments, not eternities. Shuri nodded, breath hitching. I saw them again. The ones from Atlantic City. My grandmother. Her knees were torn from marching. They sang through her teeth. That's the psalm of the flooded march, Kaya said gently. It comes when you think you're safe. The boy beside her, Nalo, was shaking. Kaya looked at him. What did you hear? He didn't speak. He just stared. Slowly, he said, a bell, underwater, ringing through bone. Kaya shivered. That was the first psalm, the one no one should have heard yet. That night, Kaya sat with her own memory coral, scribbling new glyphs into the root chamber where she slept. Each psalm had its own shape, a sigil that bloomed differently depending on the listener. Some resembled braided ropes, others broken shackles. The one Nalo heard was different, fractured lines in a perfect ring, like a noose made of mirrors. The leviathans had stopped migrating. She knew it by the way the pressure in the sea had shifted. Something had held them still. Not fear, not rest, omen. That night, she couldn't sleep. She swam alone to the edge of the wreckbone trench, past the coral sanctums, beyond where the sea turned silver and dark. Here, the psalms grew wild, free-form echoes stitched through the coral like tattoos in motion. Kaya opened her ears and listened. It was a scream, or maybe a prayer, or both. But deeper than that, beneath it all, was a whisper she hadn't heard before. Not a psalm, a question. "Who sings you, little sovereign?" Kaya spun in the water, eyes wide. No one was there, but the whisper remained, and the coral beneath her began to sing her name. Not as she knew it, but as the sea did. Kaya, caller of blood salt, breaker of chains below, unwritten sovereign. She almost drowned then, not from lack of air, but from too much of herself, returning all at once. Her memories were not just hers. They had been kept, held in coral and blood and psalms, waiting for her to remember them fully. She surfaced near the seagrass groves, coughing, salt streaming from her nose. Nalo was waiting. "I heard the bell again," he said. Kaya grabbed his shoulders. "You have to stop listening." He shook his head. "I think I was born to." The next session began with only 4. The rest had left, afraid. One had vanished completely. No footprints, no ripple in the tide. The psalms had chosen, and they did not choose lightly. Kaya brought the 4 to the ruined chapel, a structure once used to baptize black freedivers from the surface. Its altar was broken, but coral had grown around the pews. She placed memory stones at the base of each column, one for every drowned city they'd mapped so far. "Every psalm is a map," she said, "not to a place, but to what was lost there, and sometimes to what still waits." She touched the psalm of mosswood, and the room dimmed. A girl began to sob uncontrollably. Kaya turned to her, hands extended. "Breathe, anchor, stay." The girl gasped, then stood upright, her body trembling. They said they remembered me." Kaya blinked. "Who?" "The ones in the water, the ones who sang it first." Kaya swallowed hard. The psalms were evolving. Somewhere between grief and memory, they were beginning to speak back. Chapter 5. The tide-bound apostate, chapter separator. The salt winds shifted that morning, not from the sea, but from the scar in it. A long break in the waves like a breath held too long. Kaya saw it before she felt it. The water around the convoy of reef walkers dulled to a metallic sheen, no longer reflecting the sun. The ocean itself seemed to dim, as if it remembered something it would rather forget. They had been moving toward the ruins of St. Neruba's Bight, a once shrouded altar town, submerged during the third subduction. Kaya had hoped for a shallow place, something ancient and quiet, where the echoes would rest easy, and the coral would still sing. But what they found was rupture, a tide line thick with kelp and war ash, where barnacles clung to long dead machines, and coral refused to grow. And standing in its center, ankle deep in water that recoiled from his skin, was a man. He wore no colors, no claim of house or faction. His hair was shaved close at the sides, but long in the middle, falling in cords like rusted rivulets. His back bore tattoos that flickered between languages, some familiar, some forbidden, some older than speech itself. And his blood glowed, not brightly, not garish, but with the slow pulse of riftlight, as if it beat just beneath the surface of his skin, silver-blue threads of it winding up his arms like rivers across a map. "Do not step forward," he said, without turning. "This place is still listening." Kaya stopped, signaling the others behind her to hold. Her hand hovered near the coral chime on her belt, fingers brushing the bone shell that summoned resonance. But something about the man's tone, steady, almost tender, made her wait. "You were sent?" she asked. The man tilted his head, faintly amused. "No one sends what they've exiled." A current of unease stirred through her. The apostates. She had heard stories, barely whispers. Rift-bound magic that twisted too closely to what the tribunals outlawed after the last Leviathan War. The kind that bound spellwork, not to relics or songs, but to blood itself. Name, Kaya said, voice calm but carrying. The man slowly turned to face her. His eyes were black, not dark, not brown, but impossibly, unreflectively black, like the bottom of the sea. I am Ose, he said, bound once to the coral courts, loosed now by judgment none dare speak aloud. Ose, the name prickled something in Kaya's memory, a tribunal record, perhaps, or a drowned verse from the old protest hymns. She stepped closer, despite herself. What did they exile you for? Ose's lips curled slightly, not quite a smile. Because I remembered. Silence lapped between them like tidewater. Then, slowly, Ose raised a hand and pressed his fingers to his heart. As he did, a glow pulsed outward from his skin, runes burning silver and then fading, not carved, not inked, but woven into his very blood. They feared I would teach others, he said softly. And so I was cast beyond the line. The line, the old boundary where tribunal authority frayed, where outcasts and whisper mages made refuge in ruined cathedrals and sea caves, where only salt laws reigned. You're using rift magic, Kaya said. I am rift magic, he corrected. They sealed what they did not understand. But it still breathes, it still bleeds. Behind her, one of the reef walkers muttered a prayer under their breath. Kaya ignored it. What do you want? Ose didn't answer at first. He knelt, trailing his fingers through the blackened silt. Where he touched, the ground shivered, not violently, but like something awakening from a long, cold sleep. I've seen your psalm trainings, he said. I've heard the choral speak again, even in broken tongue. You've been watching us, listening. The grief magic you wield is only one thread in the drowned weave. You seek memory. He looked up at her. But I can show you what memory becomes. Kaya hesitated. The choral psalms were already dangerous to those untrained, and barely held together by the old protocols passed down through whisper line. But if what Ose carried was real, blood-bound wrist speech that survived unfiltered by relic or reef, it could change everything. It could also unmake them. Show me, she said, stepping forward. Ose opened his palm. A single drop of his blood rose from his skin, suspended midair, glowing faintly like a pearl of flame. It shimmered and then sang. It wasn't a voice, she heard. It was every voice. Wailing, whispering, rising into laughter, falling into sobs. Not just memories. Lives, entire lives, folding into that single drop. 1,000 stories written in salt and regret. She fell to one knee, choking. Ose caught her gently. Too fast, he murmured. I forget how long it's been for your kind. The blood drop evaporated, and the pressure in her skull eased. Kaya looked up at him, gasping. What was that? A covenant, he said. What the old rebels sealed inside themselves when the last crown burned. What the Wobblies tried to retrieve and failed. You can do that? Teach that? I can remember that, he corrected. Whether your body survives learning it, that is another matter. Behind her, the others stood frozen, uncertain. Kaya rose slowly, still shaking. Then we make a pact, she said. But it's not just my body on the line. I want you to train all of us. Ose tilted his head, studying her with something like reverence. Then you must understand the first rule of rift bonding, which is, you must be willing to die for every name you keep. Kaya didn't blink. I already do. He smiled, faint and broken. Then begin. He led them beyond the ash line, into a crumpled cathedral of metal and bone, where forgotten symbols still glowed on shattered archways. There were no doors, only echoes. The sea did not follow them in. Inside, they knelt. Ose bled a single line across his wrist and let it drip into the rust. This is not worship, he said. This is remembrance through ruin. Then he placed Kaya's hand over the stain and said, "Now call them. Not the coral, not the reef, but them, the names. The ones buried in songs too forbidden to sing. The ones whose memory needed blood to survive." Kaya listened, and they answered. Osei stood still as the tide, shoulders bare beneath his salt rag cloak, arms folded in a defiant knot. His veins shimmered faintly in the dim tide fire light, as if a second ocean pulsed beneath his skin. One that moved to its own current, its own moon. The others hesitated at the threshold of his presence. Even Nalu, who had once taunted death with a dagger between his teeth, took a step back. It wasn't just the rift magic thrumming inside Osei's marrow. It was the knowledge he carried. It pressed into the air like pressure before a storm, an unseen gravity that bent the spirit toward awe or terror. Kaya was the first to speak. "You knew about the Leviathan's migration before the elders did." "I felt it," he answered, voice low and granular. "The sea doesn't whisper to the clean, only those who've bled in it." He raised a palm, revealing scars, circular, deliberate, inked with faded lines of reef red. Sigils burned into him, not etched. Each one a sacrifice, each one forbidden. "They called you apostate," Kaya said. "Said your blood was cursed." Osei smiled crookedly. "That's their polite way of saying I didn't die when they told me to." He moved past them, stepping barefoot onto the barnacled stone. The kelp map Kaya carried had begun to twitch in her satchel, sensing him, or the magic tethered to him. When she pulled it free, the strands reshaped mid-air, forming a corridor of runes only Osei could fully decipher. "I know these towns," he muttered. "Half of them aren't just drowned. They're sealed." Kaya frowned. "Sealed how?" "With tide chains. Bound memory. Ritual scarring of seabed territory. Old magic. Black magic." "Oh, you mean, yes, ours. Afore the treaties. Before the tribunals." Nalu stepped forward. "Why you? Why did you survive the exile?" Osei's eyes flickered. "Because I swallowed the truth they threw overboard." With that, he led them deeper, to the drowned vaults of a chapel once called Zamani's Mouth, now a reef-wrecked ruin. Inside, coral columns had overgrown the pews, and water-glass windows shimmered with bent depictions of saints whose names had been lost. But in the apse, carved behind a veil of anemone and chain kelp, they found what Osei called the Blood Tide Chronicle. It wasn't a book. It was a living archive. Veins of biocoral grown around bloodstones, pulsing faintly with narrative memory. Osei approached it reverently and bit his thumb. One drop of rift-bound blood onto the central node. The coral gasped. So did Kaya. The vault dimmed, and voices echoed through the chamber, chant-like, layered, overlapping in dozens of dialects. Ancient resistance, sovereign memory, songs of rebellion and sacrifice. Visions flickered in the tide glass above the altar. A mother lifting her child from floodwater, only to vanish under patrol lanterns. A band of children dancing around a sigil fire, chanting names no longer legal to speak. A sovereign, crowned in eel bone, dragging the body of a tribunal guard through sand. Kaya dropped to her knees. The weight of it clawed at her lungs. "You hear them now," Osei said, eyes never leaving the archive. The ones who never drowned, just went silent. One voice rose above the rest, feminine and cracked with age, whispering Kaya's name, not her current one, but her birth name. The one lost in records, hidden by her mother. She wept. Nalu staggered backward, overwhelmed. "How do you bear it?" "I don't," Osei answered. "It breaks me every time, but broken things echo louder." That night, they made camp in the sunken nave. No fire, just the coral's bioluminescent glow. Kaya sat beside Osei as he opened the veins on his wrist, ritualistic, practiced, spilling a few drops onto a carved disc beside him. You train others in this? I used to, before the edicts, before they decided memory was too dangerous. Kaya nodded slowly. You'll train me now. He studied her. You sure you're not here for revenge? For a throne lost to time? I'm here to wake the sea. Silence. Then, tomorrow we begin with bone listening. She didn't ask what that meant. She'd find out soon enough. That night, sleep didn't come easy. The tide spoke to her, not in dreams, but in summons. Salt crusted her lips. The leviathans were still singing somewhere westward. But there was another sound beneath it now. Darker, older. Kaya understood. The war hadn't ended. It had only been archived. And now the archive was bleeding. Ose's presence distorted the water itself. Even among the sea-cast and story-marked, there were rumors of the apostate whose breath could rupture boundaries, whose heartbeat tuned rickstorms to a rhythm only the exiled gods could dance to. Kaya had expected wildness, perhaps cruelty, a silhouette outlined in blood chants and blasphemy. But instead, Ose emerged from the rift-racked coral like sorrow incarnate. His body bore scripture, sigils not painted, but carved, humming like they were still being written. You want truth, he said. His voice stirred sand from the seafloor. Then bleed for it. He did not mean it metaphorically. The training ground was not a ground at all, but a suspended vault within a broken reef cathedral, buoyed by coral scaffolds and wave-glass windows still catching fragments of drowned sunlight. Ose walked the space barefoot, his blood trailing behind like a rite. Kaya followed, flanked by the boy who fell twice, and 2 others who had survived the choral psalm trials. None of them spoke as they ascended the spiraling path, not because of reverence, but because Ose's presence silenced what lay in the lungs. This place, he said, was once holy. Now it's useful. He stopped before a circular dais. Carved into it were symbols Kaya had only seen in dream maps, glyphs of god-touched kinfolk who once bound tides to calendars, wound whirlpools into harvest rituals, and knotted the sea's memory into rope chants. Ose pressed his hand to the center and exhaled. Blood bloomed into the lines, like ink chasing old cracks in vellum. You are not here to learn to fight, he said, turning to face them. You are here to remember what was forbidden. He gestured for Kaya. You first, Cora's echo. She stepped forward, her limbs tense, mouth dry despite the saturation. Ose held up a blade of reef bone, thin as breath but etched with prayer. He did not ask permission. When he cut her palm, the pain arrived like betrayal. Salt flooded the wound instantly, making her vision flash white. But when her blood hit the dais, it sang, not aloud, but within. Memory, sound, fractured truths. She saw a girl, not herself, but someone ancestral, draped in bioluminescent kelp, standing before a tribunal of sea-cloaked elders. Her voice defied them even as they shattered her name into lawless syllables. The vision crumbled into another, arms linked in rebellion beneath stormlight, chanting spells written on the underside of exile. Kaya fell to her knees. You saw them, Ose said, kneeling beside her. Those are the tides spoken, the ones erased before erasure had a word. How? She managed, her fingers trembling. Because your blood remembers what your books were made to forget. The boy who fell twice, whose name now emerged more often, Nico, watched Kaya train daily with Ose, at first from a distance, then at her side, reluctant and muttering. But even his skepticism couldn't withstand the way the magic moved. He bore no ancient memory the way Kaya did, no direct songline threading through choral hymns. But when Ose marked his back with sigils of undone covenants, the rift answered, not with voice, but gravity. The sea thickened around Nico when he concentrated. Currents obeyed him like old friends begrudging a favor. "You're not just fallen," Osei muttered after one session. "You're disinherited. Someone cut your birthright in half." "Good," Nico snapped. "I didn't ask for any of this." But Kaya saw the way his hands lingered on the sigils, tracing them when he thought no one noticed. As days bled into ritual, the group expanded. Survivors of the Wobbly's salt-scarred camps joined, the ones who remembered land revolutions and oceanic betrayals. A woman named Hira carried a rifle carved from driftbone and history. A mute boy with barnacle eyes drew war symbols with his own tears. They came not seeking salvation, but sovereignty. Osei taught them not with lectures, but through blood spells and ancestral evocation. He showed them the broken bones of treaties, the ones made with the deep choir, the Leviathan pacts, and the unspoken covenant that once allowed the surface to survive by forgetting. But those bones were reassembling. "We are not building an army," Osei declared one tide-fast morning, when the moon's reflection split like a cracked pearl. "Armies serve kings. We are building remembrance." Kaya challenged him then. "What's the difference?" "We bleed, we train, we march. And for what? Symbols?" Osei smiled, slow and devastating. "Symbols are the only thing tyrants cannot drown." He took her to a ruined altar, half swallowed by sea fungus and ghostfish. There, embedded in a fossilized shark skull, was a relic, a piece of obsidian etched with the image of a crown. Not gold, but sea glass, broken at the center. The last monarch of the coral throne died singing. Her voice shattered empires. You hear it in the rift if you listen long enough. Kaya reached for the shard. It burned her palm, but she didn't pull away. She didn't want war either, Osei said. But war remembered her. One night, while the reef havens slept in layered silence, Kaya heard crying. Not human, not fully. She followed it through kelp corridors until she reached a pressure-locked gate Osei had forbidden them to touch. But the wailing, high-pitched, sorrow-fed would not stop. She opened it. Inside was a child, or something like it. Its body was translucent, riddled with rift light. Its eyes were stars, barely stitched into skin. And when it saw her, it whispered in a tongue Kaya had never heard, but instantly understood. Mom, Mama, memory? She stumbled back. The creature's body began shifting, pieces of other people forming, faces stitched from ancestral echoes. Osei appeared behind her. I told you never to open that door. What is it? Not what. Who? That is the first psalm given shape. My blood, my failure, my hope. The child tilted its head. Kaya, remember me? ... Osei closed the gate, and for the first time, Kaya saw him look afraid. The next training was brutal. No poetry, no riddles. Osei marched them to the edges of the rift mouth itself, a spiraling chasm where the sea treaty had first been signed, then later burned. There he made them chant until the sea bled black, and jellyfish writhed like bruises across the tide. You think you're ready to reclaim a crown? He shouted above the whirling waters. Then speak its name aloud. None of them could. Not even Kaya. Not yet. But the rift heard them trying, and that was enough, for now. Chapter 6, Between Atlantic and Abyss. Chapter Separator. They crossed at dusk, when the trench shadows lengthened like old prayers, and even the leviathans grew hushed. No one spoke, not Kaya, not the boy who fell twice, not Naya with her burned hands, or Anwar with his cracked helm. Osei, as always, hummed low under his breath, tracing sigils in the sea's skin. His hum was the only sound. besides the ache of the current and the slow rumbling migration of the ocean's oldest giants far below. Kaya swam with her jaw clenched tight, not against the pressure, but the memory. They were leaving the last known ridge of the Wobbly's maps, slipping into cartographic silence. Even the choral psalms grew uncertain here. Memory thinned, stretched taut across the trench, and songs came through garbled, like the moans of old gods drunk on salt. "Stay above the trench spine," Osei warned. "Dip too low, and you'll find what stories forget." No one asked him what he meant. The trench was a rupture, a dark gouge in the earth's belly, its edges fringed with brittle glass coral and benthic vines that shimmered like veins under moonlight. It split the old world from the new, where drowned cities had collapsed into myth, and rift beasts bred in silence. Naya broke the silence first. "I feel them, watching." "They don't watch," Anwar muttered, spear in hand. "They listen." Kaya pressed her palm to the side of her neck, calling her wave song, trying to catch the hum of sea life or drifting emotion. Nothing. Flatline. The trench drowned all resonance. "We have to go down," she finally said. "There's no crossing it clean. The signal, our next psalm, it's coming from the basin." Osei looked at her, his eyes twin whirlpools. "You sure?" "No." That was enough. They descended slowly, spiraling like fall leaves, past glass-spined eels and orb lanterns blinking in the murk. The light fell away first, then warmth, then the sense of surface altogether. Kaya's breath caught, not from pressure, but from the weight of absence. Here, where even gravity felt unsure of itself, there was only the fold of the sea and what it chose to reveal. Below them lay the spine of the trench, serrated and pulsing faintly with rift light. And at its center, something massive. A dome? A Leviathan egg? No, too rigid, too structured. "Is that a cathedral?" Naya whispered. Kaya squinted. The architecture was wrong for coral. It spiraled, metal-bound and rune-scarred, with buttresses shaped like weeping women, and doors wide enough for whales. Its steeple had broken off and floated, suspended mid-collapse, bound by tendrils of riftroot. "It's a veil-tied sanctum," Osei said slowly. "From before the third sinking. I thought the sea devoured all of them." Kaya's wave song flared, briefly. She caught a taste of grief, a name chiseled into the sanctum's wall, half sung through coral rot. "Someone died here." "Someone always does," Osei replied, and descended faster. They landed on the threshold. Kaya stepped lightly, her boots brushing sediment that rose in shimmering plumes. Anwar and Naya flanked her. The boy who fell twice lingered at the rear, one hand brushing the blade strapped across his back, as if it whispered warnings he couldn't quite decipher. The sanctum doors groaned open at their touch. Inside, silence, stretched wide. No pews, no altar. Just a central font filled with bioluminescent ink and shattered visors, helmets of divers who had come before. Above the font hung bones, suspended in a spiral, wrapped in kelp prayer strips. Kaya knelt. Her fingers skimmed the font's surface. Instantly, memory surged, not hers. A preacher speaking tongues of flame, declaring the sea holy and the surface cursed. A girl, brown-skinned with silver gills, standing defiant, refusing baptism. Shouts, a rupture, Leviathan jaws descending not in rage, but sorrow. Her name, carved into coral, Amathea. Kaya gasped and fell back. She was a prophet, she whispered. Refused to give her memory to the trench. They killed her for it. Naya stepped beside her. Then we honor her by remembering. What else is there? Kaya looked around. We find the map she died for. It was Ose who found the relic, embedded in a bone rib above the font, sealed in salt glass. It unfurled as they touched it, kelp-etched sigils forming the map's heart, but this time not just of places, of events, of grief. Each symbol's a death, Ose murmured. Each reef a rebellion drowned. Kaya reached for it, and the trench screamed. A high, bone-splitting shriek that twisted the water, bent light, and flung them apart. From the cathedral mouth, something slithered. Not a leviathan, a myth-eater. It wore no skin. Its body was a lattice of teeth and eyes, constantly rearranging, constantly forgetting what shape it had just been. It smelled like erased names and false histories. Anwar raised his spear. Too slow. The thing struck. Naya screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a note. Kaya turned just in time to see Naya's entire wave song burst from her chest in a cloud of coral dust, sucked into the myth-eater's maw. She floated, limp, unmade. Kaya didn't scream. She sang, a deep cracking note like whale song wrapped in mourning cloth. The cathedral pulsed around her. The map ignited in her palm. She dove. The boy who fell twice followed without question, sword unsheathed, slicing toward the creature's belly. Ose began scrawling with bloodlight, casting sigils even as his skin blistered. Kaya struck first. Her wave song, amplified by the sanctum, cracked through the creature's form. Its lattice trembled. Teeth shattered. For a moment, it forgot itself. And in that moment, she remembered everything. Amathia's defiance, Naya's prayers, her mother's drowned hands. Kaya sang their names. The creature roared and ruptured. A cascade of vanished names exploded from its form, spiraling into the trench like freed ghosts. Then silence. Naya's body drifted, cold and still. Kaya floated down beside her. Her wave song was different now. Lower, fractured, echoing grief. "We name her," she whispered, "so she's never forgotten." Ose nodded. She passed between Atlantic and abyss. Anwar knelt. "Then we bury her where the sea remembers." They wrapped Naya in kelp and prayers, placing her beneath the sanctum spiral. Kaya added a new strip to the prayer bones. Naya, listener, shield, flame. The trench pulsed once more, but this time it was quieter. As if for a moment, the abyss bowed in silence. Kaya rose. The map seared into her palm. Her wave song hummed with sorrow, but also direction. A new thread had opened, one the map hadn't shown before. "Where does it lead?" the boy asked. Kaya looked toward the deepest point of the trench, where light bent backwards and time lost its grip. "To the sovereign's breath," she said. "To whatever gave the sea memory in the first place." They swam on. The leviathans stirred. Somewhere, far behind them, the sanctum doors closed, and the sea sang lower. The water shifted, not in the way tides pulled or currents swayed, but in the way breath caught in a throat, as if the sea itself were holding something in. Kaya felt it before she saw it. A tightening, a hush. Her wave song dimmed to a taut, singular tone, too sharp, too high to mean anything but warning. "Hold," she said, voice muffled through the water, carried to her crew by pulse signals. She raised her hand. Even the wobblies paused. It was quiet in the trench. Too quiet. The coral fields that had once sparked with bioluminescent fauna were still, lightless. The cliffside weeps of glittering anemone had closed. No darting fish, no humming rays. Just dark and further dark and something deeper, breathing in the trench's throat. Ose moved closer, slow. "We've crossed it," he said. "Boundary markers behind us. The myth-eater territory." In all the charted maps Kaya had seen, etched onto kelp, carved into bones, sung through coral filaments, this stretch was always either blank or burned. Atlantean cartographers had labeled it Limnos Throat. The Sea Tribunal called it a myth. The Wobblies never spoke of it aloud. And yet here they were. Tico, younger than the others and twice as anxious, shivered visibly in his suit. So, myth-eaters. Are they, like, literal? Kaya didn't answer. She couldn't. She remembered the whispers, passed from elders to their kin during storm shelters and blackwater drills. Creatures older than tides, hungrier than famines, born from drowned gods' regret. Not leviathans, not rift spawn, something else. Something that fed on memory. And then they heard it. Not a sound exactly, but a lack of one. A sudden blankness in the water. A void where all noise and vibration should be. The way a heartbeat skips. A place where Kaya's wave song simply ceased. Scatter, Ose hissed. But it was too late. A hole opened in the trench wall. Not a cave. Not a tunnel. A mouth. Darkness poured from it, like reverse light. Thick, viscous, absorbing all motion. It had no teeth, no eyes, no definition. It was pure forgetting. And it moved fast. Tico was closest. He turned to swim, but the void surged, and Kaya watched in horror as half his body was swallowed by shadow. No scream, no blood, just silence, devouring him. She pulsed a rescue signal. Ose yanked a flare bone from his harness and cracked it, its light igniting in a flare of reef fire and ancestral glyphs. The thing recoiled, or rather, folded itself into itself, withdrawing like a shadow uncast. Kaya swam to Tico. He was trembling, alive, but something in his face was gone. A blankness in the eyes. Not terror, something worse. Forgetfulness. I was swimming, he whispered. Then where are we? Why are we wearing these suits? Kaya felt her chest hollow. It had taken his short-term memory. Ose pressed 2 fingers to Tico's temple and murmured something in old Rift dialect. A steadying, a grounding right. But his voice shook. Myth-eaters were real, and they were in their path. They had to keep moving. The trench sloped deeper, an impossible gradient lined with ridged basalt and coral skeletons. All color was stripped here. The water's pressure was immense, not just physically, but emotionally. Each stroke forward felt like swimming through grief. Kaya gripped the leviathan tooth at her belt. It wasn't just a relic. It was a key, one the sovereigns had once used to communicate with the trench's original guardians. If there were still leviathans who remembered the treaty, they had to reach them. They swam in silence. Even the wobblies humbled. The myth-eater had vanished into the rock face behind them, but none dared speak. They came upon the first graveyard an hour later. Bones, massive, twisted. A dozen leviathan skeletons curled into one another like sleeping titans, but they weren't sleeping. Their skulls had been pierced with long, spiraled iron stakes. Old-world tech, surface-forged. Kaya's stomach turned. These were executions, she said. Someone hunted them, knew how. Ose nodded. The surface still remembers leviathans. They just call them by other names. Kaya moved among the bones, brushing her hand against the rib cages, feeling the echoes. Her wave song flickered to life, not as sound, but sensation. Pain, loneliness, fury. And then a pulse. Not hers. Another song. Faint, far off, but unmistakable. A living leviathan. She turned. There's one left. They found the cavern 2 days later, half collapsed and protected by a cocoon of bioluminescent algae that shifted to hide the entrance. The song was stronger now. Not just music. It was memory, being exhaled into the sea like ink. Kaya swam through the veil of light and into the chamber. At first, she thought it was a mountain. Then it breathed. The Leviathan was old, ancient. Its body was wrapped in coral and ruins, shipwrecks clinging to its flanks like scales. One eye opened, the size of a small boat, and turned toward her. Kaya bowed, instinctively, deeply. She didn't speak. She sang, the choral psalm of remembrance. The one she'd learned during her training, the one she nearly drowned to master. The Leviathan answered. Its voice was so low, it shook the water itself, vibrating through every bone in her body. Kaya felt her name rewritten in its song, not as Kaya, but as she who sings after loss. Tears filled her mask. Osei stepped forward. We seek passage through your trench, the myth-eaters. They are not mine, the Leviathan sang. Then whose? Kaya asked. The answer chilled her. They belong to the seas forgotten. Forgotten? Who could forget? She saw it then. A mural, etched across the walls of the chamber in silt and light. It depicted the early treaty, the sea sovereigns, the surface rebels, the riftborn, all standing together. And behind them, shadowy figures, blurred, faceless, erased. Kaya turned to Osei. We weren't the only ones erased. No, he said, and the ones who were want the sea back. The Leviathan sang again. And this time it offered them something, a piece of its heart, not literal, an orb of dense memory, solidified from its own grief. Kaya took it, trembling. Use this when the forgetting comes, the Leviathan intoned. Then it rolled away into deeper dark. They swam out changed. Kaya felt the orb pulsing at her side. A memory core, a defense against myth-eaters. But more than that, it was history, the song of something ancient, a voice from before the surface poisoned the waves. They didn't get far. The second myth-eater struck without warning. It didn't come from the trench. It came from above. A whirlpool of forgetting spiraled down upon them. Kaya activated the core. It glowed, pushing back the erasure. But it wasn't enough. Not for all of them. Amari, the quiet one, the mechanic, the last of the Braidborn, screamed. Then she was gone. Not devoured. Forgotten. Kaya turned in a panic. No trace, no ripple. Just silence where Amari had been. Not even the others remembered. Only Kaya. The orb flickered in her hand. It had worked. And that meant she was now the keeper of a lost name. She collapsed to her knees, wailing into the salt. Her wave song changed. It twisted, deepened. It took on an echo she'd never heard. Someone else's grief wound into hers. Leviathan grief. Forgotten grief. It was no longer a tool. It was a weapon. She stood. Osei, she said, voice ragged. He turned, eyes wide. We don't just pass through this trench. We sanctify it. He nodded. No more hesitation. No more survival only. They would claim what had been taken, even if it cost them all. Kaya didn't remember slipping beneath the trench ledge. One blink and she was falling. Gravity inverted. Water a slow-motion sky. The ocean floor folding inward like the belly of a sleeping god. She crashed into the abyss, with her arms curled around Ebo's relic, her lungs clenched like fists, and the whale song in her chest fractured into 7 discordant notes. Then, silence. Complete, crushing silence. The kind that didn't just quiet the world, but stripped it bare. No choral hum, no Leviathan pulses, no memory psalms, only the beat of her heart, and even that faltered, unsure whether it was still welcome in a world so empty. She kicked upward, or what she thought was upward, but the currents here spun like torn cloth. Her wave song, the rhythm she used to orient herself, was warped, echoing back with other voices. Some were hers, some were not. Then she saw the eyes, 5 of them, or 50. Impossible to count in the flickering silt light. but they hovered just beyond the veil, watching the myth-eaters. Kaya had seen sketches in old exile Bibles, most drawn by trembling hands. Shapeless, logic-defying, formed of negative space. Not quite fish, not quite ghost, not quite memory, but parasites of story, capable of swallowing a name whole, rewriting a soul from spine to skin. She did not look away. That was the first rule. Never avert your gaze. They fed on disbelief, on shame, on the silence between testimonies. She held her ground in the water, clutching the relic to her chest. Let them come. But they didn't. Instead, one of the shadows flared open, like an eyelid unfolding across a mountain. Light bled out, not golden, not red, but a hue older than language. It hit her directly, and suddenly she wasn't in the trench. She was back on the shore, as a child, holding her mother's wrist beneath the dying sun. "I didn't mean to drown her," she heard herself whisper. "Didn't mean," her mother echoed, voice hard as basalt. "But you did," she gasped, and seawater poured from her mouth. The vision shattered. She was back, really back, and rising. Hands pulled her upward, strong ones, real, familiar. It was Mir, weeping openly as she yanked Kaya from the trench's maw and into the arms of her kin. The others were coughing, soaked in starlight and ink. Osei held the Leviathan ward tight to his chest, visibly shaking. Even he had faltered. "Where's Tamber?" Kaya asked through gasps. No one answered. It took too long to realize. The quiet wasn't just fatigue. Tamber was gone. The youngest among them, still learning how to shape breath into command, had drifted too close to a myth-eater's root vein. His voice had been devoured. Not even his name remained in the others' throats. Kaya fell to her knees in the shallows of the trench, pressing her ear to the seafloor, hoping, praying. She tried to remember Tamber's laugh, but she couldn't. It slid from her like oil. Mir sobbed, screaming into the abyss. "Don't forget him," she yelled at the water, at the world. "You owe him this." Osei knelt beside them, his bleeding hands glowing with rift light. "They only take memory if it's not held fast," he said. "We write him in now, or never." Kaya opened her palm, and coral etched itself into her skin by instinct. She carved a single symbol, spiraling. Then another. A fragment of Tamber's favorite lullaby. A joke he once told. A scent, cinnamon algae and lemon salt. A face, vague but honest. The others followed. Across their skins, his soul found anchors. In the moment after, they all screamed together, letting the grief become music. A makeshift wave song of mourning, loud enough to echo through the trench and maybe even reach the Leviathans, wherever they'd gone. Then came the silence again, but a truer kind. Not absence, but reverence. They camped along a hollow rise above the trench, building a ring of salt wards and memory coral. Kaya sat at the edge, staring into nothing, wondering how many more they'd lose. Osei joined her, his blood-drawn tattoos faintly pulsing. "You heard your mother," he said softly, "didn't you?" Kaya nodded. "The myth-eaters showed me. She blamed me for Mariah. You blame yourself more." She didn't argue. She didn't need to. Osei looked out at the abyss. There's no return to surface innocence, only going deeper and naming what you find. You speak like a priest. I was one, he admitted, before I bled truth into my veins. Kaya studied him. His shoulders bore countless scar scripts. Some she recognized from forbidden psalms. "Do you think Tamber's still somewhere?" she asked. Osei considered it. Maybe. Maybe not as a boy. Maybe as part of the sea now. Kaya didn't find comfort in that. but she found resolve. She stood. "We move at first light," she said. "The map leads across the myth's edge, toward the old burial reefs." Meyer looked up, face pale but firm. "Do we bring Tambur's name?" Kaya nodded. "We wear it." They broke camp as false dawn lit the trench's rim. Each footstep forward felt heavier, but truer. Beneath them, the Leviathan pulses returned. Slower, closer, no longer migratory. Warning. The group pressed on, crossing coral-choked ridges and fracture veins of forgotten cities. Kaya saw shapes beneath the sand. Statues, churches, bones. So many bones. One site bore the sigil of the Second Sovereignty, a crescent wrapped in fire, a place of Black Sea monarchs who'd refused surface treaties, even in death. They passed through it wordlessly. Kaya sang a single note under her breath, a tribute. Later, when the currents thickened with oil blood, they found a sigil stone half swallowed by barnacles. The map's next point. Kaya placed her palm to it, and the ground responded, groaning like a heart dragged from sleep. From the depths, something answered. A shape rose, not a leviathan, but an echo of one. Bone-armored, flesh like woven shadows, mouth split into hymn chambers. The drowned sovereign, not a beast, a keeper. Its voice didn't speak, but sang, directly into their minds. "Do you come with permission?" Kaya didn't flinch. "No," she answered aloud. "We come with memory." The sovereign paused. Then, "Enter, but leave behind what lies." The ground cracked. A staircase unfurled beneath the sand, leading downward into forgotten heat. Kaya led them in. Chapter 7. The Shell That Screams. Chapter Separator. It began with a tremor inside her chest, like a name being born. The shell didn't look like much at first. Nestled in a locked glass case, among abandoned relics in the flooded fair pavilion, the plaque read plainly, "Black American Ritual Object, circa 1893, Chicago World's Fair Collection." When Kaya lifted it, her fingers felt the vibration before sound reached her ear. Pressing it to her chest, the shell vibrated in unison, and then pulsed. Not a shout, but a chorus, layered voices of black women, low and furious, refusing to drown quietly. Each voice like a tidal wave riding memory. Kaya dropped to her knees. Behind her, the boy who fell twice caught sight of her collapse. "Kaya?" he murmured, reaching out. She didn't speak. Her breath had been stolen. Past the glass chamber's dust, she saw visions. Women draped in kelp and salt silk, unshackling chains beneath rising tides. Coral reeds spelled their names in the surf. Each name a refusal. She didn't know how long she remained on her knees before the shell's song shifted, not into peace, into resolve. She rose, holding the artifact tighter. Her palms burned, not with blood, but with ancestral resonance. At camp, Kaya placed the shell in a basin of glowing black water. Moonlight passed through its ridges. Trace glyphs pulsed in response to her touch. She began to record its resonance as wavesong, a pure note laced with grief, breathing loss through frequency. Each evening thereafter, she practiced alongside her group. The moments were brief, 10 seconds of shell hum per member, then release. But even those seconds shattered composure. A flicker of memory in one, a gasp from another. There were stories in the shell. Mothers refusing to hand over infants. Forced decrees defied with lullabies sung below deck. Burial rites drowned in ashes rather than carried. One particular melody lodged itself inside Kaya's ribs. The Song of Azure, last priestess of the tidelit path, who chanted to the tides until the sea recognized her as sovereign. "You must learn to hold more than your own grief," she whispered to the shell one night. "Hold theirs." On the fourth evening, while Kaya hummed the shell's resonance beneath stacked coral wards, the artifact pulsed on its own. A tremor pulsed outwards, flickering the bioluminescent kelp. Toko spun to observe, white eyes shimmering. Is the seasickness coming back? Kaya shook her head. The shell cracked. A line split its form like a fissured song. The shell opened on its seam to reveal a cluster of coils, filaments of salt green coral, still pulsing. A voice slipped out, low and grave. We were here before your storms. We refused to drown silently. Kaya staggered. She fell into the tide. She screamed, not in pain, but in oath. When the sound of drums came, the group scattered. They had been cautious, but not careful. Silhouettes glowed through the water, a patrol. Surface guards wading into the shine of the trench. Ose raised a rune shield, an unspoken incantation, serpent-made, weaving above their camp in flame-glass luminescence. They circled Kaya as she cradled the shell, humming back at the threat. The patrol's distress flared. They fired through water in spark bolts. One struck Aziza, the Leviathan-born guardian, across her shoulder. She pivoted with a cry, then pitched sideways into tarpaning flash. Her fingertips flickered out. She floated away, drifting toward the deep current. Lunged to catch her. It became a prayer, her hands wrapped in coral ward, pulling Aziza's body close. She pressed her lips to the wound, whispering, "Your name is not gone." The shell glowed, humming darker. Kaya placed it under a coral reed altar and planted her palm over it. Her wave song roared. It fought the water's pressure and memory and grief. The patrol's bolter bolts dissolved in resonance, turning to coral dust. Silence collapsed. When Aziza stirred, her fingertips glowed faint silver. She managed a whisper, "Songs inside me." Kaya pressed back tears. "Not inside you, with you." That night, they buried Aziza in a salt-bound casket, woven from reef bone and memory threads. Coral began to bloom around it, glowing violet in tribute. Kaya stood at the edge, the shell strapped to her spine. The others watched. She hummed again, "We will carry you forward. We will not fold beneath silence." The shell answered beneath her flesh, not as artifacts often do, but as grave relics of unbroken revolt. Kaya raised her head to the abyssal sky. She had spoke their name. They refused to drown quietly. A soft light curled through the trench. Not moonlight. No moon reached this deep, but something older. Older even than starlight. Something ancestral. Kaya remained at the reef's edge long after the others had returned to the shelters. Aziza's body now lay sealed within the salt casket, and the coral that encased her still pulsed, faintly, with her song. The shell on Kaya's back whispered. No, not whispered. It breathed. It carried not just grief, but rhythm, something like language without syntax, sound shaping memory. She turned to leave, but the reef called again. This time, it wasn't the shell, it was the sea itself. From the base of the coral bed, a flicker, crimson, deliberate, threading through the water like a flare cast in mourning. She approached slowly, wary of traps. The flicker resolved into glyphs, etched into pearl. A buried message. She pulled it free. It wasn't pearl, it was bone. Smoothed and carved, sharpened to a shard, engraved with ink that hadn't dissolved in salt. Impossible. The glyphs translated only when the shell hummed against her back. We did not fall. We were hidden. Kaya's fingers tightened. Suddenly, her mind flashed. Not a memory, but a residue. Black women aboard an 1893 steam barge, dressed in mourning silk and draped in sea-woven veils, lowering relics overboard into trenchlight. Their chants, muffled by gunfire. One woman, a woman with Kaya's eyes, pressed her hand over the artifact before letting it sink. The image faded. Kaya stood, breath shallow. "This wasn't a burial," she whispered. "It was a hiding place." She returned to camp, clutching the bone glyph. By morning, the shell no longer vibrated. It slept. Kaya kept it wrapped in kelp linen beside her cot. But in its place, something inside her had changed. The shell had passed a threshold, unlocked something through resonance. Her own voice echoed now when she spoke underwater, and the sound carried power. Not magic in the academic sense, not even the bioluminal alchemy of their deep ritual training. No, this was something more guttural, something sung down the line of blood. Ocean noticed first. "You've changed pitch," he said as they gathered around the morning trench fire. Kaya said nothing. She only hummed, barely audibly. The flames stuttered, then flared green. Aziza blinked from her reclined cot. "She's tethered." Toko, always the cynic, raised an eyebrow. "To what? The shell?" Aziza shook her head. "To something beneath it, something older." Kaya spoke then. "To them." The word fell hard into the water. She set the bone shard in the center of their table, beneath the hollow of the shell. "Where there's one," she said slowly, "there are more." They dove again that afternoon, farther than they'd gone since their arrival, armed now not with harpoons or scout drones, but with fragments of sound. Kaya carried the shell, silent now, bound in its linen wrap, but it pulsed with heat whenever they passed certain ridgelines of trench wall. They followed that heat, deeper, past the groaning wrecks of sunken colonial ships and rusted museum trawlers, past the petrified bones of long-forgotten rituals. At a certain point, their lights failed. Only the shell glowed. That was when they saw it. The trench choir. Dozens of them. Shells, bones, masks, veils, anchors, iron cuffs repurposed into coral altars, all resting in a sunken circle. Glyphs scrawled in human handwriting marked each artifact with names, some written in Gullah, others in Southern root script, one in plain English. "Property of Ruby Delphine, Mobile, 1885. Kaya floated forward as if in a trance. She placed her shell among them. It didn't sink. It hovered, then began to spin. Not alone. The other artifacts rose too. One by one, they lifted off the trench floor and began to orbit Kaya, softly glowing, softly humming, not in words, but in recognition. Kaya felt it deep in her teeth. The tide was turning. These were not relics of grief. They were weapons. Forgotten by the surface, bound by memory, waiting for a name to summon them again. She extended her hand. The orbit slowed. The shell landed in her palm, and it spoke, not in sound, but in memory. A singular phrase etched itself across her mind, hot as iron pressed to soul. "If you can carry us, we will rise." Kaya closed her eyes. The trench trembled. This was no longer a reclamation mission. This was an awakening. Chapter 8. Boy of the Vatican brand. Chapter separator. They found him beneath the salt church, where the coral had been carved into pews, and the pulpit wept brine instead of blood. The boy did not flinch when Kaya approached. He was already past fear. He lay half submerged in a bed of crushed anemone, barely breathing. His wrists were bound in gold wire etched with Vatican glyphs, script that pulsed in wounded loops, unable to decide whether to fade or ignite. His skin blistered where the ink had failed to stay holy. Toko knelt beside him, brushing sea grit from his temple. "He's not local. No gill line, no fin bone. He's surface-born. He's branded," Osei muttered, his voice like gravel dragged across steel. "That's not ink. That's sacramental iron. Old world, Rome." Kaya stared at the markings burning through the boy's skin like spilled sunlight, her heart already knowing. The glyphs weren't designed to bless. They were made to seal. He opened his eyes. Not both, just the left. The right remained veiled in white film, like glass scorched by too many prayers. "You shouldn't have found me," he said. His voice was soft, dry, unsoaked. "I wasn't meant to be found." "Your Vatican?" Osei asked, Already shifting into stance? Relic hunter? Spy? The boy shook his head. Relic. Aziza gasped. No. Kaya stepped closer, carefully. You're not a relic. He turned his one good eye toward her. I was supposed to be. Saint vessel. Sea lock. Made flesh. They told me I'd close it. All of it. Drown it all in prayer and fire. I was chosen. And now? She asked. They abandoned me, he whispered. Something went wrong. My body didn't hold. I opened things instead. Kaya's blood ran cold. You what? The boy winced. I didn't mean to. I woke up wrong. The sea got in. Now I can hear it. It sings names I'm not supposed to know. He lifted one shaking hand. A Vatican brand on his palm flickered, then fizzled. Toko touched her dagger. What's your name? The boy hesitated. Kaya nodded, gently. It's all right. Names carry weight down here. But if you don't say it, it'll be said for you. He swallowed. Malachi. The moment he said it, the sea shifted again. Not loudly, not violently, but like something listened. Aziza backed away. That name's not on the Vatican lists. I studied their texts. He's not recorded. Of course not, Malachi said, closing his eyes. They wanted me erased because I woke up. The glyphs on his skin began to burn, not with fire, but with sound. Chanting. Not Latin, not choir, not even human. The sea's voice. It sang through him. Kaya reached out and touched his forehead. Malachi gasped, and the water around them bloomed with memory. A stone monastery underwater. 100 boys in white, being branded under moonlight. Whispers from bishops in subaquatic cathedrals. He must close the sea. He must undo the tongues of the drowned. A woman's voice screaming from behind a relic door. He's still human. You can't make him a tomb. And then silence. Kaya pulled back, breathless. They tried to use you as a lock, she said, shaking. But you became a key. Malachi nodded weakly. I dream things I've never seen. Shells that cry, graves that float, black women singing through their bones. His right eye flickered open at last, silver, blinding. I think I opened a choir. Behind them, the reef trembled. Aziza gripped her coat tighter. Kaya. His body's breaking down. The glyphs aren't binding anymore. He's unstable. Kaya stepped closer, placing her hand on his chest. No, she said quietly. He's becoming. The sea groaned. Far above them, Vatican ships began to descend. They would come for the vessel. But Kaya had already decided. He's not theirs anymore, she whispered. She turned to the others. We protect him, even if the whole surface burns. And somewhere deep in the trench, the screaming shell began to sing again. This time in his voice. The sea did not wait for permission to unravel. As Malachi stirred, the glyphs across his chest cracked, not with pain, but with prophecy. The lines peeled like husks, revealing threads of starlight etched directly into the muscle beneath. Not Vatican, not even Earthborn. Older. Toko hissed low through his teeth. That's not spell work. That's a mapping system. Like something made to align with celestial bodies. Kaya nodded. He's not just marked, he's charted. Malachi's body shuddered. A faint whirring sound came from beneath his ribcage. Not mechanical, not magic, calibrating. Aziza bent close and caught it under her breath. Stars, sinking to the heavens. They made him an anchor for something above. I told you, Malachi croaked. I wasn't made for this world. Kaya leaned in, brushing the salt foam from his cheek. But what were you made for, Malachi? To end it. The great breach, he whispered. The place where the sea forgot itself. Where the first tongues split into thousands. Where the dead kept speaking even after drowning. Toko frowned. You're talking about the throat trenches. That's myth. No, Malachi said. That's memory. The chamber darkened, and then came the voice, not his, but pulled from him, a choir of overlapping syllables, speaking in dozens of dead dialects, ancient Cushite, drowned Latin, stained Abyssinian. They tumbled over one another, like bones in a reliquary. This vessel has been compromised. Saint flesh no longer stable. Protocol 40, divine abandonment. Kaya screamed as a sigil burst in midair above his body, an orbital glyph that had not been drawn by human hand. Back, Osei barked. He's triggering a fallback right. Malachi choked on the rising light. No, I can contain it, please. I know where the breach sings. But the voice continued. Retrieve the brand. Detonate the seal. Sink the vessel. And then Kaya saw it. Not in the room, not in the water, but behind Malachi's eyes, the place he spoke of, a trench not on any map, a cathedral whose bells had been surgically removed, a black vault so deep the light fell inward and never returned, the sea's true mouth, the place where choirs died and gods were salted. Malachi was its key, and its undoing. The Vatican hadn't built him to stop it. They'd stolen him from something that already had. And now, waking, he had become a beacon. And something was listening. Aziza turned white. There's a signal pulsing from him. Infra-etheric, divine range. It's going to bring something through. I can stop it, Malachi shouted. But I need Kaya. Please, anchor me. Kaya didn't hesitate. She grabbed his arm, thrust her other hand into the glyph-laced wound at his side, and spoke. Not a spell, not a prayer, but her own name. Not Kaya the Salvager, Kaya of the drowned flame, of the line of Rahadari. The sea heard her bloodline. Malachi's body surged with heat, not pain, but awakening. The Vatican brands hissed, dissolved into steam, and revealed what lay beneath. A relic heart, forged not in Rome, but in Orin's vault, long lost to the black constellation. A chamber said to beat once every 1,000 years, in sync with a cosmic eclipse. Osei whispered, You're not a vessel. Kaya finished for him. You're the choir that failed to die. Malachi gasped. The glyphs on his back flared one last time, and then folded inward like a collapsing psalm. And in the stillness, just before he passed out in her arms, he whispered one final truth. They're coming, not the Vatican, the original owners, the ones who made the sea sing. Above them, the ocean cracked like glass. The crack in the ocean widened, not a tremor, a rift. Above the chamber, the ceiling groaned with strain, not from pressure, but from something pulling upward, like a rope through meat. The water shimmered with oil-slick distortions, and every scrap of Vatican machinery sparked and died, as if baptized by sacrilege. Kaya didn't let go of Malachi's hand. Even limp and breathless, his body pulsed like a living relic, heartbeats sinking to a rhythm none of them recognized, but all of them felt. Somewhere between thunder and scripture, Osei lowered his staff, face tight with awe. That's not Vatican engineering. He swallowed. It's cosmic biomancy. This boy was built on an altar older than Christ. Aziza turned slowly, her fingers glowing with her own ambient fire. Then why is he here? Why now? Toko's eyes narrowed. Because something's trying to come back, and he's the door. As if in response, a long ripple of light fractured through the salt water above them, splaying into 3 mirrored crescents. Kaya gasped. That's not natural. No, Osei said. That's a summons. The sigils returned, this time burning into the walls of the chamber, echoing with divine malice. They pulsed once, then spoke again, not in words but in command. Open the sea. The trench groaned. Not just the room now, the whole abyss, as though some throat beneath the floor had just remembered how to breathe. Aziza gritted her teeth. We need to leave. But Kaya was shaking her head. No, if we run now, we lose everything. Malachi said he knows where the breach is. We're standing on it. And if he dies here? Ose asked. You willing to bet our world on a half-dead saintling? I'm willing, she whispered, to bet it on the truth. Malachi stirred. His body was steaming now, threads of his branded skin turning to salt and lifting into the air. Not decay, reclamation. His form was trying to revert into whatever shape it once held before the Vatican found him. He opened one eye. Don't let them close me, he said. Please, don't let them bury me again. Kaya gripped his hand tighter. Then guide us. What's below this chamber? Malachi pointed downward. Not a map, a memory. They buried the cathedral inside the trench, he said, voice raw. Sable Chapel, a temple where the old choirs burned their throats, trying to silence the breach. I was born there, or remade. I don't remember which. Aziza blinked. That's the ghost site, the one the Vatican declared liturgically unstable and sealed in 1871. Toko swore. You mean the one where they said the water turned conscious for 3 full nights? Kaya felt the chills slip down her spine. Malachi nodded. Because something inside the chapel still sings. Something waiting. And what does it want? She asked. Malachi didn't answer. He hummed. Not with lips, not with sound. His skin, bones, and blood began to vibrate with something wordless but intended. A note sung without a mouth, a hymn without hope, a boy becoming a psalm. The water above them bent like bowed glass. Ose looked around. Whatever's still inside that trench, it's hearing him now. Aziza backed toward the door. Then we need to choose fast. Go down and confront the thing that taught the Vatican how to brand children. Or go up and watch the ocean split itself open anyway. Kaya turned to the group. We go down. No one argued. As they prepared to descend through the sanctified shaft that led below the chamber, a relic panel flickered in the far corner. One of the Vatican sigils reactivated, no longer red, but obsidian. A warning, in reversed scripture, Saint Vessel breached, original contract null, divine rights returned to the deep. Toko touched the glyph. What does that mean? Malachi answered, as the floor beneath them began to move, metal gears weeping salt and ancient blood. It means, he whispered, I'm not theirs anymore. And below, from a darkness that had not been disturbed in over 100 years, something sang back, not in a voice, but in recognition. Chapter 9, Daughters of the Drowned, Chapter Separator. Kaya had never prayed before. Not properly, not like the temple mothers taught in sunken sanctuaries of iron and salt. But what she did now wasn't prayer. It was summons. She stood at the edge of the broken trench mouth, with Malachi's breath fading behind her and the cursed waters yawning wide beneath. Her hand hovered over the ocean's skin, not touching, not needing to. Her voice slid beneath the currents. She called not in words, but in memory, a sound older than syntax, sharp as wet bone, every syllable a siren's inheritance. Tidebound, she whispered, my sisters, my scattered, my saltborn, hear me. And they did. From rust-split churches collapsed under sea bloom, from the coral-choked ribs of drowned towns, from the brine-slick vaults where infant daughters had been hidden, taught silence and servitude. They stirred. First 1, then 24, then hundreds. Their eyes opened where no sunlight reached, lashes dusted with silt and opal spores. Their fingers remembered spears, even if they'd only ever held rosaries. Their hair flowed like kelp banners. Their breath, if it could still be called that, tasted of sea glass and revenge. The tidebound had been waiting, not for Kaya, for a voice like hers to give shape to their thirst again. In the trench mouth, currents twisted in concentric rings around her. Aziza watched from the ledge, with blade in hand, awestruck. "What is she doing?" she asked. "Calling the choir," said Ose, reverent. "The other choir," corrected Toko grimly. "The ones the Vatican tried to drown twice." Kaya's body flickered with incandescence, her skin laced with sigils that didn't belong to the surface world. These weren't the glyphs of Vatican brands. No, these moved. They sang across her flesh in scripts braided from ocean current and ancestral fury. "I am Kaya of the ash drowned," she cried, voice ringing through water and bone. "Daughter of Alith the Guild, heir to the salt concord broken by Rome." The words weren't hers. Not entirely. They came through her, like ancestral possession, as though the trench had waited centuries for her mouth to form them. "Wake, you who remember the covenant. Rise, you who died clean but were left unblessed. I call you not as queen, but kin." Below her, the waters boiled. Figures rose from the gloom, some adorned in bone-armored vestments, others draped in weeds, all bearing marks of sacred drowning. The daughters of the drowned. None younger than 13, none older than 25. Frozen in the hours of their rebellion, kept in a half-life by sea pact and sacrament. They had not died. They had changed. One among them stepped forward. Dark as trench water, eyes clouded with reef light, her arms webbed and bearing the coral-socketed remains of a broken staff. "Kaya of the Ash Drowned," she intoned. "Do you carry the bell that was stolen from our vault?" Kaya nodded. "It tolls in me now. Not by choice, but by right." The drowned girl smiled, teeth like shark bone. "Then you may command." Kaya turned to the others, voice ringing like liturgy under pressure. "The Vatican breached the Sable Chapel. Their saint boy is waking. The sea must take back what it gave." 1,000 voices rose, not screams, chants. The tide-bound locked hands in spiraled formation around the trench and began their litany, a binding psalm that had once shattered a crusader fleet at anchor. Kaya felt it in her sternum, not as song, but as structure. Like the water itself had become a cathedral built from rage. Aziza leaned toward Toko. "We're not going to be able to control them." Toko gave a tight smile. "Who said we need to?" Above them, in Vatican orbit station still tracking from space, a silent alert triggered. Unsanctioned tideborne incantation detected. Salt class female, class red. Engagement protocols unstable. The sea is speaking. Kaya lifted her arms. "Saltborne, to the chapel," and the trench split. Like a throat yawning in welcome, the ocean carved itself wide, revealing a cathedral of bone-white towers buried beneath centuries of sediment and sacrilege. Great bells hung upside down, still tolling in silence. The stained glass wept silt and old divinity. Kaya descended, and the daughters followed. The sea churned quieter here, not with calm, but hushed reverence, as if the water itself bowed at the presence of its returned daughters. Kaya walked at the head of the procession, barefoot, upon ancient marble, veined with salt rot and crushed shells. The sable chapel rose around them in solemn ruin. Towering arches leaned as though they still prayed, ribs of stone entwined with drowned ivy. Every pillar bore etchings of the first salt brands, names long erased by Vatican historians, now returning to form like bone knitting after a wound. They passed statues that bled seawater from the eyes. Candles still burned here, not with flame, but with trapped memory. Each flicker was a moment, a vow whispered before death. A scream, a song, a betrayal. One lingered near Kaya's shoulder, whispering, "We thought we were forsaken." "No," she whispered back. "You were hidden, but not forgotten." Behind her, the daughters of the drowned moved like a hymn, made flesh. Every step they took left behind traces of lightless phosphor, stirring the chapel into awareness. And then they reached the altar. The bell lay there, not hers, but its twin, a second relic, dormant and sealed in coral. Unlike the one Kaya had absorbed, this bell remained untouched, but not unguarded. From behind the altar stirred a mass of drifting black. At first, Kaya thought it shadow. Then, it opened its eyes. A thing born from Vatican guilt and buried shame. A sentinel bound by salt pact and murder. A memory wraith, but not like any she'd seen before. This one bore the regalia of a cardinal, its mitre crowned with rust, and its hands bound in barbed wire. "You are not meant to come here," it croaked. "The drowned were sealed for a reason." Kaya stepped forward. "They were silenced for your survival. Now they've returned for their own. You will bring war." "No," she said. "You did. We are the answer." The wraith lunged, but it did not reach her. Before its limbs could stretch beyond the altar, 4 tide-bound warriors surged forward. They moved with inhuman grace, slicing through currents like blade through veil. One wielded a harp of bone string that sang a frequency the wraith recoiled from. Another cast obsidian dust into the water, revealing the spirit's true shape. A priest made of hollow lies and ossified regret. Kaya closed her eyes. The second bell called to her. Not in sound, but in resonance, the way 2 mirrors catch the same light from different angles. She placed a hand upon the coral casing. Her blood pricked into the water. The coral opened. Inside lay not metal, but memory-made artifact. A bell, shaped like a human spine, capped with pearl. It hummed as it touched her skin, and something woke. The chapel's murals flared to life. Scenes of drowned saints, of burning ships overturned by singing girls, of deep baptisms forbidden by surface law. Kaya saw her lineage painted in pigment that had outlived centuries. Her name etched in prophecy. The ash drowned shall ring the second bell, and the daughters shall weep salt no more. The wraith reeled. "You undo centuries of silence," it hissed. Kaya lifted both arms now, the first bell singing from within her blood, the second in her hands. The notes vibrated in harmony, a twin dirge tuned to break the Vatican's oldest bindings. "I restore what you buried." The tidebound began to chant again. But now it was different. No longer vengeance alone. This was resurrection, a liturgy that cracked the vaulted ceiling of the sable chapel as bioluminescent vines curled upward, reaching for the open sea. The wraith howled, unraveling like torn vestments. As it fell, its form splintered into salt and script. And for a moment, Kaya saw the man it once was. Just a boy, drowned to bind a truth too powerful for Rome. She knelt and pressed her palm to his fading face. "Sleep now. You are no longer bound." And with that, the wraith dissolved into silence. Behind her, the daughters lowered their weapons. Aziza stepped forward, eyes wide. "You just claimed a salt brand. A second one." Kaya rose, both bells now suspended, beside her in fields of whispering current. "No," she said. "We claimed it." A hum moved through the chapel again. But this time, it wasn't from the tidebound. It came from above. Osei frowned, head tilting. "There's movement at the trench rim. Fast. Too fast." Toko checked his satchel scanner. His face paled. "They know. Division Echo. Vatican deep-sea units. They were tracking the resonance. They're coming in dropped halos." Kaya gripped both bells and turned toward the surface, where shafts of blue light began to pierce downward like spears. "Then we greet them with salt and memory." The daughters lifted their weapons, and the sea prepared for war. The light from above grew harsher. Not sunlight, something more surgical, something weaponized. Halo flares, dropped from atmospheric skiffs, glowed like divine comets sinking toward the abyss. They were Vatican issue, each ring encoded with tactical light script, designed to disorient and exorcise deep-sea aberrants. Kaya stood in the chapel's broken nave as the waters brightened unnaturally, her bells vibrating in dissonant warning. They're deploying suppression hymns, Aziza warned. If they activate the full litany, they'll unravel us. Toko finished grimly, already reprogramming his hymn wards with frantic gestures. We'll dissolve like chalk in storm water. Osei's fingers twitched around his harpoon rifle. We stand or we scatter, but they will not take Kaya. Kaya said nothing. She stepped into the shaft of falling light and raised the bells. The twin tones sang, not as sound, but as pressure, a rupture across memory and matter. Her arms trembled from the weight of it, not just the relics themselves, but the accumulated grief bound inside them. A wave of phosphorescence pulsed outward. Every mural, every vine, every salt-carved statue answered. The Sable Chapel awakened, not merely as structure, but as a living archive. Its walls shimmered with the faces of every drowned girl, every lost daughter, every heretic silenced by Vatican decree. The floor beneath them trembled, not in collapse, but in emergence. Something stirred beneath the marble. Aziza's voice cracked. You didn't just open the chapel. You opened the covenant vault. Toko dropped his ward sigils. You're calling them back. The vault split open beneath Kaya, and from its depths rose the sarcophagi, not of saints, but of salt brides. The original vanguard, mummified in coral, sealed in salt glass, armed with weapons older than the schism itself. Their eyes opened, not with breath, but with remembrance. And they wept. Salt tears drifted up into the water, like holy ash, trailing behind as the salt brides emerged. 24 of them, wrapped in ceremonial armor, faces marked with the sacred glyphs of exile. One turned to Kaya and knelt. We have waited so long, she said, in a voice that echoed across lifetimes. Ash drowned, daughter of the true salt, you carry both bells. You are our re-entry. Kaya bowed her head, not in reverence, but in mourning. They come with fire and false light, she said. Will you stand beside the forgotten? The salt bride extended her hand. We are the forgotten. Above, the Vatican's strike reached visibility. Sleek skiffs, shaped like silver nails, tore downward, each emblazoned with the sigil of Saint Inquisitor Ven. Combat priests in pressurized white vestments descended in a spiraling formation, singing through radios encrypted with the doctrine of sterile waters. A synthesized voice rang through the trench. Unregistered resonance detected. Salt relic anomaly designated hostile. You are in breach of Deep Concord Article 7. Lay down arms and prepare for ecclesiastical nullification. Osei spat. They really talk like that? Kaya moved between the chapel and the oncoming storm. Her voice, quiet but steady, answered them directly. No, a pause. Then static. Repeat that transmission. I said no, you don't get to write history while we're still living in it. And then she rang the bells. A shockwave tore through the trench. Not one of force, but of memory. Each priest, mid-descent, was struck not with pain, but vision. 1,000 stolen truths, drowned baptisms in hidden grottos, girls choked silent under white cloth, relics melted into bullets. Salt turned to ash under Vatican flame. Some flinched, some screamed, one vomited blood. Kaya stepped forward with the salt brides at her side, and the daughters of the drowned behind her. The Sable Chapel no longer hid beneath centuries. It stood risen, lit with ancestral rage and bioluminescent scripture. The Vatican line faltered. Toko's eyes widened. You just hit their remembrance threshold. They weren't trained for this kind of warfare. Kaya's gaze hardened. Then they should have stayed in the sky. And the sea answered her. From behind the trench rim, others emerged. The scattered cousins of the daughters, tide-fractured sects, hermit song survivors, the descendants of forgotten covenants. Each bore weapons crafted from reclaimed history. Coral glaives, bell sickles, ink-script grenades, and flame eels bound in chain. They had all heard the second bell. Kaya lifted her arm. The bells shimmered with finality. Let the surface remember. The drowned do not beg. We return. And the trench became war. Chapter 10. The sea does not kneel. Chapter separator. To the tribunal, cloaked in sea hunger and old salt. Kaya walked first. Her shadow was no longer tethered to one body, but echoed threefold. Hers, her grandmother's, and the girl she'd been before the world broke open. The hall of the Tide Tribunal stretched like the throat of some grand beast, walls alive with barnacle mirrors and stained glass panels, each etched with crimes that never reached justice. Beneath her bare feet, the floor shimmered with embedded coral runes, silent watchers that pulsed faintly, as if unsure whether to warn or welcome her. Her companions flanked her like echoes of a coming storm. The boy with the Vatican brand moved stiffly, the sigils carved into his body, flaring with a dull, constant ache. His eyes, once apologetic, now burned with purpose. Osei strode just behind them, robes of eelskin swaying around him. He hummed an old, forbidden song under his breath. And every now and then, the stone beneath his step cracked slightly, unable to bear the rift magic stitched into his bones. There were 12 of the tribunal, arranged in a crescent of stone thrones that rose from the sea like molars of some drowned god. None of them were young. Their faces bore the wear of centuries beneath tides, creased, eroded, gray. They wore sealskin veils and teeth necklaces from things long extinct. Behind them hung the banner of the tide-bound pact, a trident twisted with barbed wire and memory. You walk uncalled, said the central figure, Mother Janeth, the deep recorder. Her voice was wind through a drowned house. This chamber receives no declarations outside the tidal reckoning. Return to your tide, girl. Kaya lifted her chin. Her voice didn't rise, but it carried through the hall like a knife beneath silk. My tide doesn't recognize your reckoning. I did not come to seek your permission. A silence followed. Not hush, but silence, dense and ancient, as if even the sea paused to listen. The youngest of the tribunal, Judge Krath, leaned forward. Then you come to rebel. I come to declare. Behind Kaya, the others stepped forward. Osei held the kelp map uncovered in the coral vault. The Vatican-marked boy held the screaming shell they'd recovered. And Kaya, with no artifact in hand, but her own name and grief, walked to the center dais. I am Kaya of the Saltborn, not heir, not apprentice, not relic keeper. I am sovereign of the lost. The word echoed. Sovereign. It had not been spoken aloud in the tribunal chamber for over 3 centuries. Not since the Great Sinking. Not since they had signed the pact that made obedience holy and grief sacred, but sterile. A tremor ran through the coral runes embedded in the floor. You cannot declare what does not exist, hissed another elder, lips dry and eyes fevered. The sovereignty was shattered, burnt at sea, cleansed by pact and sacrifice. What remains are fragments, broken tides. You carry ghosts. Kaya stepped forward and placed her palm upon the floor. The coral beneath her fingers glowed, awakened by her wave song. I carry memory, and memory is not a ghost. It's a weapon. The floor beneath her feet erupted with light. Not heat, but pulse. A low tone rang out, the pitch of it, too deep to be human-made. The screaming shell trembled in the Vatican boy's hands. Ose's eyes gleamed as rift glyphs danced across his skin in reply. The tribunal began to rise from their thrones, uneasy, fingers twitching toward the glyph knives at their belts. "You bring blasphemy into a sacred chamber," Mother Janeth intoned. "No, you made the chamber sacred by shackling our dead," Kaya said, voice raw. "You turned survival into stagnation. You muted grief and called it peace." Behind her, the gathered began to sing. Not a hymn, not a chant, but a psalm. Choral-born, salt-sung, the sound of 1,000 salt-born girls who had learned to scream without opening their mouths. The screaming shell joined, its voice like rusted bells, like metal and blood. The sea outside the tribunal churned. Lightning flickered beneath the waves. Kaya raised her hand. The psalm cut short. "I have no army," she said, "but I have tides that remember. I have bones that carry maps. I have salt that burns through silence." "You seek war," spat Judge Craft. "I seek truth. If war stands in its way, so be it." Mother Janeth stood slowly. She held no weapon. She didn't need to. With a whisper, she called the ancient sigil of binding into the air, drawing it with her fingers. It glowed above her, an arcane net that once quelled uprisings with a single breath. Kaya did not flinch. She lifted her own hand and answered with a wave song built from choral psalms and rift magic and the Vatican boy's broken glyphs. The air trembled as the sigils clashed, old pact versus newer pain. The binding shattered. One by one, the tribunal's relics cracked, mirrors fogged. The reef stone behind them splintered. Mother Janeth staggered backward. Blood bloomed from her ears as the psalm crescendoed again, now sung from the floor itself, from the chamber that had held too many silenced names. Ose moved forward. "You've ruled long enough on ghosts and fear. The tidebound were never meant to kneel. We are tied, not tomb." Kaya walked to the central throne. Her shadow touched it. She did not sit. "This seat does not hold me," she said. "I hold myself." The sea answers only to those who remember what was drowned. A great roar rose behind them, not from mouths, but from the ocean itself. The tide surged through the walls of the tribunal, in a shimmering wave. It did not destroy. It washed clean. Salt rolled across the stone, flooding cracks, peeling old glyphs from walls. And then it stilled. When the water fell silent again, the banner of the old pact had disintegrated. Kaya turned to the room, still standing. She lifted her voice once more. This time, not a psalm, but a call. To all the scattered, to the salt-born in silence, to the sovereigns who thought they'd died. Wake, rise, remember. The sea did not kneel, and neither would they. They made her stand beneath the tribunal's spire with bare feet, as was tradition. Not her tradition, theirs. Salt cracked and cold, the stones of the grand oath floor reached back into an empire of judgment Kaya had never agreed to. But here she stood, wave songs stitched through her skin like fire lines waiting to ignite. The tide tribunal had gathered in full. 7 elders whose flesh bore the gilded tattoos of loyalty. 7 who had traded their surf memory for the permanence of coral throne memory. So long ago, they no longer remembered what the sun felt like on their backs. "You enter these sacred halls unsummoned," one boomed. Elder Ma, whose eyes were twin obsidian pools, always watching for deviation. "Who speaks for you?" "I speak for myself," Kaya answered, chin raised. A murmur passed through the amphitheater's living walls, anemone domes dimming, bioluminescent runes curling in anticipation. Kaya stepped forward. Each breath she took, left steam in the cold, solemn air. "No one speaks for the drowned," said another, elder soon. They left the reef. The oath, the blood rules. They severed memory. "Then it's time memory fought back," Kaya said. "You think we drowned, but we've only been listening." She raised her left palm, already seared with coral script. Around her, the tidebound she'd awakened began to rise in the gallery. One by one, hooded, salt-marked, eyes lit with ocean fire. "You call yourself a sovereign?" Soon laughed. "We do not recognize exile-borns. We do not recognize rebellions made of grief." Kaya did not waver. "I don't need your recognition," she said. "The sea already knows my name." She moved to the center of the oath floor, slowly, ceremonially. This was the place where all memory was judged. It was said that here, the sea could hear truth and turn it into future. She knelt, not in surrender, but in invocation. Her fingers pressed against the floor. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then the salt roared. The oath floor cracked. A circle of sea glass burst outward. Water flooded up through the breaks in the coral. Memories long buried surged to the surface. Screams, songs, the shattering of shackles, the wail of a mother whose child was taken by the surface fleet. The silence of those who chose to sink rather than serve. Kaya stood in the eye of it all. "I call you to witness," she cried, "that the drowned were never lost, that the wobblies did not waver, that the Leviathan-blooded still stir, that the sea does not kneel, that our salt is not shame." She pulled from her robes the shell that screamed. When she held it aloft, it vibrated with unbearable resonance. Voices poured out, black women refusing to drown, black children naming each other in the dark, black fathers binding salt runes to their wrists so their families would not forget them if pulled below. Kaya turned to the tribunal. "Do you hear them?" None of the elders spoke. "You sat safe in your coral vaults while we bled," she shouted. "You archived our drowning, but now we archive you." A flash of motion. Elder Emba rose, staff glowing with null-tide magic. "Silence her!" he bellowed. But the sea had already chosen. Kaya lifted both hands. Her wave song poured outward in a spiral of light and sound, a spell shaped not by tradition, but defiance. It hit the tribunal like a tidal surge. Rings of memory formed in the air. Scenes, faces, truth, projected through choral psalms. The trial was no longer private. The reef saw. The people saw. The elders' lies unraveled. Kaya's voice reached a pitch no human throat should have managed. It wasn't her alone anymore. It was generations braided through her. Memory reborn. The great shell pulsed. Around her, the daughters of the drowned chanted. The boys with Vatican brands hummed their defiance. The riftborn danced. And in the middle of the tribunal, where once the elders ruled unchallenged, Kaya's shadow rose, cast by wave-song fire, immense and sovereign. "No more silence," she said, and the sea answered with thunder. Later, beneath the reef sky flickering with false stars, Kaya stood alone at the edge of the cracked oath floor. Water still gurgled from its wounds, but it was quieter now, reflective. The elders had not been killed, but neither had they stayed in power. They had fled into silence. From the darkness, Osei approached. His blood runes shimmered faintly, drawn to hers. "You ended an era," he said. "No," she replied. "I ended their version of it." The sea lapped gently at her ankles. It no longer felt cold. "What now?" he asked. Kaya looked to the coral horizon. "We wake up the rest," she said, "and remind them. We were always more than what the flood left behind." The phrase echoed through the drowned spires of the city like a rising tide. "We wake up the rest." Kaya descended from the oath floor, with the storm still burning beneath her skin. Her bare feet pressed salt-warm stone, cracked now with new ley lines of memory. The reef itself had begun to respond. Luminescent flora turned their mouths to her, murmuring, remembering. Behind her, Osei kept pace without speaking. His silence was not reluctance, but reverence and grief. The waterlines had shifted. The city, Avareth, once the capital of reef-born justice, now worn hollow by centuries of bureaucratic silence, was no longer looking to the tribunal. It was watching her. The coral folk were coming out of their vaults, ancient families in pearlescent robes, young swimmers with rust-tinted skin and street gang gills, mothers unbraiding their mourning nets from their hair, elders whose names had been scrubbed from the tide registry simply because they had taught the unapproved songs. Kaya stopped at the base of the Pillar of Vanished Names. The tower had always stood in shadow, meant to be mourned but never touched. Now, her fingers reached for the slick stone, and with a touch, she began to rewrite what had been forgotten. She sang their names. One by one, whispers turned to war chants. Osei pressed his hand over hers and added his voice, deep, smoky, cracked from years of swallowing fury. "Do you know what this means?" he asked softly. Kaya looked up at him. "Yes, it means we won't be able to hide anymore." The waves trembled as something stirred deeper beneath the reef. Not a leviathan, not yet, but close. A pressure, a witness. By dusk shift, a crowd had formed at the circle of glass spires. Kaya stood in the center, her cloak wet, her hair still streaked with memory brine. She held the shell again, no longer screaming, but brand new entrances. Spuplet. Now humming with clarity. The tidebound stood at the edges, shoulders back. Not an army, not yet, but a vow. She raised the shell. "We are not here to punish the past," she said. "We are here to wake it up." A hush. She stepped into the circle, turning slowly. "They told us to forget. We didn't. They told us to sink. We swam. They told us our grief was too loud. But grief is an ocean, and we learned to breathe in it." A murmur of agreement. Kaya continued. "I will not ask permission to rebuild what they drowned." At the back of the crowd, a familiar voice rang out. Amara, the flame weaver who once risked death to burn a mark into the tribunal's reef gate. Her voice cracked with salt and pride. "Then what do we build first, sovereign?" Kaya didn't flinch at the word. She let it wash over her. "A bridge," she said. Osei tilted his head. "A bridge to what?" "To the black above, the skyborn kin we never met. The star sisters they buried in myth. The ones who bled into the surface wars while we were made ghosts." The reef breathed in. "Memory is not just ocean," Kaya said. "It's sky, it's flame, it's thunder. And we will not kneel to anything that demands we forget it." Later, in the chamber of tidal flame, the heartspring of the city, Kaya stood alone. The shell floated beside her, its light dim now, but still alive. From the walls, the old glyphs began to reanimate. Not the tribunal's versions. These were older, wilder. The sigils of sea folk who remembered Virel's before it fell, before the pact that silenced so many. And in those flickering glyphs, Kaya saw them. The mothers who defied the salt branding, the boys who stole Leviathan ink to tattoo their names back into the archives, the trans daughters who were buried without song, but remembered by water, the divers who never returned, except in tide song. Her people, the forgotten, the salt risen. She pressed her palm to the chamber floor. "I see you," she whispered. The coral pulsed, and she closed her eyes, and for the first time since the flood that stole her brother, since the exile that shattered her name, since the tribunal's silence tried to make her myth, Kaya cried, not from sorrow, but because finally she wasn't drowning alone. Chapter 11. Ma'afa's Depth. Chapter Separator. The trench opened beneath them, like a scar that refused to heal. It yawned past the reach of light, an abyssal cradle, carved by the weight of empire. Ma'afa's depth, the drowned memory of 1,000 stolen lives. Not a battlefield, not a prison, a dumping ground, where the rebels, the poets, the ones who spoke the wrong tongue or bore the wrong skin, were dragged under by chain buoy and silence. This was where the veiled pact had drowned its secrets. Kaya hovered just above the descent, body cloaked in lumen shell, her eyes adjusting to the dark as it thickened. Around her, a small pod of swimmers, Osei, Amara, Silo, and 3 new kin from the low reef diaspora, waited for her signal. Each wore glyph-slicked gear and memory braids tied tight. Even their silence was ceremonial. They knew where they were going. Kaya's voice wavered on the current. No maps can show us what's down there. No archives kept the stories. They weren't allowed to. Amara's face, dimly lit by her belt flame, barely concealed her rage. So we're the first? We're the first to return on our own terms, Osei said. Kaya nodded, and they dove. Ma'afa's depth swallowed them whole. It was more than shadow. It was density, pressure, a metaphysical compression of grief. Coral died here. Echofish fled it. Even time seemed to resist movement. Each fin beat felt like pulling against ghosts. Then came the remnants. Chains calcified into the trench wall. Mouth gags woven of barbed kelp. Bone fragments silted into sediment so fine it clouded their path like underwater ash. Kaya slowed. The light in her chest dimmed. She reached for the shell again, but it was already humming, responding, as if the very water knew where she was. Then the dreams began. It was not sleep. It was a calling. Kaya felt her lungs stop, not from drowning, but from remembering. She blinked, and suddenly she wasn't in her body anymore. She was in theirs. A young girl, hands bound, thrown from a salt skiff while her mother screamed above deck. A rebel griot, singing a name song as his mouth filled with brine, teeth clenched on his ancestors' verses. A boy, barely old enough to swim, dragged down by his own braided hair as the chains tangled him in the dark. They weren't just images. They were selves, fractals of agony passed on like coral spores, each one leaving a trace inside her. Their names did not scream. They wept, whispered, reached. She saw it then. This wasn't just a graveyard. It was a library of souls denied. Kaya's eyes snapped open. They had reached the bottom. It looked nothing like she imagined. There were no clean ruins, no sunken monuments, just the trench walls, scarred, grooved with the residue of lives thrown down them. But at the very center, half buried in silt, was something else, a throne of bone and barnacle, not crafted, formed, forged by the weight of drowned bodies layering over centuries, condensed by pressure and sacred grief into something nearly crystalline. Kaya approached it slowly. The shell trembled in her hand. Then it cracked. Not broken, opened. A soft chant bled into the water. Names, dozens, hundreds, in rhythms she didn't recognize, but her bones did. She sank to her knees before the throne and pressed her hand into the silt. "I'm sorry," she whispered, "that it took us this long." Behind her, the others watched in stillness. No one interrupted. Kaya inhaled and began. "I name you Errol, daughter of Dustlight. I name you Thulo, who bled into tide. I name you Ramai, singer of chainless songs. I name you—" The names poured out. Each one called, the water responded. Currents shifted, the silt danced. Then came the surge. The trench groaned, a sound so old It felt like the reef itself was waking. From the walls, faint lights ignited, soul glyphs etched by the dying, now responding to her voice. They shimmered, danced, wept. The throne trembled. Kaya stood, breath ragged, tears long since merged with salt. "We bring you back into the world," she said. "Your names will never be forgotten again." And then, a voice not her own echoed through the trench. "You remembered." It came from everywhere. A woman's voice, ancient, young, weary, reverent. Kaya looked up. From behind the throne, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, eyes like storm glass, hair coiled in silver kelp. A shade, yes, but not lost. A keeper, the matron of Ma'afa. She studied Kaya with neither judgment nor welcome. "Why now?" the shade asked. Kaya didn't blink. "Because I was born of your forgetting, and I refuse to pass it on." The shade nodded, and then she smiled. The trench began to lift, not physically, but spiritually, as if something chained here had finally been unmoored. Kaya turned to her kin. "Let's go." "We're done?" Ose asked. Kaya looked back at the throne, now glowing faintly, like a heartbeat had been restored. "No," she said. "We've only begun." Above them, the reef was already beginning to stir. The crypt did not open so much as yield. The sea, as if remembering, parted around its mouth with reverence. Not an entrance carved by hand, but by force, sorrow pressed into stone, over years too long for human tongues to hold. Kaya stepped across the threshold, coral blades scraping her shins, barnacles blooming beneath her feet, like bones that refused to be dust. Inside, silence. No current moved, no fish swam. Even the water itself felt thinner here, worn down by grief. The others followed, hesitant. Ose lingered near the back, the Vatican-branded boy clutching the shell that still whispered, while the Wobblies flanked Kaya like tide-worn sentries. They had come to find the final name, but no one spoke it aloud. Kaya's wave song dimmed, the song she had carried since the sea first marked her throat, the hum that sang of survival, of rebellion, of all the lost tongues, grew quieter in this place. Not gone, just listening. The trench widened into a cathedral of grief. The walls pulsed with images, faint as breath. Every glyph etched in salt stone was a record of those who had been taken, rendered into water, bones and silence, names drowned but not forgotten. Kaya touched one. Benora, age 17, carried on the ebony wreck. She touched another, Clement, born free, sank with the chains still on. Another, teeth filed, hips broken, last seen clinging to a mast. Kaya fell to her knees, each name a weight, each name a flood. Her breath shortened as the psalms curled back in her lungs, memory now too thick to carry alone. Her fingers trembled. Salt stained her cheeks. She was not crying. The sea was. "They didn't forget," she whispered. "They marked themselves. In stone, in water, in tide." A distant rumble answered. Not thunder, but an echo of something old waking. From deeper within the crypt, a low chant began. It didn't come from any of them. It came from the trench itself. Coral split open like lips, releasing bubbles shaped like syllables. The water moved, not with current, but with intention. The chant grew clearer. Names repeated. Not the ones already on the wall. New ones, lost ones, or perhaps names that had waited for someone to hear them. Kaya rose. She walked into the voice of the sea, each step casting off her weight like skin. The further she walked, the warmer the trench grew. The water shimmered. Time unraveled. She was no longer in the crypt. She was aboard a slave ship. Her hands were bound, her feet chained. Around her, women who looked like her. Some crying, some silent, some already gone in their minds. The stench was unbearable. The ship groaned. The sky above was a thin slice of unreachable blue. Below, the sea waited. A guard shouted something. The ship turned, and then it tipped. Not by accident. Kaya watched herself, the version of her living through it, grab the wrist of the woman next to her. Watched them leap, not fall, leap, together. The sea accepted them. They didn't scream. They sang. The song was ancient, not words, not melody, just a resonance that lived between pain and prayer, a psalm carried in the salt. Kaya gasped. The vision shattered. She collapsed onto the coral floor, lungs heaving, skin cold, arms trembling from a memory she hadn't lived but had always carried. The others knelt beside her. "You saw it," whispered Ose. "Didn't you?" Kaya nodded. "Not it. Them. Us." In the center of the chamber, a slab rose from the seafloor, humming with dormant power. On it, a spiral of names that had not been etched. Burned. Magic still flickered in their grooves. Kaya stepped toward it and placed her palm on the slab. "Let it be known," she said, voice cracking, "that the sea has not forgotten, that those drowned in chains carved their own scripture, and that we, those born of salt and memory, will raise it." The coral around her glowed. A pulse ran through the trench like a heartbeat. Ose gasped. "You're opening it." The slab hissed. Steam curled from its sides. It cracked open, not to reveal bones, but a sphere of light. Inside the light, a name. One name. Not ancient, not drowned. Her own. Kaya. She staggered back. The sea did not. A voice boomed, not one she knew, but one that knew her. "You are the one who was promised. Not to the surface, not to the tide, but to us, the drowned." Salt wrapped around her ribs like armor. Her scars shimmered. The wounds on her hands reopened, not with blood, but light. Every loss she had inherited, every psalm she had swallowed, every memory the coral ever whispered rose in her like a storm. She did not resist it. She became it. From the crypt walls, images peeled off and floated. Women, children, old men, warriors, bodies made of salt and story. They circled her, not ghosts, but keepers. They reached for her hair, her hands, her throat. They touched her, and through them, she understood. The sea was not a grave. It was a library. The drowned did not sleep. They waited for her. Kaya turned to the others. "The sea," she said, "is not done singing." Kaya stood before the open trench crypt, as if the pressure of the ocean had less weight than the silence that came from within. The boy lingered behind her, the Vatican glyphs on his skin, faintly glowing, like dying lanterns in deep fog. They were both drawn, unwilling, but unable to turn back, toward the place where the ocean itself held its breath. A wall of bones arched overhead, forming the ribbed vault of a sunken cathedral without gods. These were not corpses, these were echoes. The Ma'afa crypt was no simple grave, it was memory, petrified into form. When Kaya crossed its threshold, the song began. It wasn't sound, not in the way airbound beings understood it. This was an inheritance of ache, the soft vibration of 10,000 untold endings rattling against the cages of their descendants' chests. Her ears rang not with melody, but with mourning. Her lungs, used to swallowing the ocean, now struggled to hold the enormity of names long stripped from mouths. The first name that came wasn't hers. Ifua, the coral whispered through her. Kaya staggered. A memory that wasn't hers pulled itself through her blood like a tide. She was a woman being forced onto a ship, a daughter trying to reach for the hand of her mother, but failing. Her wrists were bound, her language forbidden, her dignity torn and reshaped by foreign syllables. She coughed water in her own vision and tasted not salt, but iron. Then came another name, Ajari, and another, Mini, Kojo, Edda, Maroon, Lula, Olawale, Desi. They surged like waves across Kaya's spine. Each memory leapt through her bones like wildfire, branded her nerves, and curled behind her eyes until she wept not from grief alone, but from the fullness of their return. They were not lost. They had simply been waiting. The boy knelt behind her. "Are they all inside you?" Kaya didn't answer. She couldn't. Not yet. Her hands were stretched outward, trembling. Coral from the walls pulsed gently, folding toward her fingers like sea anemones courting light. Then something changed. A rumble disturbed the stillness. The bones beneath her feet retracted, revealing a pit of dark water, blacker than even the abyss above. And from that hollow, a figure rose. Not a ghost, not quite human, and not entirely dead. She was wrapped in funeral netting, her eyes glowing like phosphorus soaked in oil. On her skin were markings, not from ink, but from memory. Script cut by chains, burned by hot irons, kissed by teeth and prayer. "You've come," the figure said, voice like whale song fractured into syllables. Kaya stepped back. "Who are you?" The woman didn't move closer. "I am the mouth of the stolen. I was there last. You may be our first." Kaya felt the trench vibrate again, this time pulsing toward her heart. "Why do I feel them in me?" "Because you've remembered them," said the mouth, "and the sea keeps what it remembers." "I don't want to just remember," Kaya breathed. "I want to raise them." The mouth of the stolen tilted her head. "Then breathe them through." Kaya didn't understand at first, but the songs she had trained others to hear, the wave song she thought was only voice, she finally saw it for what it was. It was breath, shared breath, communal pulse, the rhythm of ancestors refusing silence. She inhaled. It tasted like morning, rust, salt. She exhaled. It sounded like resistance. Around her, the trench vibrated harder. The coral latticework groaned and split. Bones reconfigured into spirals, and in the shadows beyond the mouth, figures began to rise. First in pairs, then in dozens, then in hundreds. Tidebound who had forgotten their names, waterborne who had never known their roots, all drawn by the pulse Kaya carried. The boy fell to his knees, holding his stomach. "Something's inside me too," he groaned. Kaya rushed to him, touching his shoulder. "Let it speak." He opened his mouth and did not speak English, or Latin, or even the tongue of the tide. He spoke the language branded into him by the Vatican, but corrupted now, inverted. The glyphs shimmered and peeled from his skin like rejected laws. The sea rejected their holy seal. In its place, something older reasserted itself. Not language, not even prayer, just purpose. The mouth of the stolen stepped back. The vessel opens. Kaya gripped the boy's face. "No, you're not just a vessel." He looked up, light bleeding from his tear ducts. "Then what am I?" "A bridge," and she pulled him forward, guiding him toward the black water beneath the bones. The trench glowed now, filled with light not from machines, but from soul. The sea itself was remembering. Grief was no longer stagnant. It was revolution. Kaya raised both hands. "To all whose names were taken," she called, her voice echoing beyond the trench. "We bring your memory forward. We write you in blood and breath. We wake you in coral. We speak you in tide. And we do not kneel." Behind her, the newly awakened repeated the phrase, "We do not kneel." The mouth of the stolen began to dissolve into sea foam, her body returning to the tide as the prophecy fulfilled its hunger. But her final words danced in the water like kelp-born scripture. Where breath returns, power blooms. Kaya turned to her people, no longer scattered, no longer nameless. We rise. And for the first time since the drowned world was made, the trench sang. Chapter 12, Echoes of the Crescent Fall. Chapter Separator. The engine was not made of metal. It pulsed like a sleeping lung, half submerged in silt, half buried in coral. And when Kaya first saw it, she mistook it for something alive. They had followed a rift line, spiraling down into what the map called the Crescent Deep. Osei called it something else, the wound that forgot how to close. It was a hollow of ancient moonlight and pressure so thick the water ached. Even Kaya's wave song cracked at the edges. "It's listening," the boy whispered beside her. His Vatican brand burned under the skin of his back, itching like it always did before the impossible revealed itself. Kaya didn't reply. She swam forward, slowing as they reached the curve of the trench wall. There it was, jutting from the rock like the rib of a god. A half-moon arch of pale kelpstone, wrapped around a blackened core of obsidian. Lines ran from it, like tidal veins, thin conduits of silver salt that shimmered with buried script. Not the glyphs of the tribunal, not the Vatican's seer-brand code. These were older, blood script, carved not with hand or tool, but breath. Kaya hovered in the current, listening. Then, slowly, she reached out and touched the engine. The ocean blinked. A pulse thrummed through the trench. Not sonar, not rift rhythm. This was breath. She saw them, a circle of priestesses, their locks woven with seashells and songlines. Black-skinned, salt-born, they stood around the engine in a moonlit cavern, singing into its hollow heart. Their voices weren't gentle. They cracked like the sea in winter. Pain and power wrapped into one. Each one stepped forward, blew into the engine's central core. One after another. Breath was the key, the spell, the sacrifice. Their bodies withered, mouths bleeding from the strain. They sang until their hearts stopped. The engine lit. Not white, not blue. Lunar black, the kind of light that swallowed even memory. Kaya reeled back. Osei caught her. "You heard it?" he asked. Kaya nodded, throat tight. "They powered it with breath, with life. It's a lunar relic. We were never told. They buried this because it proved we had reach. Technology, magic that wasn't stolen, it was refused." Behind them, the others murmured. The daughters, the Wobblies who had followed Kaya since the fall of the tribunal. Even the boy, still raw with Vatican damage, stared in silence. "Can we wake it?" asked one of the daughters. Her voice trembling. Kaya turned to the machine. She could feel it now, its fracture. One of the breath glyphs had collapsed. Time, pressure, the absence of song had left the core unstable. To fix it, they would need something more than memory. "We'd need a new song," Kaya whispered. "One that knows pain, but isn't made only of it." Silence. Then Osei stepped forward, the rift glow in his veins pulsing like tide fire. "I can anchor the shell," he said. "My blood remembers how to hold broken things." Kaya stared at him. "It might kill you." He shrugged. "Then I'll scream something useful before I go." Together, they worked. The engine didn't require tools. It needed story. Each of them stepped forward. Kaya, Osei, the boy, and the women who had followed from drowned towns and stolen debts. One by one, they pressed their hands to the broken glyph and sang. Not hymns, not lullabies, but survivor truths. Verses about salt-born sisters who refused to kneel. Boys who had been branded but still breathed. Mothers who kept their tongues under threat of drowning and spoke only in choral psalms. With each voice, the glyph reformed. With each breath, the engine shivered awake. Then Kaya stepped forward, last. Her hand shook. Her voice cracked. But she sang. She sang of Ma'afa's depth, of sovereigns lost and found, of how the sea did not kneel, and neither would she. The engine opened, not with light, but with memory. The water turned to ink and starlight. Projected above the machine was a map, ancient, lunar, fractal. It showed the drowned towns, but also the surviving ones, hidden ones, sovereign cities sealed in myth, waiting. One burned brighter than the rest. A crescent-shaped sanctuary, surrounded by reef walls and powered by relic currents. The crescent fall. Kaya breathed. That's where they kept the original psalm texts, the lunar core spells. They were silent a moment. Then the engine, as if hearing their breath again, closed its display and for the first time in generations, emitted a sound. A low, tremorous hum. It was not mechanical. It was ancestral. A confirmation. The sea remembered, and it was waking. Kaya could barely breathe, not from pressure, not from fear, but from awe. The hum of the ancient lunar engine wrapped around her ribcage like a second heartbeat, and she could feel it sinking with her, not controlling her, not consuming, sinking, bonding. The sea had never trusted so easily. But this was different. This wasn't Vatican artifice or surface-born tech masquerading as magic. This was kinwork, breath-bound, built from pain, but meant to preserve joy. Osei crouched beside the engine, palms still pressed to the coral-veined base. His skin glowed faintly, as though the blood memories of his rift line were still bleeding into the mechanism. Kaya. His voice was hoarse. The pulse. It's changing. She turned. The map had vanished, but in its place, lines of light were tracing patterns into the water itself. Not projected, imprinted. Lunar glyphs unfurled like constellations, relearning their shapes. Each one flaring in sequence, as if asking a question. Kaya stepped forward, letting the glyphs touch her skin. They burned cold. Then they spoke, not aloud, not in the way humans spoke, but in thought shapes, dream language. She staggered. Osei caught her, steadying her. They're asking us to choose, she whispered. Choose what? She swallowed. Which covenant to renew? The daughters moved closer now, forming a wide circle around the engine. The Rift child, barely more than 14, took a cautious step forward, gaze flicking between Kaya and the glyphs. They made deals, Kaya murmured. The black priestesses, with the lunar veils, with tides we don't have names for anymore. Not all were safe, but some allowed sanctuary, some allowed ascension. Osei's brows furrowed. You mean like rising? I mean like becoming. The engine glowed again. 3 symbols flared, each one pulsed with gravity Kaya could feel in her bones. A moon veiled in storm clouds, a crescent cradled by flame, a spiral of salt and breath. Each was a different path, a different pact. The first offered power through secrecy, survival by hiding, striking, and vanishing, a covenant of shadows and blood oaths. The second burned with righteous flame, a resurrection of the priestess order in fire and defiance. Power, loud, proud, and unashamed. The third was a song, breath-wrought, memory-fed, a power slower, subtler, but lasting. What do we choose? Asked one of the daughters. Kaya looked at each symbol, then back at the gathered group. I don't think this is just for us, she said. I think this is for all of us. All of the ones who survived Crescent Fall. All of the ones they tried to erase. You want to send the call? Said Osei. She nodded. We let them choose, not just us. The engine shimmered, as if agreeing. Kaya closed her eyes, and placed her palm against the third glyph, the spiral of breath and salt. A message to begin with the oldest truth. The voice of the sea was never truly silent, only waiting to be remembered. The engine absorbed the touch, and a new pulse rang out. This one not just in sound, but across space, across rift, across memory. Somewhere above and far beyond, other engines might hear. Other survivors might wake. A storm trembled the trench walls. Osei stood, eyes scanning the rising current. "They'll come for this, you know," he said. "The Vatican, the Hollow Reclaimers, maybe even the Night Choir." Kaya didn't flinch. Let them. Then she smiled, a real one, the first in weeks. Let them come. Let them learn what it means to breathe the songs we never forgot. Far above, the surface heaved. A column of light cracked the sky, answering. The trench trembled, not from seismic activity, but from memory itself. The lunar engine's reawakening was not a simple mechanical revival. It was remembrance. Veins of bioluminescent coral arched outward from the base of the engine, blooming like synapses across the seafloor. The trench responded in kind, crackling with ancient circuitry buried beneath layers of drowned sediment. Black priestesses had carved this place out not just as a sanctuary, but as a seed. "What is it doing now?" Osei asked, stepping back as the coral glow began to encircle them. "It's calling," Kaya murmured, "but not like before. This isn't a beacon." She raised her palm. "It's a memory wave. It's giving them names, the ones that were taken, one by one." In the water around them, light forms began to take shape. Faces, outlines, syllables. The drowned, the erased, the lost. She fell to her knees, not from weakness, but from the weight of it. Thousands of names echoed inside her, each a burst of sorrow, fire, hope. Kaya could feel them nesting inside her bones, not haunting, not burdening, returning. "Say them," a voice whispered, not from anyone nearby, but from the engine itself. Or perhaps from the priestesses who once knelt in this place. She did. Selassie, Ama, Nakoya, of the breath path, Onyeka Sultung, Imani Ska. With every name Kaya spoke, the water shivered. The trench brightened. Others began to speak too. The daughters, the Rift Child, even Osei. They called out names they hadn't known they'd remembered. Names passed down through hush rituals. Names carried in lullabies, in scars, in the rhythm of bone drums. The engine wept. Silver threads trickled from its carved faces, disappearing into the abyss. Threads of light that would rise through currents and find their way back to every corner of the scattered black tidekin. Kaya stood, not as a witness, but as a sovereign. "I don't need a crown," she said, voice low. "The names are enough." The glyphs around the engine swirled again, responding not to command, but agreement. One flared brighter than the others now, a crescent broken at the center, but slowly healing. Osei stepped forward. "The spiral," he said, voice hushed. "The pact of salt and breath. It's becoming real." Kaya nodded. "It's how we begin again. We don't build over the ruins, we root into them. Let the crescent regrow in the trench that tried to swallow us." The sea above groaned, no longer silent, no longer indifferent. But not all were comforted by the awakening. A warning ripple passed through the outer walls of the trench. One of the daughters gasped, turning to the darker edge of the crypt. Shapes approached, not of flesh, but of metal. Deep-forged helms, Vatican reclaimer suits, sentinel class. "They were watching," Osei hissed, "tracking us, maybe even dream piggybacking." Kaya felt a cold fire bloom beneath her tongue. "No," she said, "they didn't watch. They eavesdropped. There's a difference." She stepped forward and planted her feet atop the sigil-carved ground. The engine behind her pulsed once more, aligning with the spiral covenant she had chosen. As the reclaimer drones descended into the crypt, aiming to extract what they did not understand, Kaya opened her mouth and sang. It wasn't a song of melody, but of command, a weaving of salt memory, trench fire, and the breath right of a people who had never truly drowned. The sea rippled. The Vatican machines paused, shuddered, and then cracked. Water flooded their cores. Circuits shorted. Glyph shields buckled. One by one, they fell apart, dissolving into the very current they sought to enslave. Silence fell again. Only this time, it was the silence of reverence. Kaya turned back to the others, voice ragged, heart wide open. The sea does not kneel, she said, but it remembers who swam before the chains. And in that echo, through blood and breath and bone, the crescent began to rise once more. The trench held its breath. As the last of the Vatican reclaimer suits disintegrated into plumes of rust and fragments of violated prophecy, the sea grew still, not with fear, but with expectancy. The lunar engine's fragments pulsed in rhythm now, synchronized to a heartbeat Kaya didn't know she had inherited. It didn't beat within her chest, it beat within the world. She turned, placing both palms on the fractured surface of the machine. It's not whole, she murmured. It never was. They broke it before the last breath of the priestesses was sealed in stone. They left it bleeding. But you're the last note, Osei said, behind her. The one they saved for a generation that would remember. No, she whispered. I'm not the last note. I'm the echo. The engine responded. The broken halves began to lift, not repairing themselves, but reorganizing, shifting into a new shape. Not what once was, but what could be. A constellation of black stone and breath metal, each shard drifting in slow sacred orbit. The old architecture had required sacrifice, breath as currency. But Kaya was building something else, something not powered by extraction, but by return. The spiral around her formed in light, and this time, the names chanted by the daughters didn't summon ghosts. They summoned futures. One of the daughters approached, the young one, Ione, salt still in her locks. Is it safe now? She asked, eyes wide with hope. Kaya crouched and took her hand. It's not about safe, it's about true. We're standing in a place where truth wasn't allowed to exist. We're making it stay. The glyphs shifted again. The crescent sigil, once broken, cracked open like a seed. Inside it was something small and radiant. A pulse, a breath, a core. Take it, Osei urged. Kaya stepped forward and lifted the core from the ancient machinery. It was warm, not with heat, but with recognition. In it swirled fragments of stories, battles fought in silence, lullabies buried under centuries of suppression. This was the Breathright's gift, the fragment of lunar sovereignty that had been cast into the sea to keep it from the Empire's claws. She held it high. We rise not as the repaired, she said, voice low and reverberating, but as the remembered. We are not ruins, we are resonance. And with that, the trench itself began to ascend, not physically, but spiritually. All across the ocean's dreaming edge, deep scribed glyphs awoke in reef and current, reactivating networks laid down by hands long thought lost. Look, Osei gasped. Above, where the sea thinned into light, lunar towers, crystalline and submerged, glimmered faintly. Not all had been lost to collapse. Some had simply waited. The girls formed a circle around Kaya, the daughters who had survived the rift, those born of the ash line and the ghost tide. All of them stood barefoot on the remade engine, no longer prisoners of memory, but keepers of it. We rebuild? Ione asked, almost in disbelief. We don't rebuild, Kaya corrected. We unbury. And as the circle pulsed, the sea breathed with them. Far above, satellites blinked. Unmarked naval buoys pinged warnings. Somewhere deep within a Western command center, alerts triggered around an anomaly too vast to suppress. A signal had been born beneath the sea. Not technological, not divine, but ancestral. A flare of reclamation rising from the crescent's fall. Chapter 13. Blood Tide Accord. Chapter Separator. The tide was red that morning. It lapped against the teeth of the reef like a bleeding mouth, as if the ocean itself knew what was coming, what must be given for the world to change. All across the deep bastion, from the moon-sunk towers to the breath-lit trenches, the sea gathered its witnesses. Leviathans turned in slow arcs beneath black-water veils. The sovereign ships of the drowned diaspora floated in sacred silence. And above them all, tethered to no map and owing fealty to no flag, the Accord platform rose, built from moonbone, breath steel, and oath glass. Kaya stood at its center, barefoot and crownless, clad in vestments spun from eel silk and coral ash. No throne waited, no priest, only a blade, a bowl, and the eyes of a world that had forgotten how to listen. Osei stood to her right, armored in the colors of lost rebellions. To her left, the Tide Tribunal, humbled now, not vanished, knelt beside those they once silenced. Around them gathered the exiles of the 10th Vault, the tide-bound of the Broken Shoal, emissaries from the Leviathan courts, and even a delegation from the surface, shadow-eyed and silent, still unsure if they had come to honor or to beg. Kaya raised the blade. "I am not queen," she said. "I am not Messiah. I do not sit upon thrones or await prophecy. I am Kaya of the remembered tide, and I will not beg history to love me." The sea wind howled through the platform's hollow bones. "I call you not to swear to me, but to the deep, to the wound that bore us, to the mothers we buried in unmarked trenches, to the children whose names were stripped like salt from skin." She cut her palm. Blood dripped into the bowl. "We do not kneel." One by one they came. The exiled general bled second, whispering the names of 3 drowned sons. Then the Leviathan emissary, wrapping the blade in tentacle and tooth, pressing it to its mantle, and releasing a cloud of bioluminescent ink that shimmered into words no surface tongue could hold. Osei bled third. "For the city that forgot us," he said, and then the youngest of the daughters, Ione, cut her own hand and added, "For the futures they tried to erase." The bowl boiled. A shimmer spread across the oath glass floor. The blood and brine mixed, and the platform began to sing, not in music, but in memory. A low, thrumming tide chant, older than speech, older than nations, a treaty of breath, a contract of scars. The blood tide accord was forged. Kaya turned to face the sea. "We are not what they call us. We are not lost, drowned, forsaken, primitive, or broken. We are the unburied name, the current that remembers." But even as the accord sealed, etched into every drop of ocean from the crescent wastes to the shadowed vaults, a fracture echoed through the deep. A cry, something old and angry. From the black trench beneath the moon engine's ruin, a pulse of pressure shook the reef wall. The tide recoiled. Leviathan screamed. Kaya staggered. "What was that?" Osei shouted, drawing his staff blade. A voice, not spoken, not heard, but inhaled, whispered through her bones. "You woke the sea. Now I remember too." Kaya turned to the east. Beyond the horizon, the water was rising. No storm, a surge. Something born from a deeper abyss than even the priests had mapped. The blood tide accord had not gone unanswered. It had summoned something back. "Kaya," Ione whispered, her voice trembling. "We signed a nation into being. But what price did we write in blood?" Kaya stared at her palm. The blood was still dripping, but it wasn't her wound anymore. The seas. And it had just begun to bleed back. The wind shifted. No longer ocean wind, but underwind, the kind that moved against tides and sang in the language of rift and memory. The accord platform shuddered. Cracks spidered along the oath glass beneath Kaya's feet. not from the strain of structure, but from something older, as though the truth they had spoken aloud had broken a silence the sea was never meant to keep. A bloom of darkness rose from the trench below. At first, it looked like a silt cloud, curling lazy and wide, but then it thickened, oily, deliberate, a shadow, not of absence, but of presence, of something returning. The Leviathan emissary wailed, its polyphonic throat opening to echo a warning from its ancestral well. The bound one rises, the deep memory wakes. You signed more than treaty, you called more than kin. The gathered dignitaries stepped back. Some began to chant protections. Others, especially the surface-born, reached for weapons far too small for what now moved below them. Kaya did not retreat. She closed her eyes and sank inward. The blood tide did not merely mark those who swore it. It tethered them to the trench, to the drowned, to every last soul who had been swallowed by empire and ocean alike. It was not simply a pact of unity. It was a vow of consequence. And consequence had come to collect. She saw it, not with eyes, but with that ancestral sight the priestesses once called brine vision, the kind that remembered what the surface tried to erase. A massive shape stirred beneath the moon engine's husk. Not beast, not god. Vestige. Something left behind in the first falling of the crescent. Once it had been a fortress, then a prison. Now it was a body, an ark of sorrow, calcified and angry, a cathedral built of the bones of the betrayed. And within it pulsed a heart, the Ma'afa core, the fragment of divinity the surface priest kings had stolen and tried to repurpose during the lunar reapings. It had not died. It had only waited, stitched into flesh wreck, buried beneath false thrones. Kaya gasped. Osei caught her before she fell. "What did you see?" he demanded, steadying her. She touched her own chest. The beat inside her was no longer hers alone. "It's not over," she said. The accord didn't end the Ma'afa. It reopened it. That night, the waters around the platform did not sleep. Kaya stood at the edge, her blood sealed into the bowl, her breath trembling with new weight. Around her, the factions convened in crisis. The ink priests of the Leviathan courts swam in wide, terrified circles, translating the undercurrents for signs. The daughters of the 10th vault lit ghost lanterns. Even the sovereign envoys, once too proud to kneel, now whispered their ancestral rites into the salt. A storm churned, but there were no clouds, no thunder, no rain, just water, rising where it should fall. And from the trench, something began to sing. It was a call Kaya had never heard, but somehow had always known. A mother's voice, a daughter's grief, 1,000 broken lullabies made tide and pressure and salt. Ione stood beside her, silent. "They want more than peace," Kaya said. Ione nodded. "They want remembrance. They want blood. No, they want what blood was taken from them." Kaya turned back to the assembly. She had led them to a threshold. They had stepped through. But on the other side of peace was not safety. It was the reckoning. She raised her voice once more. "No more soft oaths. No more memory kept beneath the tongue. If we are to live under this accord, we must defend it, not with weapons alone, but with truth." She held out her arm. A tide mark bloomed there, glowing faintly, an inheritance of the blood tide pact. To keep what we forged, we must become more than what they feared. Ione joined her, then Osei, and one by one, the others. Hands lifted. Marks glowed. The sea rose, and from the trench came a shape, not fully emerged, not yet formed, but watching, waiting. The Leviathan emissary bowed to it. The daughters of the vault wept. Kaya only stared, her heart now beating not with fear, but with readiness. This was the cost of unity. Not silence, not submission, but becoming remembered, even by the forgotten dead. The song from the trench deepened, no longer just an echo, but a summoning. Currents that once obeyed the laws of tide and moon now circled in spirals of memory. Kaya felt her feet root to the oath glass, not by force, but by recognition. The blood she had poured had not simply sealed an agreement. It had fed something. A shape began to rise, enormous, faceless, mantled in barnacle and relic thread. Not a beast, not a machine. A sorrow, given shape by centuries of silence. "It is the mourning Leviathan," whispered a tide-bound elder, dropping to her knees. "It remembers the first shattering," murmured a sovereign, clutching his sea-tempered dagger. The mourning Leviathan was not a god, but the last witness to their deaths. A creature born not of ocean or flesh, but of every sunken prayer unanswered, and every drowned body unburied. Its form was fluid, a fortress of whalebone and black coral, with spires of kelp-wrapped armor rising like drowned cathedrals from its spine. Kaya saw it clearly now. This was the true price of the blood-tide accord. It had awoken a pact older than any empire, and it had expectations. The platform cracked again. From the southern edge, something vast breached, a flanged fin wrapped in golden chains, dragging behind it a mural of rusted bone. The sovereign forces drew weapons, forming a phalanx that glimmered under the platform's lights. "No," Kaya shouted. "Stand down. It's not an invasion." Ione was already in motion. She stepped onto the glass with no hesitation, removing her veil. The moment her face met the open air, the Leviathan recoiled, but not from fear, from recognition. Ione lifted her hands, and for the first time since the accord was signed, she sang. Not in the tongues of Leviathan, or sovereign, or tidebound, but in the deep hymn, the language spoken only once in a generation, when memory itself needed cleansing. Sorrow is a god that forgot its name. We get its shape, but not dominion. We feed it blood, but not worship. We call it family, but only once we dare mourn. The Leviathan stilled. Even the waves flattened. In the silence that followed, Kaya stepped forward. She understood now. This was no longer a political event. This was a ritual, resurrected. One they had not practiced in ages. One they must now relearn, together. She turned to the leaders behind her. The commander of the sovereign deep guard, the exiled drift king of the trench spire, the tide-bound priestess still wringing salt from her braided sleeves. "This accord is not signed in ink or fire," Kaya said, her voice louder than any storm. "It is signed in sorrow, and that sorrow does not sleep. It does not forget. It demands more than words. It demands that we act like the heirs of the drowned, not the architects of more drowning." The platform groaned again, this time from within. A glowing column rose from its center, a salt heart, forged from all the oaths and blood spilled that day. The mourning Leviathan opened its massive, veil-shrouded eye, and Kaya felt it. The accord had been accepted, not just by the people above the waves, but by the old things that ruled below. That night, Kaya stood on the cliffside, looking back at the platform now lit by deep lanterns and morning flames. The waves beneath were no longer restless. They breathed. Osei joined her, his armor damp, his voice quiet. "We've made something real," he said. Kaya didn't respond at first. Her hands still trembled from the ritual. Her skin glowed faintly with a tide mark, pale blue, curling like a cresting wave along her wrist. Proof she was now bound, not just politically, but mythically. "Something real," she echoed, "but not something safe." He nodded. "They'll come for it," she added. "The surface kings, the ones who thrive when we divide. They'll hear the song, they'll fear it. Then we let them." She turned to him. "You're not afraid?" Osei smiled. "I'm afraid we waited too long, but I'm not afraid of them." He took her hand, and together they faced the open sea. Somewhere far below, The trench exhaled. The morning Leviathan dove once more, its promise kept. But as it vanished into the dark, Kaya knew peace had never been the goal. Remembrance was. And remembrance would require teeth. Chapter 14. The World Beneath World's Fairs, Chapter Separator. They unearthed it in silence. No headlines, no parades, no scholars with ribbon sashes declaring a discovery. No, it rose by will, not by excavation, and it did not wait for permission. Beneath what was once the gleaming white city of the 1893 Columbian Exposition, a different city had slept, not hidden, but entombed, beneath plaster and privilege, under acres of engineered light and civilized theft. The bones of a black utopia dreamed. And now, at the rising of the morning Leviathan and the blood-soaked ceiling of the Accord, it stirred. The waters beneath Lake Michigan peeled back like skin from memory. They called it Zarhara. It had no street signs. Its roads were siled spirals of obsidian, etched with dream script. Buildings shimmered with the sheen of memory coral and soot glass, crowned with inverted spires that once sang to astral currents. The world had called the 1893 World's Fair a triumph of modernity. What they didn't show was what was buried to make room for it. Zarhara had stood long before that, built by the forgotten conjuremen, deep-water cartographers, and sun-blooded engineers who refused to ascend through servitude. They designed cities that breathed, floated, shimmered with ancestral code and elemental grace. But even the strongest spells had. Kaya stood aboard the glide skiff, her feet bare against the smooth, thinned bones of the creature towing them. Behind her, Ayani and Osei watched as Zarhara revealed itself, layer by layer. The coral glass canopy that had formed over it shimmered like a second sky. Floating lampposts, long dormant, flared to life, illuminating streets once worn smooth by the footfalls of sunwalkers and tidebinders alike. Statues that once crowned the temple of silted stars now blinked to life, their mouths whispering psalms in lost dialects. "The city's dreaming again," Ayani whispered. Osei was already scribbling notes in his battered codex. "This isn't restoration. This is reclamation." The skiff slowed as it approached the central plaza, a raised shell of onyx and mirror ore, where the first leaders of Zarhara had once met beneath a dome that bent sound and memory. Kaya disembarked slowly, reverently. Around her, others from the Accord followed, ambassadors from the Deep Guard, flame callers of the trench spire, even a small delegation from the veiled choir of New Virels. But it was Kaya the city responded to, her tide mark still glowing faintly from the Leviathan's blessing, pulsed brighter as her foot crossed the threshold. The mirror ore flared to life, and the city remembered her blood. They called the first structure the Library of Salt-Slicked Tomorrows. It housed no books, only echoes, whispered memories stored in nacreous vessels, pressed into vaults of pressure-rubied pearl. One by one, Kaya and the others touched the vessels. Visions overtook them, snapshots of life before the drowning. Children surfing sound waves down alleys, painted with moving murals. Black architects building homes that bloomed like sea lotus, shifting with light and mood. Songsmiths crafting hymns that could fracture colonial speech and return it to its original tongue. Zarhara hadn't just been a sanctuary. It had been a proof that liberation could be lived, not just longed for. But it hadn't been enough. Not then, not in a world allergic to black permanence. That's why they drowned it. And that's why the Leviathan had brought them back, to raise it right this time. As night fell, Kaya stood at the steps of the Forum of Shattered Veils, the place where, according to Echo Myth, the founders of Zarhara had shattered the sigils that bound them to surface sovereignty. The city was listening. So she spoke. "To those who razed this place and built fairs on our graves," Kaya said, her voice amplified by the very architecture, "we are not seeking revenge. A pause. We are becoming the memory you tried to erase. Lights flared along the forum's edge, motes of ancestral flame. One by one, the flame keepers of the city, spectral echoes, half returned, stepped forward to stand behind her. Ione joined them, then Osei, then those from the Accord. Together, they cast their shadows, long across the ruins of colonial display and capitalist myth-making. And Zarhara breathed, not just water, but future. Above the city, at the shoreline of what the surface still called Chicago, the waters churned. Boats stilled, a single dark fin crested once, then vanished. Some would say it was a whale, others, a machine. But those who knew, those who had bled, understood. The Leviathan had not gone far, and beneath the city, that once sold wonders stolen from every corner of the earth, a new wonder had risen. Not for sale, not for spectacle, but for return, for reckoning, for remembering what blackness could build, when left to dream in its own tongue. Beneath the veiled shimmer of the raised city, Kaya stepped onto coral glass streets that once bore the trampled dreams of visionaries. The architecture here was unlike anything from above or beneath. Each building curved like a seashell in bloom, its glass veined with seagrass that pulsed faintly with ancestral light. There were amphitheaters made of petrified kelp, libraries with windows shaped like salt runes, and spiral towers inscribed with names the world had once erased. Kaya moved slowly, reverently, her bare feet pressing into the warm, humming streets. "This isn't just memory," she whispered. "It's architecture born of refusal." Beside her, the boy of the Vatican brand stared in quiet awe. His glyphs pulsed violet, reacting to the layered psalms embedded in every structure. "This is a sovereign language," he said, "built from silence that was supposed to be permanent." The others followed in solemn procession, tide-bound, Leviathan swearers, and dreamers awakened from centuries of spiritual coma. The city, called Alakua in the Coral tongue, had not been a myth. It had been drowned deliberately beneath the fairgrounds of 1893, paved over with lies and electricity. "Alakua was our lighthouse," Kaya said to the group. "Before it was raised, it lit up a path for black engineers, cosmographers, diviners. They built machines that mapped not stars, but ancestral longings. They summoned fresh water from coral pits. They composed storm music." "And they were punished," said Osei, standing with arms crossed. His rift-scarred blood pulsed as he gazed at the resurrected beauty. "Chicago swallowed their bones, and history choked down their names." The further they moved into Alakua, the more the city awakened. Doors unsealed themselves, lamps flickered on, fueled by salt light. A chime echoed, a song made not with instruments, but the harmonic memory of an entire people. The city did not forget. It had merely been waiting. Kaya led them to what had once been the Hearthstone Rotunda, where maps of the future had once been drawn. They were there still, preserved beneath reef glass. Etchings not of territory, but of potential, constellations of community, economies built on care, not conquest. Unfurling scrolls of liberation, she placed her palm on the glass. This was the world they never let us build. This was the future we were denied. A low rumble coursed through the ground. The Leviathan, watching from just outside the dome, released a mournful pulse, acknowledging what was lost and what had returned. Kaya looked up. A spiral of sunlight broke through the ocean murk, striking the rotunda and illuminating a sigil at its center. A closed fist wrapped in seaweed. Osei stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "There's more," he said, "beneath the foundation." Kaya nodded. The archives. They descended into the subchambers beneath Alakua, down coral staircases slick with silt and time. At the bottom was a sealed chamber. Its door shimmered with ink-black veins, pulsing in rhythm with Kaya's own heartbeat. Only she could open it. She pressed her fingers to the carved sigil, an interlocking braid of hair, wave, and flame. The door groaned open. Inside were machines powered by breath, codices inscribed with soulprint, scrolls that unraveled only when mourned over. Knowledge the surface had labeled superstition, treason, or myth, but here it had been guarded in silence, waiting for a sovereign's return. Kaya stepped inside and picked up one of the breath machines, a recording device powered by grief song. She breathed into it. A voice emerged, low, defiant, unmistakably a woman's. They said we were not architects. We built the seabed. Another scroll opened itself, responding to her proximity. It displayed the plans for a tidal defense grid meant to protect cities like Alakua from collapse. Beside it, another, unfinished blueprint for a resonant dome meant to amplify ancestral frequency across oceans. She turned to the group. We finish what they began. But how? Someone asked. We've seen what unity costs. We've seen what the tribunal would do, and the world above still doesn't believe we exist. They will, Kaya said, because we'll raise this city into their sky. Gasps. Osei narrowed his eyes. Kaya, Alakua is alive here, where the sea remembers. Above, it may fracture, shatter. Not if we bind it to our will, she said, as our ancestors bound breath to machine. She turned to the Leviathan, waiting in the murk outside the dome. Will you carry us? The creature thrummed once, then twice. A bond was forming, a blood oath made not of domination, but of shared grief and resurrection. The Leviathan would lift Alakua, not through brute strength, but by singing the city into lighter water. A resonant spell Kaya would have to orchestrate herself. They had 3 days. 3 days to reconstruct the breathing pillars beneath the city. 3 days to stabilize the old flame cores. 3 days to forge salt alliances with every tidebound who still dreamed beneath the sea. Kaya gave her orders quickly. She moved through the city like its heart made flesh, unlocking storehouses, reactivating kelp engines, awakening old circuits of memory. On the 3rd day, as her people gathered at the city's edge, she raised her hands and began the wave song. The Leviathan echoed her pitch. Tidebound joined her. The boy of the Vatican brand wove in counter hymns. Even Osei, reluctant and raw, let his rift magic flow through the melody. The sea parted. Light broke, and Alakua rose. Not to the surface, not to the mercy of those who had drowned it once, but just beneath the skin of the sky, visible, defiant, whole. The world beneath the world's fairs had returned, not as memory, but as nation, and this time it would not drown. The domes of coral glass rose like cathedral vaults from the lakebed, a half-dreamed city shimmering back into being. Chicago above had long forgotten, or pretended to forget, what it buried beneath its grand exposition. But Kaya remembered, or rather, the sea remembered for her. The waters hummed with the psalms of those who'd once tried to build a new world beneath the crushing weight of erasure. A current of grief brushed her cheek as she descended through the translucent arches. There were murals preserved in salt, black hands forging gears of gold, children with braided crowns chasing stingray kites, old women weaving coral threads into great cloaks of memory. No sea life disturbed the city's slumber. It had been left untouched, as if even leviathans had understood it was holy. Nalu swam beside her, eyes wide and reverent. It wasn't just a myth. No. Kaya touched a sigil etched into a wall of opaline shell, a sunburst nested in a raised fist. This was the proof that someone dared to imagine beyond survival, and they were punished for it. They passed the Hall of Invention, where tide engines powered by communal breath had once pulsed in harmony with the moon's pull. Kaya saw broken tubes, still slick with ancestral energy, glass panels that once held living flame. And then they reached it, the core, the heart of the drowned utopia. It pulsed, not with electricity, with memory. Kaya approached and placed her palm against its center. A sudden shudder passed through her, and her body locked in place. Images flooded her, too fast, too jagged to hold at first. She breathed slow, let the core take her. There had been a girl here, once. Her name was Thalia. She wore braids that reached her knees and carried a hammer forged from the wreckage of slave ships. She had been called Sovereign in Waiting, and she had died here, alongside the last engineers and architects of the Black Utopia, when the floodwaters came not from rain, but from sabotage. The city had been betrayed from within. Kaya stumbled back, gasping. They murdered them, she said, voice raw. They opened the lake gates and called it natural disaster, but it was genocide, hidden beneath ticker tape and fireworks. They always call our resistance a mistake, said Nalu quietly, or a riot, or a ghost story. Kaya turned toward the others now gathering, her tide-bound, her Leviathan kin, even Osei with the Vatican glyphs still burning faintly across his arms. Then we raise it, not just the city, but what it meant, a world without erasure, without begging to be seen. Murmurs turned into chants. People began clearing the debris, singing old freedom songs into the water. And when the first structure rose above the surface, a spiral spire made of living shell, the sky cracked open with sunlight. Above, crowds gathered on the lakeshore, stunned into silence. Reporters fumbled for words, governments scrambled for explanations. But Kaya stood atop the risen tower, voice like a hurricane. This is not reclamation, she said. This is resurrection. This is reminder. This is warning. Far below, the core's pulse grew louder, and so did the memory of a people who refused to vanish. Chapter 15. Rift Flesh and Salt Fire. Chapter Separator. The sea split. Not as it had for prophets or tectonic wrath, but as if something wrong had been born into it. Where Kaya stood, the coral glass spires behind her hummed with recent resurrection. But ahead, at the very threshold of the deep trench called Soul Marrow, a rift hung open like a wound in time. Black water bled upward. From it stepped a shape, neither entirely beast nor man. Gills flared like torn sails. Bones jutted through a skin of ash-pale tendons. Its voice, when it spoke, carried the echo of 1,000 drowned choirs, layered and inverted. "You are not remembered," it rasped. Only repeated. Kaya didn't flinch. Wave song had once been the sacred hymn of the sea, a living prayer passed through generations of the tidebound. But this thing, the Vatican Rithspawn, was a mutilated version of it, twisted by algorithmic dogma and siphoned psalms. It moved like a memory trying to rewrite itself. "You are the result of stolen breath," Kaya said, lifting the trident formed from her own blood, coral, and oath silver. "A prayer answered by those who do not pray. Your foremothers died voiceless." Kaya stepped forward. "No, you just refused to listen." It charged. Tentacles of scripture-bound ink lashed from its form. Each line a corrupted verse of black water lore. "Blessed are the silenced. Salt cleanses the wicked. Obedience is purity." Kaya spun through them, the tide folding around her like ancestral armor. Every movement sang with memory. Every strike answered with names. Ni of the Low Moon Coast, Ashira, Keeper of Brine, Old Auntie May. Who taught her to shape flame underwater? They breathed through her now. The rift spawn hissed. It opened its chest, and there, embedded like a throne of teeth, was a fragment of the original wave song reliquary, stolen generations ago. Kaya's breath caught. She saw etched into it the crescent seals of the drowned priestesses. Their breath had powered the first lunar engines. Their breath had been sacrificed. "Take it," the rift spawn taunted. "But you will not survive the memory." Kaya waded forward, salt flesh burning where its presence met hers. Her crown, woven from sea glass and salted braid, glowed. She reached into the rift, not with her hands, with her memory. She spoke the name of the first tide-bound queen, then the second, then the third, then the child who carried the flame across the water, then the twins who sank with the bone ship rather than be caged. Each name turned the rift spawn's form more brittle, more truthful. The reliquary cracked. Kaya plunged the trident into its core. "We are not your myth." The rift spawn screamed, not in pain, but in distortion. Its form wavered, unraveling into the false scriptures it was made from. She turned them to salt. Let them burn. Let them remember what they tried to forget. The rift collapsed in on itself, and the sea, for the first time in centuries, was quiet. Kaya stood alone at the rim of the Salmero Trench, salt crown glowing faintly. Behind her, a nation rebuilt itself. Agos her, moonlight met coral glass. She whispered a final name into the dark. The sea answered, and the world, this time, did not forget. The hush that followed the rift's collapse wasn't silence. It was breath, collective, ancient, waiting. Kaya did not weep. Her tears had long since turned to salt, shed in 100 ways, across 100 years of memory not her own. But as she knelt on the trembling seabed, she felt her grandmother's heartbeat in the currents, slow and steady. She felt her mother's voice riding the tide. And in the hush, the sea held her the way no homeland ever had. Behind her, the others emerged. Tidebound, sovereign, Leviathan. Even the exiles. Not one of them spoke at first. The weight of what had happened, the rift spawn's defeat, the reliquary's release, the collapse of the heretic script, held them still. Then the water around Kaya began to shimmer. First, as if light bled from coral. Then, as if memory itself took shape. One by one, spectral women appeared. Tide priestesses with braided silver hair and open mouths that no longer had to scream. Their hands rested on Kaya's shoulders, not to guide, to recognize. "Your breath is ours now," said the eldest, her voice like wind over shallow tide pools. "And ours is yours. Speak." Kaya rose. She looked to the people who had once stood divided by origin and oath. Sovereigns born in salt courts, leviathans molded in abyssal forges, exiles cast off from both, and raised the broken trident high. "It ends here," she declared, "but not the way they imagined. We are not fragments. We are not myths. We are not footnotes in someone else's doctrine. We are not drowned." Around her, coral glass towers lit from within. The city born again beneath the sea bloomed like an idea too long buried. Sprawling, sovereign, scarred, but alive. Choirs of fish spiraled upward like confetti. Leviathan chains were broken in waves of bioluminescent light, melting into ancestral sigils. One of the sovereign boys, his neck still bearing the blood oath collar, stepped forward and offered Kaya a conch sigil, a relic of allegiance. Another exile child swam up and pressed a coin carved with old goddess runes into her palm. None of them bowed. None of them had to. Unity didn't look like agreement. It looked like shared survival, like breathing in the same direction. From the reef city's core, a low vibration pulsed outward. The lunar engine, once shattered, now whole. Its heart had been the breath of forgotten priestesses, but now it sang with remembered breath. It was not powered by sacrifice anymore. It was powered by chorus. Memory harmonized. Kaya stepped into its light. And something in the world above shifted. Skies over distant cities cracked open. False archives burned. Vatican spires tilted westward, whispering of collapse. And in every port, every submerged border, every salt-wound canyon where black bodies had once been tossed, like ballast, names surfaced. The world could no longer pretend it hadn't heard. Her crown of salt and braid, no longer burden, but banner. Around her rose a city built not from conquest, but from continuity, rooted in memory, lit by the deep. There would be more rifts. There would be more battles. But now they had a center, a voice, and it sang in a key no empire could rewrite. The rift spawn did not die like a beast. It unraveled like scripture. Each torn ligament whispered falsified gospels. Each severed spine sang a psalm of conquest. Its flesh turned to brine and blank vellum, trying even in its death to erase the truth Kaya had carved into the sea. She did not let it. With every strike of her salt-forged blade, she recited a memory. Names that had been drowned, languages the Vatican had catalogued then burned, hymns that once rattled the walls of sunken hush harbors. The rift spawn recoiled from each utterance, its mouth cracking into 1,000 fractal lies. Your God demanded forgetting, Kaya said, voice trembling only with force. But ours was a God of remembering, of returning, of rerouting the flesh where it was first unmoored. The final blow was not her own. It came from the coral itself. The engine they had restored, the lunar relic beneath the sea, activated not with metal or mechanism, but with memory, harmonized. The breath of priestesses, the will of the exiled, the pulse of the sea itself surged into the rift spawn's body, flooding every false hymn with ancestral light. It howled, it fractured, it fell, and then it was gone. Just seawater, just bone, just silence. Later, Kaya stood amid the ruins, not of a battlefield, but of a belief. Around her, the newly risen city of a lower tide pulsed with light. Coral towers sang through current. Bioluminescent glyphs mapped the once forbidden names of her foremothers across the reef glass like constellations. A chorus of children traced them with their fingers, learning what had been stolen. The accord was signed not with paper, but with salt, blood, and song. A new covenant. The tidebound, now no longer a people of division, but of co-creation. Kaya dipped her fingers into the rift spawn's residual salt and pressed 3 marks to her brow. One for her mother, one for the drowned, one for those yet to return. A sovereign girl stood beside her, holding out a conch-spiraled chalice. Inside it, seawater shimmered with threads of black and gold. You'll need to drink, the girl said. The tide always claims its truth in the body. Kaya nodded, drank. It was sharp, it burned, it sang. Visions bloomed behind her eyes, a choir of drowned priestesses ascending through spiral kelp. Cities made from womb wood and starlight. A map etched on a whale's ribcage that led to all the lost libraries of the Black Atlantic. And her own daughter, not yet born, laughing in a school where her history was taught complete. Kaya exhaled, not with exhaustion, with becoming. Is it over? Someone whispered. Kaya turned, salt crown still glittering. No, she said, it's ours now. Above, the ocean stirred. A storm was coming, not to destroy, but to deliver. And Kaya, priestess, dualist, exile reborn, lifted her arms as the tide accepted her. Epilogue: the crown remembers. The water never receded, not fully. It curled around the broken pillars of the sunken temple, swaying gently with strands of kelp and silkweed, as if breathing, as if waiting. Light filtered through the ocean's skin in fractured beams, catching on the broken pieces of the crown still resting at the temple's altar. Coral, sea glass, bone, a crown no longer worn. Above, where the waves met the sky, She stood barefoot on the edge of the tide. Her sigils glowed faintly now, etched across her collarbone, throat, and wrists. Not with fury, not with mourning, with memory. With the weight of what was reclaimed and what must still be carried. She did not turn when the spirits came. Their voices rose from the deep, like a hymn half-remembered. Fragments of old songs, names never spoken aloud, laments folded into lullabies. Ancestors, not ghosts, not entirely. They swirled in the water around her feet and whispered, not commands, not prophecy, but choice. She knelt and placed the last shard of the flooded crown in the sand. Not broken, not surrendered, laid to rest. Let it sink, they seemed to say. Let it root where the old gods fell. A new crown would rise, not from coral or bone, but from the breath of the deep and the fire she now carried in her blood. Not inherited, forged. Behind her the tide pulled back once more, and the sea, though never silent, bowed.